Hey, goody guy. How you doing? You're good? I'm glad to hear that. What time is it for me? 11:30 p.m. Hey, Steve Bud. How are you doing tonight? Maybe for the Twitter screenshot, I'll get another flock AI thing going. Let's try to do that. Even though the last screenshot I think was like that, or one of the more recent ones, but whatever. Does it really matter? No. Am I gonna like how it looks? Probably not. Doesn't help the world is still generating. Maybe that's fine. Probably should have waited longer. Maybe I shouldn't be in this biome area. It didn't save since last time. Hold on. I'm still setting up, so I'm neglecting chat. I just want to get a good screenshot. Why am I like... There we go. I'm losing my mind already. Doing okay. Alright, I'll wait for this to load in. This is a fine enough place for a screenshot. Take a screenshot, tweet it out, set up a couple more things, and then I'll get the stream started. Should I just do a hard refresh so everything loads faster? Probably. I think we just need terrain to load in the higher level of detailed terrain, and then I can finally take this fucking screenshot. Hold on, I'm gonna move the microphone too. 1 second. Okay, that should be a bit better. Sure. Good enough. Nobody's gonna look at this tweet anyway. So in this stream, I'm gonna try to basically finish, or at least get it to a much better place with the whole digging up plants mechanic thing. That's what we'll be working on first, since that's what we left off with last stream. Is my character twerking? I was just trying to get like a nice amount of sunlight to shadow on the character so it looked nicer, that's all. And I think it looked even funnier because I had this, oh, did I have the other camera on? No, I didn't. I don't know. Because I'm bad at animating. Okay, now I'm actually set up. Right, so last we were working on. Why's my phone doing weird shit? Okay, I was working on this shovel tool, which is a bit broken. I think the elevations are working right. So if I just bring it up, also the scale's probably wrong, but if we just bring it up, let's see what happens. So it's end the tool, go into the code for that, which was really, really stupid. It all needs to be rewritten, and it's like in a weird place, and it's all shitty, but I don't care right now. Is this here? Let's see where I'm setting position Y. Let's just bring that up further. Maybe change the scale to be a bit smaller as well. Paste this in and see if this is doing what I want it to do. Okay, I mean, that's better. At least you can see the shovel, like at the bottom of the shovel and stuff now. We also probably have to change stuff about rotation with it. Because if I rotate this way now and start a tool, yeah, it's like 90 degrees offset. The scale might be still a little bit too big, so let's try that. And the position probably still needs to be brought up even with the scale being turned down. Rotation. Let's see how I was doing that with the other tools, even though it's really awful. Okay, so if we just do this, that should be fine. Yeah, some of this should be fine. Let's just start with just, whoops, this. And I might need to change the rotation order, I'm not sure. But if we end our tool use, paste this in. Y of undefined, whoops. Oh, I'm not initializing rotation on it, I guess. Rotation is a vec3. Hey Diver, how you doing? I don't think you've been to any of the streams this year so far, right? Since I started streaming like a couple weeks ago or however long it's been. I don't think so. Let me show you around the world a little bit. Alright, let's let this load in a little bit. I'll show Diver around. I've been pretty good, all things considered, with what's going on with the world. But this is what the game looks like. It's still loading the world a little bit, but it's mostly loaded in. I think it's still generating stuff over there. Ugh, this fucking Chrome input shit. So annoying. Show you it at sunset and how pretty everything looks. How pretty the clouds look and the sun looks and the lighting and everything. It's so pretty, right? Oh, mountain's still generating. nighttime, you have the nice glow on the fire towers. And then what I'm currently working on is, so like I have different tools, right? Like, so we have right here the net to catch bugs, so I can like do things like that and miss. Okay, got one. Catch this one. There we go. Try to catch this one. Yep. But currently what I have for picking up plants is you just stand next to it and like right click, and I don't love that. Could be a lot better. So I want to have like some sort of more interactable mechanic for doing that, similar to how we catch bugs. So I'm working on a shovel tool, which is this guy here, which I think we did fix the rotations on now. Yes, so now it's always facing the same way. I think I might want to leave something like this in so it spins around which way we're facing. And then I want to also rotate it. I don't know what order, but I want to rotate it on the... let me think. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong, Diver. But it's better now. And we have other stuff. All right, so what axis do I want to rotate it for? It's better. It didn't used to be like a whole 3D thing that you can control the rotations for. It used to just be like you click when you're near an insect and try to line it up a little bit. It's way better now. Oh, and our camera isn't translating on the Y for this tool. I'm trying to think what axis it needs to go on. And I'm trying to think of what order it needs to go in as well. I guess X would be fine. No, Z is better. But then this is not going to be based off translation Y. This is going to be based off of, well, really nothing, I don't think. So we'll just do just a fixed number that's going to look right. And then when we animate it, that's a whole separate thing. But just use math dot half pi, I guess. That'd be 90 degrees. Do q pi. No, we'll do half pi and then just like multiply by 10. 0.1, 10%, right? But the rotation order, I don't know if I'm doing right. And the way that I'm changing the rotation on the Y here, I don't know if I'm going to love that, but I want to see what it's going to look like. Okay. So you can see it's rotating based off of our X position, which is kind of what I want. I think I wanted to... You know what? No, I want to change how this rotates. I want to have I want to lerp the rotation. Well, you need to set it to this, right? We need to start with this, and then we want to... how do I want to write this? I guess we could still always be lerping it, as long as this is done on initialization, though. So let's write this so this is in the init, in the constructor, right? On the y-axis. So we don't have to lerp to it in the very beginning. And then that will already be set. That's good. And then here we're going to say this is, well, yeah, we can do it this way. Rotation y, we're going to lerp. I think that's how I have my function. Let me check real quick so I don't make an error. Yeah. We also have math.lerp. I should reorganize that code a little bit. And then how do I want to write this? because basically when you get through the halfway point, I want the shovel to flip the other direction, right? Which it's already kind of doing, but I don't want this awkward in between state where it's like not facing one way or the other. So also this needs to be turned way up. I'm just going to call this a flip rotation. I don't know. And then we're lerping that with rotation Y. I guess that's fine. Reversing those. We should have delta time in here somewhere. Pretty sure. Yes. So then we need to lerp that. Pretty strong probably. All right, Diver. Hope to see you again soon. Have a nice dinner. Thanks for stopping by. And then our flip Y, or flip rotation, var flip rotation is going to be our rotation Y. Oh, I guess I didn't have to. So we don't want to set that here because it's being done in init. Right, because otherwise it won't lerp well. Alternatively, we could have a separate variable being stored, but this should work fine. All right, so our flip rotation, we're starting with this, or flip direction, or rotation, that's what I'm calling it. And then if our translation dot, we could change how this is a little bit. It's over 0 for translation x, and it's this dot translation dot x is over 0. And then we just want a 180 degree flip from this. So this is actually going to be minus math dot half pi. And then this, we're just going to change the variable. Well, we'll just add pi to it. Yeah. Math dot pi. And then that should lerp them. So that'll be good. And then we can use our flip rotation as our non-lerped value. All right, let's see if this does what I want to do. Yes, but I'm not rotating this part on the right axis. So we want to use, I believe, X here. I guess that makes sense. Either that or I need to change the axes that I rotate on. Also, those are inverse right now. Okay. I think I do want Z, but I think I maybe want to change the rotation order. Game.world.tool.rot order. It's XYZ. Let's do which axis was I using? I was using Z. Let's do Z, and then we're not really using X, so it doesn't matter, but let's do ZYX. It's not really doing what I want. What I wanted to do, MS Paint time, is basically I just wanted to, on this side of the screen, so here's our screen, right? This is our halfway point, right? This whole green area is our screen. I want the shovel to look like this on this side of the screen. I want it to look like this on this side of the screen. And then I don't really want it to be vertical in the middle. I just want it to swap between the two. So as it's like getting closer, it still stays here. And then once it hits that halfway point, I want it to just lerp very quickly over to our other angle. So maybe X was right. I just need to change the order we were doing it in. So let's see if this is an improvement. Yeah, that's actually correct. It's just backwards on the y-axis, which is easy to fix. But also, I need to make that lerping faster. Also, I don't like the pivot point. So let's go into Blender real quick. I figured I wasn't going to like the pivot point, but I want it to be somewhere much closer to here. Welcome back. So let's go to this, re-export it, re-import it. And then I need to look up for our shovel model here. Get this in here. This will be a better pivot point. Since I am raising it, it's also going to raise the model in game, so I'll probably have to bring that back down. But let's just see if I did this and we rebuffered the model. Okay, so I did bring it up higher. But the pivot point seems much, much better. So now we just need to go into here. Let's make that lerping much stronger. Also, maybe not rotate it quite as much. Lerping much stronger. And then we need to, it's backwards, so we need to change maybe just these two values, I think. I think that's correct. So now if we try that, exit the tool, start the tool. That's still flipped. Oh, well, that just means that this part is flipped maybe as well. I don't know if they both need to be flipped or just one. Let's see. Maybe they both do. Okay, yeah. This is basically what I was going for. So on this side, you know, we're always facing towards the center of the screen. So if I was here and I clicked, well, right now it exits the tool, but if I clicked, it would, you know, have its digging animation dig into about where my mouse cursor is, you know, somewhere around there. And then, you know, it'd have its little animation. I think I like it facing that way. It's a bit awkward. Also, the camera Y stuff is awkward. It's also too high still, so let's try like 1.5. Hopefully that's not too low. Might be. We did move the tool up quite a bit in Blender, so it might be okay. Okay. The lerping might be also a little too crazy. All right, but that's basically what I was thinking. And then I just want to click, have a digging animation, and then the tool, you know, the plant disappears and all that. And I'm not 100% sure how I want to do this. In theory, there's a couple things we can do. So technically, this wonderful shitty hole that I made here, right? We try to copy that, paste that down here, rescale it. So technically, let me get rid of some of this shit. Hold click and it will it would repeatedly dig and collect the item after 2 seconds or something. Holding it? Yeah, I guess we could. Yeah. So technically, I gotta make a better selection on that. Technically, if we're going to do this with our grid units, right, our holes would be placed like in a grid. Whether or not I want to do it this way, I don't know. But you know, this is how it would line up, more or less. And our sub-entities are more or less aligned in this grid as well. So do we want to do it like this, or do we want to allow the tool to really just dig wherever you place it? What I would do, if you digged, if you dug here, right? Let's say, okay, if you had your shovel around here, right, then it would dig right into this hole. But if you had it a little bit offset, like let's say we were like kind of in between, then it would just lerp it for a few frames over and then dig here. The alternative is that we just place this wherever your mouse cursor is. I don't think I want that though. I think I'd rather lerp onto a grid. We need to go in Blender. This model might change over time, but I want to make some sort of whole model. Maybe I should have lerp. Yeah, it's probably the best, because otherwise the main issue would be, I mean, there's pros and cons. The pro of this is that we don't end up having like weird places where we have to figure out if there's a hole like here, how it's going to interact with the other holes and stuff, and then you have like weird overlaps. But the con of this way is that you end up having a grid, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it doesn't look so natural, right? You're like, it doesn't look organic. It just, everything's in a grid, which is strange. But you know, most even like AAA games are doing stuff like that anyway, so it's not that big of a deal. I just don't know. It's probably fine. Well, I mean, it basically is finding the nearest. It's just lerping to the nearest, right? But yeah. Before we actually run that animation, we lerp to it first. Okay, so let's make a face on this. In theory, if I'm really, really good at programming, what we will do it one day is have it how we were talking about up here, where we actually do cut a hole in the terrain, and then you could actually see, and then you can actually see within the hole, and then we can do all kinds of fun stuff with that. I would really like to do that. I really want to do that. It's just from a technical standpoint, it's much more difficult, which sucks. So we'll fake it for now. And I guess I want to cut this in a kind of special way, at least a little bit. Ooh, that's a bit awkward. I should have made that an even amount of vertices. Let's recreate that. Okay. So I'm gonna do this somewhat manual for the cutting. Maybe not every face, but a few of them. Whoops. So I can have a vertex color on this in the center point, so the center gets darker. That might be enough. Let's see how that triangulates automatically. Oh, if I just do that, it automatically triangulates it. Good. Because if I just triangulate it like this, you see we have no center point, no center vert to go off of. It's less polygons, which is nice, but we need that center vertice. All right, we won't. Well, I guess we will. I was gonna say we won't triangulate that quite yet, but we can. All right. I'm just gonna get this colored, and then we're gonna do stuff for the edge. But in theory, it's gonna be something like this. Right. So we're just faking that depth like that. I'm also gonna bring this up a tiny bit. Right, but that's what it would look like from above ground, and then we just want to have some dirt and stuff around it probably. If I just make really, really low poly icospheres, how do I do this again? Main edit mode, I want to go to create. Oh, there we go. What's the lowest subdivision icosphere amount of triangles? 20? Whatever. Kind of overkill, but maybe I will grab this. Yeah, let's grab this and delete the bottom vert. Why can't I see anything? Hold on. Okay. I mean, it's still probably a little bit overkill. It's 15 now. Let's just drag these around. And then we're probably going to randomize them a lot, but we're going to at least randomize the scale right now. And then we'll probably just run Blender's randomize mesh tool. Welcome back if I didn't already say that. I don't think I did. I know I should probably be rotating this as well. Maybe I will. Hold on. I'm going to do it like that. And turn off perspective. There we go. This is kind of overkill with the poly count for no real good reason, but whatever. So if we grabbed everything but the center one, then we go into vertex paint, and then we want this color to be probably lighter. And then these top points will be even lighter, but maybe less saturated. I probably should have colored these before I cloned them, and then I wouldn't have to do each one, but it's not that much work. It only takes 40 seconds or so. Probably even less than that. If I do, yeah, maybe I would have decided to color them a bit more accurately. So I should have thought my process ahead, so I did in the right order. But let's just look at that in object mode real quick to see how terrible it is. I mean, obviously not great, but I have some plans. Not done yet. So let's see what this would look like. All right, that's already a lot better. That didn't keep the value I wanted on there. I mean, that could be good enough anyway. Maybe I'll smooth out some of the sharper areas, but you know, I mean, it looks like a hole. It is pretty overkill with the poly count. It's kind of upsetting. Hold on, there's something weird going on with this, right? It's just honestly that many. I don't know why I'm making it. Well, it does need to be a bit high detail because our camera in the view is pretty zoomed in, right? Yeah, it's not going to matter that much. I just don't know how long / when I'm going to leave them there versus when I'm going to get rid of them, right? Also, I got to figure out what I want to do with grass. There's a lot to figure out. But hopefully we will do just that. All right, so I'm going to unwrap this so it has UVs. I'm going to save this as shovel hole. Well, I just don't know how long I want to leave them there. Should it be like only while you're in the digging, like camera or whatever you want to call it, with that whole moving around a shovel? Should they only be there and then as soon as you get out of that, they just disappear? Or should it be until you walk away from them and come back? I mean, still the poly count doesn't really matter, but I mean, I don't know, if you dug 10 holes, that's 3,000 triangles. You dug, yeah, okay, it's not that bad. It's not that bad actually, right? Because if I'm doing my math right, 100 holes, which is quite a lot, that's 30,000 triangles, which isn't terrible even still. 30,000 it's a lot, but it's like, it should be able to handle it, and 100 holes is a lot of holes. Yeah, maybe I'll just make it so if you get too far away from them, like not even that far, but like let's just say 50 units, maybe even a little bit less than that, then we can just delete them, something like that. Okay, so we have this saved. Let's export it. Where's the code that I have that's ending the tool for that? Probably, maybe, okay, so we'll do it for right clicking, I guess. Yeah, that'd be fine. All right, so this is for shovel, and then I don't even know what our right click is bound to, but I think that's action B, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty, or is it C? No, I think it's B. Okay, that is for, well, let's get the model, import it, I guess next to our tool shovel, sure. Put it up here. I'll call it shovel hole. Long term, we got to think about how we're going to do actual cutting into the terrain. Because that would be really cool to do. Okay, so in here, we want to make sure the model's buffered. And then I'm going to have something along the lines of, I forgot how I wrote these functions, but I want to see if we're right clicking, right? So where can I look that up? Whoops. This is just for clicking, not holding down the click, but we'll start with this. Conforming, that means I gotta do a get model push for this and make a unique model for each one. Maybe click hold isn't a good idea. I don't know. I mean, we'll see. It's doable. We'll see. there's definitely, you know, why not fool around with it until we see whatever feels best for it, you know? It's not like we're in that much of a rush. All right, so we need to, I'm gonna spawn them in flat just to make sure that works. And then we need to do something where we create a model that conforms to the terrain, right? But we'll just round it for now. So we're just gonna have our var whole pos, and I guess we're going to get our translation. So vec3, which is going to be, let's just make it vec3 0 because I need to do a lot of different things for each axis. So whole pos.x is our false position plus our translation, right? I believe that's correct. And then we're just going to math that round it so it gets the nearest grid unit. And then do the same for z on the z-axis, right? Then we're going to calculate the elevation for the y position. So that should be done after we get the x and z. And then I'll make probably a new entity for it, and we'll need a bunch of particle spawning as well while you're digging, but let's make a new entity. And then the position is our whole position. We shouldn't have to clone it. That should be fine. We don't need this. We don't need this. This is going to be our shovel hole. Again, we're going to make custom model so it conforms, but not yet. Ooh, I also want to see, how did I do scale on this? Okay, yeah, so it needs to be half the scale, which is fine. I should really do the scale in Blender. Yeah, I really should do the scale in Blender. It takes away player interactivity. Well, we'll see. All right, so let's export this PLY at the better scale. The paint drawing I did yesterday, which one? Is it this one? This beautiful thing? I think I probably made more than one yesterday, but I don't remember. I'm pretty sure we're talking about this one. So I think that's mostly what I made yesterday. It's beautiful. Okay, so paste this in here. And then I think I'm doing everything we need here other than creating the entity. So it's just to create entity with our whole entity. Doesn't look like your vagina anymore. I mean, it didn't really look that much like that, did it? It wasn't so bad. Okay, so that is working. So we just right click and it spawns down a hole, and that's the density of our grid. It's kind of in a weird place and stuff, but technically working. And then we have the whole issue with the clipping through terrain, which is easy to fix. The part that is not easy to fix, it's also doing some weird shit. We'll have to tweak it around, but it does work, which is nice. I'm probably going to rotate it on the y-axis to give it a little bit of randomness as well. There's a lot of weird shit going on with it. A lot needs to be improved, but you know, if we dug there, that would have a digging animation and that plant would get dug up. But what I am concerned about, I don't really have a solution for it right this second, is clipping with grass. Maybe it'll be fine. Maybe it'll, let me see. Let me do a lot more around grass, even though we're not conforming yet. Hopefully it'll be fine. Okay, so we're going to need to make a new buffer for each hole position. So if our buffer name is shovel hole plus gen index, I think I'm calling it, for our X and Z positions for this. Let me just make sure that does what I think it does. I'm pretty sure it does. Basically, should just stringify it. Yeah, okay, good. And then we want to do a create buffers for our buffer name. Oops, not like that, like that. Let me space this out a bit so we can see what we're doing. And then we want to do a get model push, I think. Let me look at what that function does, but I'm pretty sure I want to do something along these lines. If we look at like fire tower, that'll probably show me what I want to do. Yeah, basically this, but with conforming. Just paste this here. Scale we shouldn't need there. Our position, do we want to do it in world space? Yeah, I guess we do. Which means we want to turn off translations on this one. It's kind of annoying, but it's probably the best way to do this. We don't need either of these. On this camera thing, we're probably just gonna randomize the, shit, can I do that? No, I can't. Not if I do it in world space. We'll leave this commented out. All right, so we're going to use our whole position for this. I shouldn't need to clone it, so it should be okay. You know, I'll do each one separately, just because I might want to do something different for the Y value. I'm not sure yet. And then this, our model is our buffer name. I really should change that, the name of that key, but whatever. And then this is our shovel hole, I believe. Let's just see if this works before we do any sort of shit, but it's not gonna work because we're doing the position in line. Let's see if this works instead, where we just are translating it and everything. So we're just gonna have a vectory of 0 for the position. Let's just make sure this works. Okay, it kind of does. I'm not calculating the positions correctly, I guess. Yeah, what? I mean, it is spawning them and it's working, but like the positions are like weirdly offset in a way that doesn't make any sense. Okay, what is going on with that? I don't actually know. Well, maybe I'm not calculating this correctly. I thought I was. Oh, I guess I'm not. So do we just want to grab just this top position and not recalculate it in that weird way? That's fine. That may work. Let's try that. Let's see if that makes more sense. I guess that would make more sense because it's supposed to be in world space. All right, let's move over here. Try that again. Yeah, that seems better. Okay, so that function works. We just need to add conforming to it. But to do that, there's a couple ways we can do that. But the one that makes most sense is to do this. And then we need to stop translations on the model. And I don't know what else. So if we just pass through conform on this, I think that will work. The problem is we have to do it in world space like this. Which means our position now here is going to be like a vector. Oh, well, what if we do position, but then we just do a stop translate on it? I think that's what it's called. And maybe a couple other booleans. Look at my static entity. So we have model matrix, which we probably don't want, right? We want to set that to false. And then, is that it? Stop translate is true as well. I'm not sure how this will affect camera calling yet. I have to do something special for that still. But maybe those two flags will be enough. Hopefully. Okay, so not quite. I want to log that. And see why it's not showing, if it's the position or if it's the calling. Okay. It's not cold. It is rendering. The position should be fine as long as it's not using that translation, which it shouldn't be because we have model matrix turned off and stop translate on. Also kind of want to do a wireframe just to make sure it's not like below terrain or anything. Okay, it's not. We can look at the buffer data for it and just see if that's in the right space, which it looks like it is, I think, right? Let's just verify that. Yeah, it looks right. All right, let's look at one of these NUIDs. Let's make one so we know it's like in the center of the screen, right? Let's get this one by NUID. So we can say engine dot NUIDs with that NUID is this entity. And then let's like set, let's look at cold. It's not cold, but I'm gonna still manually make it so it can't call. What else could it be? We can manually set our position to a vec3 of 0. Let's also turn has rendered to false for a second and see if it keeps rendering. Because has rendered is true. Maybe it's that conform value that we're passing through, but shouldn't be that. Maybe I shouldn't have done that yet. So we looked at the buffer. We looked at most of the values here. What else could we be looking at? What if I don't think it should need this flag, but maybe it does. I don't think so. All right, let me turn conform off because maybe I'm passing that through in a weird way. I don't know. Maybe that's not how I'm supposed to do that. Let's end the tool. Paste in new version. Start the tool. Let's move up a little bit further. Okay, so it's not the conforming that's breaking it. I mean, I figured kind of doing this translation this way might break things. Maybe it's my shaders. Maybe. I could probably use the static shader, and that would probably be fine. So maybe I will. Set static to true on this, and then let's use the static, the static shader. And then let's pass the program ID as that. I don't know if this is what is causing it, but I hope this is what's causing it. No. What could it be? Could it be, So it started breaking when we were doing the actual translations in get model push, right? All right, here's a new silly idea. I don't really like doing it this way, but if we set call to false, right, so it won't call, and then leave the translations and everything on, and then inverse them. Do I need to inverse? Yeah, I need to inverse everything. All right, let's see if this works. This is kind of a weird, silly, kind of hacky solution, but let's see what happens. Okay, I fucked that up somehow. How did I break everything? Hold on. Where the hell did my shovel go? Do we have an error? I'm not sure. No. Okay, so maybe no, we shouldn't have to clone anything. I don't understand how that can make my shovel disappear when we're not doing anything to the shovel. Maybe I should just, all right, let's just refresh. Maybe the way I exited the tool or something, it didn't like, I'm not sure. Okay. And I can't tell if that's working because the terrain. If I did a wireframe, I can probably tell. I don't think it is. Okay, so still not working. So it doesn't like something about position. Maybe I'm not doing position correctly, but I feel like I am. Right, so we looked at that in get model push for the fire tower. How was I doing it here, and why was it working? I mean, we were using a different program. We had static and stop translate and call, and position was set to a vector of 0. And we can try this. This is the way I kind of wanted to do it, but it didn't work. That was the issue. But I will try it again. I guess when we're creating it, we could pass through indices and billboard, but hold on. So we go back to this entity, we put this on, we set our position to 0, and we have it modeled here, which is what we want to do. This should work. In get model push, it's called position, right? Yes. Okay, why doesn't that work then? Maybe I should do a hard refresh. If I think about how my shaders are done, yeah, you know what? Maybe it's... Oh, but we're not passing a model matrix necessarily. Maybe I can do it a slightly different way. All right, let's see if this does anything. In the beginning, I should probably just do a wireframe. Oh, now it's working. Okay, weird. So is that conforming? I don't have the conform value set to true. But now if I just paste this into console, and then we exit out of the minigame, or not really minigame, whatever we want to call it, the tool. And then I go back into it. Okay, yay, it's conforming to the terrain. So now we should no longer have any sort of clipping with the terrain. We still might have issues with, that's kind of funny looking. Yeah, with things like this, with the small little stones and the grass. Yeah, the grass is a pretty big concern. So some issues will still be happening with this. Ideally, if I'm very careful, no, it wouldn't work. I don't know. Ideally, I would cut a hole into almost everything, I guess, on screen. If I was really, really careful about how we did this, and I don't know if I'm capable of this, but if I was really careful, in theory, let me try to think this through. Not here. If we drew everything, the entire world, and then we drew the hole, so we can draw on top of it, right? We can draw that, that might work. We can draw the hole so it has that depth underneath it, right? And then we draw the plant we're editing, you know, the plant that we're digging up, and then we draw the shovel. If we did everything in that specific order, it would probably work most of the time. It still might not look perfect all the time with weird overlaps, because yeah, it still would not be perfect. Oh, we need to fix the camera elevation stuff. Hold on, let's do that right now. So somewhere in here, we just want to say engine dot current camera dot position dot y equals this dot elevation, something like that. Where's that tab? There we go. Okay. Well, why would that not just work? Even does this need to be above it more? Am I setting that in a weird way? I guess I am. Maybe we don't want the position? I think we do. I guess I could just add to that, right? Like +5 or whatever. It's weird that I have to do that. Now if I put this game.world.tool.update is this? No, it's still weird. Huh. Why is that? Oh, because it's inversed? Yeah. So this would be minus the elevation. I think that's why. Yeah, okay. Oh, but we don't want to do that. Shit, yeah, we don't want to do that off of, well, we could, but it's kind of weird. Yeah, we probably don't want that. We want it just on the, I think it's just called elevation 2, yeah. In theory, we can just base it off of the camera's position, which is basically what we're doing anyway. But we can get the camera's position and then do the elevation on that. All right, so this works for terrain. Oh, that's weird. Why is there a weird jump when I click? Whatever. It's fine for now. The camera might need some fixing. Okay, so if we're really, really careful about how we do this, it still wouldn't work out that great, would it? Let me look at my render loop. But I think terrain entities are already drawn before everything else. I think. Yeah. And then we do entities. So doing a hole in the ground actually might not be that hard. But we still have the whole issue with it with grass and stuff. That I haven't thought of a solution for. I guess we can, because we're basically going to be rebuffering the terrain anyway. So I guess what we could do is just count that as a player placement and then move the grass. But I don't know. Like, we could rebuffer the grass. I don't know what's up with this fucking camera. It's a little bouncy. Maybe what I want to do right this second is just not worry about those things and have it so, which I guess it kind of almost already works, where if we place our hole on a subentity, that it does that. The only reason it works there is because that's where our like camera position is basing it off of. But we need it so it actually checks on the position of the shovel. Or really the position of the hole, probably. Okay. Now we have a million holes in the world. They look not bad though. They kind of look like holes. I mean, yeah, they're a little flat and stuff, but they kind of look like holes. Maybe we don't need to draw into the terrain. Is that good enough? Maybe that's good enough. There's a little bit of... Oh, maybe those were the first two I spawned before we had conform. They probably are. Okay. Now, what about the issue with... Makes you want to see them tiled? What do you mean by that? Aren't they kind of already tiled? What do you mean by tiled? Oh, you mean like so they connect? Huh. Yeah, but then one of the issues with that is it gets even weirder with like if this whole area was connected, right? Then it would look even weirder with like the whole flat face being, you know, it doesn't actually have depth. So like this would just be like a weird, like what would the center of this look like, right? We'd have this, but then how do I even show that? I don't even know. I don't know. It would not be a friend that working on without feature creep. I mean, it would look cool if like one or two connected, but when we had a whole grid of these, like how would that even work? I mean, I could do it. It's possible. So it would just be brown squares. But wouldn't that look like shit if we had, and so instead of this, right? If we instead had, let's copy this. Hold on, need more room. Instead of what we basically have, which is this, really with less gap, but whatever. Maybe I should reduce that gap. Oh, it's annoying. Oh, whoops, too little. Damn it. Hold on. I got this. Fucking hell. Shouldn't have made that so slanted. Alright, whatever. That's good enough to show what I'm doing. I want to have that copied over though, I guess. Nah, whatever, it doesn't matter. So it would have to look, maybe I should just redrawn this, but fuck off. Okay. So we'd have to be connecting these. I probably should have redrawn this. Probably went way easier. In fact, I'll make this a little bit easier. I will like, how do we, okay, like that. This will be a little bit easier to fill in then. Okay, so then I need my brush back, and we'd basically be doing something like this. I just want to explain the area of concern. Whoops. And you kind of got the idea, but I want to draw us a little bit better. All right, so here's our giant connected hole, right? This is what we're talking about. if I drew this a little bit better. But more or less so this. Maybe not with such wavy edges, but more or less so this. The problem is, since this is so flat, like this area here, I don't know, that would just be like a solid brown flat color. Wouldn't that be weird? Maybe it wouldn't be. I don't know. The alternative is to, in the very corners, so it wouldn't really be so flat. It would kind of look like this, you know, where in the corners it still had a little bit of connection. Like that. If that makes any sense. I don't know if that would probably look, I don't know. I mean, is it even worth implementing all that work for no real good reason? How about, what if we made the holes a little, no. I was going to say, what if we made the holes a little bit smaller and just randomized their X and Z positions a little bit so they didn't look so grid-like? That might be okay to do, but one concern, depending on how much I offset them, is it wouldn't line up so well with like where the plant is. We just scrap this from the entire digging thing, or just connected holes. Getting guy's just trying to distract me. This is how he gets his 24-hour stream, by making me work on useless shit for hours. Okay. Like, even these mounds? Well, I want some sort of hole to be spawned for digging. I mean, I'm fine with what these look like. I mean, I don't think this looks bad. I mean, and the usual player, you know, I was making a bunch in a grid, but if you were just playing this game normally, you know, it'd be more like this. I know that one didn't despawn. Oh, why did those not? Oh, those won't create holes in the same place because of how I'm spawning it. But, you know, it'd be something more like that instead of every single tile. And you probably wouldn't want every single tile because it won't be as easy as let the player discover the digging zones. Then there's an excuse to add metal detector. We're not doing metal detector today. But you know, you won't just be able to spam it like this because there'll be a whole animation that takes like a second to have it for the digging and stuff, right? So you won't be able to easily make a grid like this, so you can't just spam it down because each hole would take like a second or whatever. So nobody would, well, I can't say nobody, but there'd be less incentive to waste your time doing that, right? So when it's just a hole randomly every now and then, I don't look so bad. Now with the grass, I don't know so much. Maybe that's not so great. Hold on. I mean, yeah, it's pretty shit. Hey, Virtuous, how you doing? In theory, we can have it so on a tile with a hole dug, we rebuffer the grass and don't show grass on that tile. Thanks, Virtuous. Yeah, it's mostly because my game takes so fucking long to load, although we did improve that. So now I don't care as much about reloading. But at a time, it took so long to reload and regenerate the world that I was like, fuck this. There needs to be a better way. So I do it all through console. Okay, so the holes are fine. They're good enough for this. We need to have it so when we're digging up plants now, it detects off the shovel position. So it's like, look up something like the Forsythia, right? Just an example. And let's look at how that is deciding to destroy itself, which there should be a yeah, it should be in our plant class. I just want to make sure of that. And then we have on destroy functions for special particles for this. So where's my plant class defined? I don't remember. Class plant. And this should work for most things that need to be dug up, if not everything. There might be some things that are not using the plant, the plant class, that are older that need to be moved over to this newer system, but that's for another day. Okay, so then what we could probably do is we can check for game.world.tool, and inside here, let's have this just say, well, we already have a constant for tool, right? So we can just have something that says tool type is that constant. Not for net though, for shovel, right? And then inside here, we can say if game.world.tool. Oh, that's for planting. Hold on, what? Is this for destroying? Oh, it is. Yeah, this is fine, I think. Yeah, I don't know why I have the function called plant when it's more so like pick. Whatever, it's fine. All right, so if game.world.tool and game.world.tool type is our shovel, then we're going to do different things, and this stuff will probably be changed. Really, okay, so we're going to have to do other checks. It's supposed to be .tool type. Right now, there's a few ways to go about this. I guess we'll do it this way. This is fine. There might be a way that's more optimized I can do it instead, where instead of each plant looking for a shovel placement, you know, instead we have each shovel dig look for plants. That might be probably more efficient, but I mean, whatever, I don't care right now. We probably don't need this. Most of this is not really needed, but when it is getting destroyed, we will need to run these bits of code. We won't have to release there, I don't think. We'll need some sort of... All right, let's comment this out. We'll need some sort of check for where we have our most recent hole. Let me look at this. Yeah, right. It's just that, like, if we had a really big open area of this brown area, I don't know, that would look weird. I get the idea of it, just it's just the programming of all the effort of modeling and programming that logic for what good reason, really, and then for if they're too connected for it to look like shit. But I guess that's not really that much of a concern, because overall, in general, it would probably look a little bit better. And connected holes as they are anyway, like if you have them in a grid, look like shit anyway. So I guess overall it would be slightly better, but like I don't know, I don't want to model and program all that right now. Maybe we'll do that once the game is like at a more finished state and I can just add stupid polish like that. Then we can do that. Allows players to plant crops, and then you got Farmville. Well, would it be necessarily for digging then though? Maybe that would be more for like using a hoe or something, and then those should connect, right? The hoed terrain model should connect, and not necessarily the holes, right? Something like that would make more sense, maybe. Because why, like, you don't need to dig connected holes like this. I don't know. We'll see. So maybe when we get to the whole connected thing, which actually would be really easy because they don't have to be holes. So I can just have it so the model just connects automatically, like just one model that connects on all four sides anyway, right? That would actually be fairly easy to do. So that's something we can do in the future. And I don't even have to figure out and update all the neighboring models and everything. I'll just make a better model to begin with that automatically connects. Okay, so what are we doing with this thing? We have to detect placements, right? So, or where the holes are. So in this, when we place a hole, we need to do something. I'm not sure how I want to do this, but in theory, we can have our tool. This is our update of our tool, right? Yeah. In theory, we can just say this dot hole position equals our hole position, and we're going to do this a little bit further down, right? This would probably work. I don't know if this is a great way to do this, and then just we'll reset it so it'll always catch it on the next loop. As long as we get it within that loop, it should be fine. As long as we're updating everything every frame, I'm not 100% sure we are, but I think we are. Then in theory, this would work. And then all we'd have to do here is, as long as this has a position that I want to use, yeah, this X and this Z. So then we would just need to have another Boolean. I know it's kind of a shitty long conditional, but whatever. Then we would just need to do a 2D math distance check thing. Actually, we don't even need to check that. We can just check if they're all the same. But just in case there's like a weird offset sometimes, I'll just make sure the distance is within a certain threshold, I suppose. Instead, I probably could just be comparing them and make sure they're exactly the same. That's probably unnecessary what I'm doing, but it doesn't really matter. Okay, so if we're updating everything every frame and stuff, if I refresh now, that should work for any of the plants that use this class. I don't know if every one of my plants are using the new plant class. I hope they are. I will waste time on random features eventually. That's every single stream, so. Okay, so there's a whole. What the fuck is up with this camera? Why? I don't get it. Okay, we should probably work on the camera issue. I don't understand it, but whatever. I gotta wait for this fucking shit to catch up. Okay, so if we dig here, oh man. So maybe, okay, so maybe this model is not using the plant class. Let's get to a forsythia, because I know those are using the, well, at least I'm pretty sure those are using the new plant class. Maybe I can update the old whatever thing that I was using for lavender as well. Just have it working on everything right now. But let's see if it works on this. Yes. Awesome. So, I mean, there's no animation to it yet, and we can just spam the click and everything, but at least it's a little bit better than what we had. Now, what we can do also to make it a little bit easier to play is instead of lerping to our closest grid unit, right, to have our hole, right? There's our shovel. Instead of, you know, if our shovel is more like over here or whatever, right? A little bit too far over. but well, that's not the best way to show this. But basically, if we were like in between units, right, it would lerp to be over on top of a unit, right? But instead of just lerping to the nearest unit, maybe we should also see if there's a plant nearby, because sometimes with the camera it might be a bit hard to tell. Well, I guess we can do it like over here. Right, so if we had a plant here and there was no other plants nearby and you tried to dig, I don't know, over here instead, because maybe the camera, you couldn't really tell where the plant was, where the center point of the plant was, right? So by default, it would have lerped to here. But maybe we can be a bit more intelligent about it and say, oh, the player probably means to dig up the plant. So instead lerp to this one and not the closest one, which would be this one. You know, something along those lines. That might be one way to go about it. I want to make sure that it's definitely spawning the whole model on the one that we dig up. I know it's the ones that we don't dig up, but I want to make sure it's doing it for the ones we do dig up. Yes, it is. Okay. It is a little bit difficult to tell exactly where you should be digging. If I lowered my tool down a little bit and also had it so it was in front, because right now it's just lerping, so it can go kind of behind the shovel, which is a bit odd. In theory, we should be doing some sort of math, so we're always like in front of the shovel. All right, I want to see how we're destroying these ones that aren't under the plant class, like these. It's probably a shitty way that I'm not going to enjoy. Yeah. Oh, I have to update so much shit. Shouldn't just dig into the cursor position. Well, it's digging. Currently, it's digging, you know, with the shovel position, right, where it's just getting the rounded value on the grid on X and Z, right? What do you mean by cursor position? Like my actual mouse cursor? Well, first of all, it's not even attached here because normally it'd be locked, right? So we don't really have a cursor position because excuse me, technically the cursor when it's locked is like locked right in the center. So the only thing we can base it off of really is our shovel position, which we are doing. The player is going to dig where they want to dig, first instinct. Well, they're not going to really see the mouse cursor. They're going to see, okay, so if we go, I'm only doing that because like I'm in console and shit, but if it's the same way as the net, because that's how it's going to be, we just click to get into the net, you know, the only thing you see is the net. So it's going to be the same exact way. It's just that currently I have to go into console, but this is what they would first see, right? Just like this, when they go into the shovel tool. Okay, so at least some of our things are using the updated plant entity thing, class thing. Where the hell? Why can't I? Okay. Yeah, it's hard to figure out where you're digging, especially when the grass is in the way and stuff. I think I might do a more top-down camera. I think that will be beneficial to this. So let's do that. So where do we want to do that? That is inside init, which really needs to be moved. Should have like a tool file to move all this shit into. But yeah, camera, not so great. So that is here. Let's just throw different things in console to see what looks best. But I want it to be much more top down. So if we have math.py, or half pi will do. I think this would be top down, or maybe inverse. Okay, so that's top down, which actually wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Kind of would be, because for certain plants the billboarding would be bad. We could disable grass in this view and that would be okay, but yeah, like we'd have issues like that. So let's bring it down a little bit. Maybe this view would be a bit better. I don't, if my camera wasn't freaking out. Yeah, you know, that might be a bit better. This fucking camera. I gotta figure out the camera shit. Let me move over here. And then I have to manually put the camera rotation in. Okay, that still is probably a little bit too top down, but it's much easier to see where you're going to be digging. Maybe that. You know, that might be a bit better. Okay, that's using the old stuff that's shitty, that needs to be updated in every line, every file. I don't know why the camera has to freak out. I gotta figure out this camera shit. Let's see what we're doing with the player position. What is our false position set to? Are we updating that? Oh, we're doing that, but we're not changing it on the Y. Okay, so then if we just did, I mean, this is kind of shitty, but if we did something like this, equals, I guess, this value, I suppose. Really, it shouldn't even matter what the player's Y position is, but since it clearly does, I'm pretty sure that's what's breaking. Let's just update the shitty way. This whole code is going to be rewritten one day anyway. Okay. Hopefully that fixes the camera issues. It looks like it does, so that's good. Okay. Yeah, but our camera needs to be rotated up a bit. I think I liked 2/3. It doesn't really make sense because it's in radians, so it's just a number that I chose that I thought looks good. Okay, yeah, it's a bit better. But yeah, it still needs a bit more tweaking. I don't know how much more I want to work on this stream. I kind of want to take a break from this and work on something else. But, you know, it's working-ish. And, okay, that's using the old dig method, yeah. A lot of these are going to need to be updated to use the nice new classes, the ES6 classes. But at least some of them work. I mean, I do want the camera more top down, but then it looks like shit on the billboarded stuff. Maybe we could be a little bit more careful about how I billboard in this view. I don't know. See how bad this is. It's not that bad at 0.75 with the billboarding and stuff. Yeah, I might prefer this. It's a bit better. And the billboarding isn't terrible. That's the old one. So if this had the animations on it, this would be pretty good. Oh, that's weird. It's awkward. Okay, so the area that we're clamping to, it's not letting me move forward enough. That's easy to do. It's all based off our camera rotation. So those values will need to be tweaked once I figure out what camera rotation I actually want. I think this is better. Maybe bring it down just a tiny bit. Playability wise, like top down is like the best, right? But then as far as like looks wise, it's not so great. Let's do top down again just to get a feel for it again. We can disable the shitty billboard and grass, but then we have issues like this, right? The stuff right in the middle that's getting billboarded looks weird. All right, so about 0.7 of 90 degrees is an okay middle ground. I also don't know if I love how I'm doing the flipping for the shovel. I might change how I'm doing that. So it's not at the midpoint of the screen, it's more so with the cursor direction. But that's not super important to fix right now. And then, yeah, I also probably want the shovel to be a bit lower. It's a bit awkward with some of these trees. I have to figure that out. If we turn our camera's near clip to be out further, that might help. But at least it functions, and we have our little model spawning in. Yeah, I don't know if I want to keep working on this feature or if I'd rather do something else, since this is like 70% implemented, I'm going to call it. Let me go to my notes. Let's just do this syntax highlighting. So this is digging for harvesting plants. I'll call it 60% done, because there's still quite a bit to do. We need to have the better, yeah, there's quite a bit to do. We have to lerp the position. We have to choose the position better. We have to add the animations and particles, and we also have to update all of our old plants, either to use the new class or to at least just have the old method but use the new tool. I really should be using the new ES6 class. I just don't know how hard it will be to make it do that. Okay. Maybe I'll model some small structures in Blender just to have maybe like a well or a statue or something. I also have some ideas that I might want to work on for underwater. I wish I could fix indoor placements, but I know I shouldn't do that on stream because I'll just get pissed off. Maybe village layouts. Village layouts or modeling. Let's do a village layout. Let's make one really good village layout and force that to be the only one, and then we'll add more over time. Maybe another one tonight, but let's make one really good one. I have to find a village, so I'll walk around for a little bit, have everything look pretty, enjoy how the game looks, and then I'll hopefully find a village in a few minutes. Let me also down here write add better LODs for models. I'm not 100% sure how I want to do my, let's turn my player speed up as well. How I want to do my village layouts. I'll use just my old method or version until I have it worked out how I want to do it. It still might not even be like, you know, how we're going to leave it forever, and might not even be like the greatest layout. I just want a layout that's better than what we have because currently they're pretty shit. And we used to have good ones, and then I changed stuff about how the layout size worked, and now we have bad ones. This is a decent amount of properties and small structures spawning. So we, just in this little stroll, there's this property that we can purchase. There's this fire pit small structure over there. We passed a couple fire towers on the way. There's another fire tower up there. Obviously, variety needs to be increased, but density is fairly good. And then the only thing that I'm able to really outpace easily still is the grass. I don't know what the hell's up with the grass. I guess the generation I wrote for it was shit. AFK, okay. Yeah, it's just the grass that I can outrun. It's pretty annoying. Wonder if that's a village or if that's a property up there. I feel like it might be for a village because it flattened a very large area up there. I don't know if my player run speed is turned up high enough to run up this mountain. It's pretty steep. Struggling, but yeah, maybe not. Oh, maybe. Almost there. Okay, but it's for a property anyway. Where are the villages? And I guess I have to fix the terrain world tools that happen sometimes. It probably is something to do with it requesting a buffer, and then by the time it gets back, something isn't still there. So what I should do is just force it to recreate a buffer or something along those lines, or recreate an entity if it receives the message back. Probably what I should be doing. Where are the villages? And that's moving towards a mesa biome, which isn't the worst thing. I just don't love that biome. There's lots of properties, lots of small structures. Maybe I need to increase the density of villages. Why is this so hard to do? I wanted to find a village. Okay, we're gonna teleport. Maybe also refresh. I don't know. Why is that so rainforesty when it said it was temperate? We could just turn the village frequency up to like 100% for testing purposes. I just figured. I mean, in some ways, it's nice to walk around to really have a feel of what my densities are at. But at the same time, it's kind of annoying. I think the density is at 20% on villages, I think. Yeah. It should be like pretty good though. That's like 1 in every 5 village size grid units. Maybe this is a one for up here, but it's probably for a property. Yeah, it's for a property. It's too small to be a village. Or maybe even a small structure, but why don't I see anything? It's very strange. I may have to look at my small structure code. Because maybe we allow it to not spawn something every time, which I kind of want it to always spawn something. Yeah, I don't know fully what's going on with this. Terrain looks pretty cool though here though. I kind of like it. Like, look at that mountain. I like those boulders and everything. Looks nice. I'm gonna like name this on my map something. Cool boulders. So now I'll have this position saved in my save data. I guess my trees weren't fully loaded in, so maybe the trees are going to cover them. Yeah, the trees do kind of cover them. Oh well. To chop them down. So maybe this is telling me, oh, this looks like it could be a village. But maybe this is telling me that I should be upping my village spawn frequency rate. But I'm pretty sure this is a village because this is a really, really big flat area that it spawned in. Yeah, it needs to generate everything around me. But this should definitely be a village. Should be. Swear to God. This is definitely supposed to spawn in a village. This is super flat. There'd be no reason for the terrain generation to randomly make it this flat. Okay, it is a village. This is the rows of buildings. It just needs to generate. Yep, right here is the village. So I want them to be bigger. I need better layouts. I need a lot of stuff to be better. I may also change the time of year to be one that has more decorations to test out if I like this or not for the layouts. Because just the regular time of year doesn't have a whole lot of decorations. We probably will have more seasonal decorations that are not necessarily just for holidays, but just, generic winter, spring, fall, summer. Just decoration type stuff going on. All right, so here's a village. Finally found one. If I go into my tools, okay. So this is how we have our layouts. They're pretty shitty how I'm doing this, but it's okay. So let's just generate a new one. How do I? Okay. And I'll start from. I don't know how I want to do this. The size is not perfect, and the size isn't really correct. I kind of want to test some stuff out about this. So let's just spawn in a bunch of road as a test. And if we go into one of our village files, I think it's this one. Yeah. Let's force our layout to just be that. I want to see how accurately it's being placed with the flat terrain generation, both offset and just scale. So now if we go into this, I might want to change a few things about it, but let's load this. I may have to also spawn those little X's over everything to stop the plants from generating. I don't remember. I don't think I have to do that. No, I don't have to do that. It should automatically do that. So hopefully I did that right. There's only one village layout for to choose from, so we should just have a flat, like paved area. Okay. Now we can see it's definitely either offset or scaled incorrectly or both, but it did at least spawn the stuff in. This area is not perfectly flat, right? So this should not be part of the, either we need to change it so it needs to be perfectly flat, or it shouldn't be part of the terrain. I think I might change a little bit of the code that if it's close enough to a value to make it perfectly flat, just make it perfectly flat. And that might fix most of our issues. The scale, let's see. Let's turn my player speed up. Chrome is so annoying. Okay, so walk over this way. So it definitely shouldn't still be generating here. All right, scale is just a little bit too big. Just a tiny bit. These areas I need to fix, so these areas should be flat probably. And we could just go in a little bit, but no, I want to have it so if it's over like 95%, how much it should be flat, then just make it flat. So that's part of, I don't know where that is. That's probably part of terrain gen. Village, yeah. And then I don't know exactly how I want to do this. I can have a conditional, but that shouldn't be, or I can do it like more mathematically. So I can say like percent plus equals, and then percent, whoops, minus 0.95, and then clamp that and multiply it, right? That'd be one way to do it. Or instead of that, we can just say math dot max, right? And then 0, and then this value times 20. No, actually I'd want more than 20, I think, right? Because at 95, so let's just have a conditional maybe, or just multiply this a lot. So we'll go 10 times faster once it's at 95%. On top of the value that was already at. Let's see if this is an improvement in what this does. And I actually might want to change that so it doesn't take this simplex into account yet. Yeah, you know what? I don't want to use that simplex. So for the final 5% of where it's smoothing that terrain out, we just kind of just snap it to 100%. So either doing something wrong, or 5% is not enough. So I'm trying to get rid of these dips. There were other dips that were more subtle that I cared about a little bit more than these ones, because these ones like are pretty deep. I mean, I don't mind them that much. They probably should be dipping a bit here. The more subtle ones I might have actually gotten rid of, so it's harder to test this now. It's hard to say. Maybe it was like these ones. Maybe I fixed some of them. Or maybe it was these ones. All right, so maybe 90, maybe that 5% was too little, or maybe I'm doing something wrong. I'm not quite sure. But let's do like 90%. All right, so that's for the final 10%. Let's see if that's an improvement. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Am I just not using a large enough value, or am I just way off in what I'm doing? Looks the same. So let's do 70%? 75%. I'm gonna do a hard refresh again just to like make sure this is all working. Okay, hopefully it worked this time. Actually does seem like it's working. I mean, we don't want to be too strong with that snapping, because then we will see a very harsh edge. But yeah, that definitely looks like it's an improvement. And it probably, hopefully, was fine to do that, because in theory, we're doing it a small enough amount where those values, you know, were just little bumps anyway. So we're just getting rid of little bumps. We're not doing anything too sharp. So hopefully that's the case. It looks fairly fine. There's this whole valley here, but that's still pretty close to the edge, so it should be fine. All right, so the scale is off, and the offset is probably also off because we're not going from the center. I kind of want to be going from the center, so maybe I should change how we're doing some things with the layout. Probably should be doing that. Let me think. The reason why I don't want to do that, though, is depending how I end up storing these and compressing them, having them unsigned for the coordinates is kind of nice. If we were doing it from center out, you know, then we'd have negative coordinates, so we'd have to assign those. It's kind of nice having them unsigned. So maybe I'll just try to leave it that way. Okay. I want to differentiate these corners somehow. So like in one corner, I'll have a bunch of street lamps going towards the center. And then in another corner, I'll have, I don't know, some buildings. Oh, those are different than I thought. Whatever, they'll overlap, but this is just for testing. I don't know if this is really how I want to do it. Should just need to do 2 corners, right? And that should be fine. Whatever, this will be fine. I want to bring it in quite a bit though. Do I have that size house? I think, do I have that size house? I might not. No, I think I do. I'm not actually sure what the hell I'm doing with this. I just want to look at that game. Figure out which corners are which. Where the hell are these layouts being stored? Oh, not this file. This file. Yeah, it's fine. Welcome back, any guy. Okay, so we need to find the corner that has, okay, so here's the corner that has a bunch of street lamps. And then that's the corner with the overlapping houses. Okay. Well, I'm still, I don't know exactly when you left what I was working on, because I have bad memory, but right now, you know, we have our village here, working on the village layout. I'm trying to figure out the offsets and scales that we want to use for the village. I probably should have done an opposite corner instead of both sides, but you know, here's our village. I'm making a perfectly flat terrain right now with just a, you know, paved road, and then I want to see with this village size what we're working with here. Now I kind of want to, yeah. So in the layout, let's open up that tool for layout viz or whatever it's called. Oh, yeah, you're right, Guinea Guy. You are right. Thank you. I need to fix this overlay stuff too. Improving village layouts. All right, let me make sure that updates on the overlay. Okay, thank you. Should be fixed now. All right, so we have this layout stuff. I probably should be trying to save this as well. Yeah, I should. But I need to redo it anyway, so I guess it doesn't really matter. All right, so it's offset. So we're gonna update these layouts so they start at 0, right? So at least that will be a little bit better about them. Where am I doing that? Yeah, so here, I want that to be brought down to 0. We don't want any of that red shit. Just want to have this done properly. Oh, and then there's this whole side panel that's covering up stuff that we don't want. So we need to update the DOM container on that. Yeah, I figured I need it, right? Because like sometimes, even though it's very infrequent, but sometimes people will say something on the YouTube thing or Mixer. So people need to know what I'm talking about. Otherwise, they'll think I'm talking to people inside my head. Okay, so we need to move this whole layout over. Do I have some CSS stuff going on for this? Probably. Layout, Elm. Yeah. How much does it need to be moved over? Uh, 200. 200 is good, yeah. And then the top, was that offset? Oh, it was. I'm gonna bring that back down to 0 pixels. All right, let's see if that's better. Bring it, have a bit of padding on there. Why is it still a cutoff? Huh, that's weird. Okay. Maybe I was doing something weird somewhere. Or we're also moving it negatively somewhere. Whatever, that's better. Still kind of too much. I might want to bring this one out 5 pixels. Okay, so that whole red zone shit we need to get rid of. I don't know where I was doing that. Where was I doing that? It's okay, we'll figure it out. And then I don't know what size we want it to be. And then we don't need that anymore. Right, and then size will have to be a new value that we have to figure out what it's supposed to be. Where's that stupid red shit going on? Here. Okay, much better. So I'm probably gonna re-export the layout again. The offset is definitely wrong now. And the scale is almost definitely way off now. Yeah, let's change the scale because I know it's going to be wrong. The size, let's do just like 50. We can probably figure out, god damn it, how did I do that again? I accidentally opened that up with a keyboard shortcut. Get rid of that. KB. Did I press that? I don't think I did. Weird. Let's do 50. Let's get rid of these annoying layouts. Just have 0. Just one layout right now. Oh, okay, so we're offsetting things. Huh. How did that happen? Whoops, that's not what I meant. Is that Atom Text Editor? This is a Sublime Text. I kind of do want to use Atom sometimes, especially because of this. Hold on. This is like the sole reason I want to use Atom. Let's get a file open here that makes sense. What is all this shit? I think I have it enabled, I think. Yeah. Ready for this? Oh, the screen. Why is the screen shake like that? The screen shake's not supposed to be that bad. Damn it. Oh, where's the settings for that fucking tool? How come when I was testing with screen shake before it wasn't so bad? What is it called? I forget what. Okay, hold on. Where's the settings for this fucking thing? How do I do this? I think there's sound effects too, but I don't have headphones on. Where's the settings? How do I change settings? There's supposed to be a settings file that can change things for this, but I don't know how to get to it. Where the fuck? Anybody have any idea how to do that? You would think I should just be able to find it by this, right? I have to find the actual file, which I have no idea where it is. I want to go to the settings file for this. Packages, if I do it this way maybe. How open folder? I have to like find the packages folder or something and then I'll go to that settings thing. I don't know where the folder is stored for that. Packages, okay, maybe in here. Okay, so packages, settings. Okay, that's, yeah, okay, here we go. Okay, why is screen shake so crazy? Because when I was testing that before, okay. What are the default values of this? So let's do 3 and 1, sure. Okay, how do we save this? Okay, there we go. So now, I don't have anything to type here, but programming is so fun. So when I'm being an amazing programmer, it'll look like I'm being an amazing programmer. That's the sole reason I like Atom. The screen shake was just way too intense before. I mean, the particles were kind of too intense too, but I mean, yeah, looks wise, they look pretty similar. I mean, it's basically Atom and Sublime are extremely similar text editors. Another reason not to use Atom. What are you talking about? It's amazing. I wish Sublime had that package, but I don't think they allow that much control over like the UI as Atom does. Oh, this fucking Chrome is the worst, man. Holy shit. Fuck you, Chrome. I can't. This is awful. I just want to know what the offsets are. So why? Oh, man. Alright, this might be a bit better. Okay, layout so left, why? Somewhere I'm changing the left position based off the size, I guess. So I should try to figure out where I'm doing that in JavaScript. Well, I mean, I get what you're saying, Guinea Guy, but that's also one of the pluses in my eyes because, I mean, what does it really matter as long as it's running well enough, which it didn't used to, and it still might not, but maybe I think they've made improvements over in the years. But what does that really matter, especially when you end up having more control over your packages, right? So you can have cool particle effects and stuff. 600 megabytes of RAM. Okay, I guess. I didn't really check RAM usage. It used to be really terrible for large files, Atom, and it still might be not so great. But it used to be worse. I know they made improvements on it. Okay, so let's look at where we're changing the layout Elm position somewhere. Maybe here? Oh. So we're x minus 1 times 15. C minus 4 times 15. I don't know why I'm doing these subtractions. I probably don't want to be. There's probably some weird offset thing I was figuring out before. I don't know. Oh, I accidentally pressed that insert thing. I mean, I guess I could just If we're not changing the layout size too much, I can just update that CSS thing. It's not really that big of a deal. I think it's associating it with the layout size, but it doesn't really matter right now. Okay, so let's have our new layout, export it with this being the layout. I want to delete that one. Okay. And again, we'll bring in this one and the other one. Now we want to do the opposite corner this way. And then I'll probably know which one is the offset and then which one is the scale that needs to be fixed. I'm going to bring this a bit further. Okay, let's just see what this does. Any reason you have not tried VS Code? I personally prefer Sublime, but it seems to be more popular by a lot. No, it's not really a reason. Probably because, I don't know, it's VS Code on Mac. Probably because I come from Mac and I just use the same shit that I was using on Mac. What is VS Code? Visual Studio. Oh, right, Visual. Okay, I didn't even know what VS Code was, but Visual Studio. I have heard of this. Is this on Mac? I don't even know. Maybe it is. I mean, it's developed by Microsoft, so maybe not. Maybe it comes from a hate of Microsoft. I don't know. Do I really want to use this? Probably not. Maybe we'll try it one day. Does it have nice package control? It's extensions. I guess that's basically the same thing, right? Maybe one day. I don't know. I've been so mad at Microsoft lately because of my struggles with fucking Windows being a piece of shit. Visual Studio Code is not Visual Studio, by the way. Why? See, this is why Microsoft is stupid. So I have to look up Visual Studio Code. So, hold on. Is that what I had open before? Yeah, I think it is. Okay. I'll download it right now anyway, just to maybe play around with it for a couple seconds. It has multiple cursor selection, right? Because I need that. That's why I like Sublime over other text editors years ago. But like now, I think probably all of them have it. I'm sure this one does have it. It's fucking, I hate Windows. So I want to run that as an administrator. Fucking piece of shit. And it still says that. I don't know. Whatever. Okay. I don't know, Steve. I mean, probably don't. It shouldn't be that hard to set up, though. That's the issue. All I did was try to like just install Windows. Like, it should just do it right. I shouldn't have to know how to do shit. It should do it for me. I guess we'll launch it. Just make a new file to fuck around in. I just want to make sure. I'm curious, like, how different our controls are. So, like, can I still do how multiple cursors? Is that it's weird highlighting? Hold on. Let me grab a bit of code from this file. Sure. Let's grab that. Paste this in. Can we? Okay, we can do this, right? So if I type in, Also, I hope this is fuzzy search, but it doesn't look like it is. Enable syntax highlighting, whatever. All right, whatever. I already don't really like how it's highlighting stuff. Okay, there's my multiple cursors. All right, maybe it's okay. I don't know. Maybe I'll try it in the future. I'll keep it in mind. Well, did it earn its popularity, or is it just because it's Microsoft, right? So, like, you know, since everybody's already using Windows and shit, maybe that's just what, like, the average person will go to. I don't know. It depends who's using it, but I guess it'd be more so. I don't know. All right, let me just see how this looks in game. They don't push it hard as far as I can tell. Well, maybe it'll be good. I don't mind the whole fact that it's a browser. I mean, like, I have RAM. I don't care. I don't think my RAM's ever like struggling. So, I mean, yeah, it's a bit silly to like be using extra stuff, but like, eh. All right. So here's our layout. So this should be the side that is using scale, and the other side should be the side that's using offset. Let's see how this aligns. This actually looks okay on this side, maybe not. And then our offset, if I'm thinking of these correctly, yeah, our offsets definitely needs to be pushed in, which means that's going to move our scale, so that needs to be brought in as well. Now, we can change the size of our village, right? So I'm going to do this, I'm going to at least try to do this a little bit elegantly, where the offset is at least calculated relative to the size of our village, so we won't really have to change the offset, and we'll just have to change the scale parameter, but that needs to come in like a lot, quite a bit, which makes sense because we're smoothing that terrain over like a third of its units on all sides, I think. It had a bug, but script people. No, it wasn't. Where it was rendering the text cursor at 60 FPS and draining people's batteries. I'm pretty sure it's because they were using request animation frame for cursor flashing. You'd think it like wouldn't. I don't know. Like, it's weird that stuff ends up mattering that much though. It's like, I don't know. Like, it just shouldn't, even using like WebKit, or I always call it that, request animation frame. I mean, is there really that much overhead to it? I guess there could be. All right, so our scale or our offset goes all the way beyond how much I place those. So let me go into our village code, and I don't know 100% where I have this. Yeah, probably here. Maybe not. Maybe here. Okay, here we have an offset. So instead of dividing this by 2, which I don't know why I was doing before, a third of the village side should be the correct offset, because that is the amount of units we're using to gently slope the terrain to the right position. So if I refresh that, let's see if that brings us any closer. what is this and why is this here? Why does this seem the same? Am I editing the wrong side? Confused. Are we not using that offset correctly? Maybe I'm not. Maybe yeah, maybe I'm not. That isn't where we're doing that. I don't think we're using this at all because yeah, let's just comment out those lines. That was silly of me. Okay, so here, this is for subtracting. I hope that's right. I think we should be adding. Now we want to do something like this, and then we can get rid of our shitty magic numbers, which is good. Well, at least mostly getting rid of the shitty magic numbers. We could probably improve it a little bit and get rid of that 3 entirely, dividing by 3, by setting that to some sort of value somewhere for like the village properties, which we might be currently doing that. I don't remember, but I don't care right now. I just want to figure out what it should be, which hopefully is this, and then we're pretty okay to go. Okay, we can maybe even bring that in further since we're doing that whole R3 plus 3 magic numbers gone. Yeah. No, but like where we're generating the terrain, we're also doing this, so we should store it as a value that we can change in both places. I'm just a bit lazy. I don't feel like finding that area. Now, since we were doing it negative before, maybe we should be doing that again, because it's very strange. It did stop the spawns, like it's not spawning the trees and grass and stuff over here, but it also, we don't see like the road and stuff or the lamps. Oh, and that's correct. That's the right way we're doing that, unless we want to have plus equals here. Yeah, maybe we do. Let's try this. I don't know. And what did we have before? We had 4 times 15. Oh, we might have to multiply it by 4. No, we shouldn't have to. Maybe divide it by 4. Because our local x is in... No, it seems fine. That's where we set it to grid x and grid z. Very strange. So it actually looked fairly correct like this. I just didn't see our entities. I might have to update that function in a different place as well. Let's see, where were we doing 4 times 15? We're doing that anywhere else in this file? No. It's weird. Why was it turning off the trees and the grass and everything but not showing us the road? Maybe let's see, how was I doing this? If we're using grid then. Alright, Steve Wade, thanks for joining. I'll see you again soon. Have a good night. I could probably get rid of this. Yeah, I should be doing it from the center. Maybe I still could. That'd be based off layout size, so it doesn't really matter. I don't want to store the values off center again because I like having those as unsigned integers. So this is like kind of working. Maybe I want to be logging some values out. Maybe I don't know, maybe there's some weird floating point stuff going on with this part. Even though I don't think so, because then we're doing seal here, which should fix all that as long as we continue using grid X and grid Z from there. I guess we're not necessarily. Why am I setting grid X and grid Z and then here we're doing different things? Okay, so maybe, yeah, maybe this should be, I don't know, round it. That could be why things are breaking, hopefully. I know that those parentheses are not necessary, but I like to go parentheses happy. I guess round. See if that makes a difference. Hopefully it does. Hold on, I want to look at something real quick. I'm gonna make this way bigger so I can see it. Huh, the dots, the ellipsis or whatever it's called, are like not, they're like too high up. I don't know what scale that was at, but whatever. Can I reset the scale? Will that work? Or hold on. Let me try something real quick. I don't know how to do it. That's okay. It's fine. How did that break it worse? Right, because we were originally adding that. Now it's the same thing, but somehow worse now. Weird. Maybe I should be setting my offset higher up, but that shouldn't really matter. It's very strange. So I'm pretty sure just this worked. And this should basically be returning the same values, other than more precise values, which should be a better thing. I really hate how lately, but I guess also just always. Excuse me. The things that I think are gonna take like 5 minutes end up taking an hour. Hate that. Is it working now? So I just refreshed. No, it's not. What the fuck? All right, so if I go back to this, that's gonna work, I think. Right, we weren't doing something else, were we? Oh, maybe we were. Okay, never mind. I just forgot the changes we made. Okay, now if we do this, will this work? I forgot that I flipped it. That I did put it back. Oh, I'm so yawny. I'm sorry. I'm making you guys yawn. Okay. Okay, that's better. Much, much, much better. Well, I was Guinea Guy. And I still am. But I gotta stream. There's shit to get done, right? What choice do I have? So in theory, this is about the right place to start having the village. Yeah, I mean, yeah, life is pretty shitty because, like I've been saying, I still have work somewhat. I mean, it's not as much work because um, there's not as much work to go around because of the whole pandemic, but I still have some clients that I have to work for. So I work during the day, I stream during the night. I don't sleep a whole lot. It's not the best. All right, so this is pretty good. The scale just needs to be changed. Now, the starting place actually looks pretty accurate, which it should be because we're doing a third of the village, which should be pretty much what we want. We can actually probably push it a bit further out because we're doing that thing where it is a third of the village, but for like the final 25% of that third, we're just clamping it to 1. So we can probably bring that back a little bit. I don't think I really want to. Yeah, I don't think I want to. I'm fine with having a little forced flatness. And part of that is because if it's near a mountain, you get some weird like overflow of like boulders and stuff that could start coming into the village. So the only thing we need to do is tweak the scale. And we can probably figure out pretty easily the mathematical scale of this, right? Instead of just like guessing numbers. Because if we have our I think it's our village dot properties dot scale or size, right? I believe, if I'm thinking this correctly, so 1/3 is one side. Each side has a third taken off, right? So that's 2/3 taken off. So that's 1/3 left, right? So that's 153. And then I think since our grid units are 4 units large, that gives us 38. So I think our scale of our village in that layout should be 38. So if I go into our layout tool and where I just guessed 50 before, I think the correct number is 38. Now, is that good enough? Do I want to make them larger? I don't know. I mean, I have that option. I have that choice to make it larger in the future. It's not really that big of a deal. I don't know if that's going to be large enough. Let me just look around real quick and have a feel for how large this flat area is for all the stuff that we're going to want to do with it in the future. It's not going to extend quite that far. Maybe I should have the new layout first and then try to figure out if it's big enough. So it's going to be part of this. Is that big enough? Maybe. And now I don't need to spawn as many of these. Hold on. Like that. Let's just have them on all 4 corners now that we have this basically figured out. Maybe just 1. That should be fine. But it should be fairly easy to scale it up. As long as that offset is correct, which it is now, it should be fairly easy to scale it up later on. So let's try that out and see if that 38 scale is correct. And we'll walk around the perimeter and just make sure the road is perfectly flat. Because if it's not, it'll be really easy to notice because we're not like distorting the road. So it'll just be like a floating brick. It'll be really, really easy to see that gap. Okay, so it wasn't perfect. Let's try to estimate how far off we were. Looks like maybe 1 or 2 units. I think 1. No, I think 2. Oh, no. That was just because the terrain wasn't generated yet. Okay, we're good. We're perfect. That's like the perfect size to fit inside of this. And right here is that gap, that little gap of forced flatness, which we might bring a little bit closer, maybe. But it doesn't really matter. All right, good. So this is currently our max size of our village. We could fit quite a bit in here, I think. Let's try to make a better layout now that we have that done. How I'm going to go about that, I don't know. It might not be perfect. What the fuck just happened? Moved everything. It doesn't matter. All right, yeah, I'm not sure how I'm going to do this yet, but let's just start spawning stuff in and see what looks best. Should have like little tooltips on what these different things are. I more or less don't know what they all are doing. I don't know if I have any small merchants. I also don't really know. I don't think I have any things that are that size. All right, whatever. Let's just get started. I wish I had my old layouts. I do have them still, but they're commented out to compare to because I had some nice layouts in the past. Let me enable this one. It's going to be offset and probably cut off, but I want to just see what this is doing. Any of these going to work right? I would have expected it to show something. Oh, I'm in the wrong file, aren't I? Yeah. Do I still have them saved in here? I have some stuff saved. Okay. So let's just overwrite. I don't know if this is the one that I want, but let's see. This one is okay. Yeah, but it's at like a weird off scale and stuff. Okay. Which is a bit surprising. What if I grab this one? I just want to compare and see if that's doing the same thing. Okay. All right. So let's just start sketching some shit out. I really don't know what I want this to look like, but I guess I don't really know how long these are now. We're going to do some testing, right? Why is that not rotating? Do I have to reselect the cursor? I don't think so. Shit. Are these rotating? Okay, those are rotating. But these are not? That's annoying. I want to see how long these actually are compared to our road size. So I'm going to have that and see if that aligns with those 3 units correctly. And then we'll have our building here. That's fine. I'm going to make this a bit different just to see what scale things are and how this looks. Okay, it's not spawning dupes there. That's good. This is supposed to be like our village string lights, that red line. And then we'll put just a couple buildings just to see if they're working with the alignment, which they should be. All right, let's try just that. Let's save it over here so we don't, whoops, lose our work when I refresh. And let's put it, we actually don't have to really do that twice, but it doesn't matter. It's a bit redundant. Okay, so let's refresh this. The size of everything's correct now. And this is just a little test to help me figure out what's working and what's not. Okay, so all right, that's gonna keep spawning trees. That's not necessarily a bad thing right now. Okay, so those are longer than the 3 units that we have them spawning in at. And they might also be offset incorrectly. Maybe. Maybe not. But they're more like 4 units long now. Or, there's some weird shit going on, huh? Those are not the right things there. But why are they not the right things? What is this creating when I use this? 5, that should be right. Maybe we don't have anything for that size. Maybe we're just using this. That would actually maybe make more sense. It probably would. Yeah. Okay, so we actually want like this. Whoops. And this. However, we know that this is much longer than what we're setting it to. I actually don't know which direction though it's incorrect. I can try to guess that. So we're closer to this edge than that edge, I believe. So that means if we go back to here, wherever I have that open, oh, it's pretty centered. But we can check on the building side maybe. Would that be easy to tell? So the one that has that unit. So that means we're going out this direction, it looks like. Yeah. I think, right? Yes. Okay. I have this figured out. Trust me. So that means we want to move this out here. And then we just need to redo the little indicator icon thing for our string lights because they're really supposed to be one longer. Let's see what this does. This should be pretty good. We might as well update it in this file as well. Just make sure it's all good. Okay, let's test that out now. And we should hopefully see buildings. And the string lights don't actually have the light entities on them, but at least they're spawning in somewhat. And I really would like to eventually have villages with height variation on them. I mean, I guess somewhat with terrain, but like I want to have like staircases and then buildings above staircases and stuff. Okay, did I do this in the right direction? Maybe, but it needs to go even further, so it's probably not centered correctly either. Doesn't look like. So we'll have to do some rescaling on that, but it's like kind of there. Now for the yards, how was I doing the yards? I think the yards kind of auto create themselves, I think. So if I got rid of this and moved it back, and I did the same here, would that automatically make yards for those buildings? Or do I have to put some sort of thing down that creates it into a yard? Also, what is that for? That's probably the sidewalk curb thing. This is for planters. Maybe I should have some planters, even though this isn't really centered. Might have to create offsets for these things as well. All right, let's test this out and see if we have yards then, I guess. And let's just do a few different things with this. A couple things I want to test. Probably not going to on the back of the building like that forever, but I want to see which one would it be? Probably this one. if we spawn that here and here, if that puts an end cap on those. Yeah, I definitely want to be able to attach metadata to some of these though. Which we could just manually write in, but we're not using it anyway, so it doesn't make much of a difference. Don't need this open anymore. We don't need this open anymore. We don't need this either. Just these two tabs. And maybe I should build some sort of tool. Yeah, I really should. That'd be cool. Build some sort of tool that would even be nice if we can like live update these things. So I have like a display here that like randomly can regenerate like a 3D version of it. Maybe we'll do that. Okay. Okay, so that was for a wall, which is also offset incorrectly. But I don't know how we were creating our yard. So I got to look at that. I think I have an idea of how we were doing it. Yeah, so we need those X units. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, the whole like live preview thing. Yeah, I would love to create it. Whether or not it's worth the hours it would take to create, I don't know. But on our, yeah, so our, god damn it, I accidentally messed that up. Okay, there we go. Let me see if I did instead maybe this one. This would be more like a curb, but the model's probably still offset. Maybe walls aren't a bad thing either. But yeah, live preview stuff would be definitely cool. And then I don't have to like test every little thing. I mean, I don't have to test every little thing. I'm just trying to get a little bit more comfortable with this tool, and then I can do a lot more in between edits. Is that homemade editor? Yes, it is. And we were just talking about how we should have like a live 3D preview of the random villages it could generate, and then like click regenerate so it has a different random seed on there. That would be ideal. But I don't want to program all that. But I probably will eventually. Okay, so where the fuck are the yards? What am I doing wrong? Let's go back to this layout. Oh no, not in here. In here, to re-enable this layout, disable this layout, and look in this, what we were doing for yards being generated. It's on a 2x4, okay. And then what are we using in the different layout? 2x4, huh? I believe yards and sidewalks and everything, pathways and everything are supposed to be generating on these buildings. I don't know why they're not. Oh, maybe I do. It really only needs to be placed on the initial block, but I think the X's are supposed to be placed down first. Yeah, that should work. And then I'll just get rid of these little curbs since everything needs to be done at the new scale. So everything needs to be remodeled. So we won't have those for now. Okay, so now these should have their little yards. In fact, I want to make it, I guess we'll make it back to Easter time. Just so I can make sure what those models might not have decorations, but either way. Where is Easter? That's inside utils. I want to have some sort of holiday decorations on the building so I can really tell what's going on. It doesn't need to be Easter. It could be it could be Halloween, or where the fuck is that thing that I was doing for that? How was I making it use Easter? I thought I just had the day set. Let's open up the holiday file. Maybe it's in there. Oh, we were maybe forcing this? I don't think we're using that though. Are there still bombs to throw? I remember, and that was pretty much where I left out. Um, there aren't anymore. Maybe we'll add something like that eventually back in, but I don't have a good reason to have bombs in the game, really. And it doesn't necessarily fit in with I mean, yeah, they're fun, but it doesn't really fit in with the rest of the game. But maybe we'll think of a more cutesy, creative way to have bombs. All right, why? How the hell was I doing Easter stuff? I don't remember. It should be. Oh, I think we just need to set our month to 4. Yeah, because they're doing it all. Yeah, so if I just do this, I think that should be April. We're doing it all April long for the Easter decorations in the village. Okay, so hopefully now I have my. Yeah, I think I updated the layout. I have the X's placed down in the right order. In my fake Discord. Why is it a fake Discord? What makes my Discord not real? Okay, there we go. So now we have. Oh, and it pushes them up? I don't actually understand that. Oh, so we'd have 2 wide units. Okay. So then here, yeah, okay, that makes sense. We don't want these. And then we'd have these when they're rescaled at the right scale. Something like here and here, maybe? Hold on, is this placed correctly? Yeah, something like here and here. Let's try that out. Let's make more changes though, instead of having to like refresh every 2 seconds. And then I guess we want to stop placements here. I'm gonna try to make like a half decent-ish layout, and then we'll modify it from there. Oh, I should place down all these X's. It's annoying. I'm gonna force eventually in the this tool that builds the object we need. I'm gonna just have it so it forces certain things in certain orders, so I don't have to be careful about what I'm doing, and it just automatically handles it for me. But let's just try a couple things with this. I really don't know what I want this to look like. I also want to have like corner buildings and stuff, so we don't ever really see the side of a building. It'll just wrap around cleanly. That's something I want to do eventually. Yeah, this is not gonna be a perfect layout. I'm gonna like make a bit of a shitty layout. It's still mostly just testing and see what works. Yeah, I'm not gonna go too crazy with this. I want to make sure I want to see what's happening with these tree planters. So let's just make a. I guess that'd be fine there. Move it out a little bit. Because I don't know if those need to be rescaled as well. And then let's see what these trees inside of it looks like. Yeah, that's not bad. Maybe have another gap here and just kind of make it look the same. Okay, yeah, this layout will be fine. At least it's better than what we used to have probably. But I definitely I don't like seeing the sides of buildings. I want to have like a nice corner to them. So like there's a front-ish on both sides on the buildings that are on street corners. All right, I'm missing a bunch of shit in chat. Oh, set up the Discord. No, I didn't set it up. I'm pretty sure Unpause it set it up. That makes it fake. I don't know how to check that. But yeah, I definitely did not set this up. User settings? No. Yeah, I don't know how to actually look that up. I'm pretty sure it was on pause it. How do you look at these things? Oh well, doesn't matter. Looks like a surprise mouse with earrings. It does. It does. Alright, I actually should actually get rid of these because that stupid fucking order thing. Wait, that's too far forward. I want to have a copy paste thing for this so I could like select this whole area and then copy it and move it down. And ideally like rotate the entire selection and everything. I haven't implemented that yet, but that would be really nice. At least I can not have to click each box and do those like box inserts. I did that too far out, didn't I? Yes, I did. Curious what this will give me. Oh, those are 5 units. Whoops. I do want to have 5 unit ones. Also, why is that? Oh, I'm just doing this really stupidly. I'll get it right eventually. This whole, I don't want to spend too much time on this because this whole layout's probably going to be redone. I'm just trying to get comfortable with this tool again since it's been so long and figure out what changes I want to make to it. So then if I place this here and maybe here, and then I wish this had a center to it, which it doesn't, but it's okay. They can be a little bit off center. Maybe we'll have, I don't know, whatever, it doesn't matter. Let's test that out. Okay, yeah, let's just test this out and see what this looks like. And we should have some of the Easter decorations spawning in. No, I wish I was still using my trackpad. My laptop won't keep up with everything. It's old and like breaking and terrible. But I prefer working on my laptop. If I could afford to buy like a really nice new laptop that can stream all of this, then I would. There's no major change of direction. It's still the same game working on this. I just need to do all the things that I said I was going to do. But like all the gameplay ideas for it are like the same. Yeah, this layout's not the best. It's like an awkwardly narrow pathway. All right, yeah, we're gonna need to work on these. But yeah, it's still the same game. It's just little improvements over time. To try to get to a point where it's playable, and I think we're getting close to that point. Yeah, the how come I'm not seeing Easter decorations? What is the month that it's returning? If I do, we're setting the day. All right, so we're setting the day to 125. So if we do this, 125, that is 4. So we should see Easter decorations on these buildings, but we don't. Huh. That's an awkwardly small room. That's better. And then yeah, here I need to add all those Easter things so they only sell, you know, we don't have all this Halloween and Christmas decor all year round, and they'd only be selling the Easter decor and other generic decor and spring decor right now. I can show you some of the mini games we made, Diver. But I'm just going. There are ways to initialize these mini games outside of console, especially for the fire tower. But since I don't want to walk around and lose my village, I'm just going to init it like this. But we built this mini game a couple weeks ago. Hopefully I'm putting that in console correctly. Let me close this. Did I do that right? Maybe I didn't. Shit. I thought that was the right way to do that. Did I break it, or am I just not remembering how to start it? Am I settled on it? I mean, it's the best I could do, and I'm mostly happy with it. I don't know if this will be like the final version that we'll be using in like 5 years from now, but it's okay. I mean, obviously we're gonna have all the clothes and everything be swappable, so lots of different outfits and faces and hairstyles and skin colors and all that. But just like, you know, as a silhouette of a model, it's the best I can do, and I'll just have to be happy enough with it. All right, what do I have to set on this? I thought it was just a knit. Why do we not see the fire tower? Well, how did I fuck that up? All right, I can show you the Easter one, hopefully, unless I fuck that up too. So just a few days ago, we finished this one. It's not even really fully finished, but it's just a wacky, yeah, it's not really fully finished. It's like 90% finished. Wacky little physics Easter egg painting game for Easter time, or we can paint the pattern on the left in the book, right? And once we do that, we win. The way this would work long term is, you know, they're at Easter time, you'd talk to a villager or whatever, and they'd want you to paint eggs in these certain designs, and then you'd, you know, win something for painting it correctly. I wish I could show you the fire tower mini game. Oh shit, I almost got the wrong color. And, you know, the pattern on the left is randomized each time you play the mini game, so there's different patterns. And the 2 other eggs aren't really being used, they just get in your way. Shit, hold on. Paintbrush, come back. I was contemplating maybe having more designs that you have to do, but some of the designs are really hard to make. Luckily, I got a pretty easy one this time. This one doesn't take too long to make, and I should be able to do it, hopefully, without fucking it up. I'm terrible at reading chat while I'm playing this. This takes extreme focus. I can't read. I'll get caught up after. Very busy painting a very important egg. I don't know why my fire tower one isn't working though. It's like really concerning. Okay, so a couple more faces need to be painted. Okay, now that should, oh, I think there's one more on top. I want to make it easier to paint on top, so, okay, there we go. So I paint it, and, you know, that's it. Long term, we'll have some sort of dialogue pop up that, you know, thanks you or whatever, and then gives you a reward. I mean, I'm not really adding a story. There's no real storyline. It's just, you know, you can talk to villagers and stuff, but there's no real storyline progression. But they'll, you know, depending on the season, have different mini games and stuff for you. Why the fuck is Fire Tower minigame not working? What did I change? How did I break it? This is upsetting. It's such a cool mini game. I wanted to show Diver. How did I break this? Let's look at engine.current camera maybe? That position? Why do I only see blue? I think my camera's too low. I think this needs to be inverse. Oh, yeah, it was too low. No, we're not indoors? What the fuck is going on? Oh, that's weird. It's not setting me indoors. How did I break that? I want to look at that real quick because hopefully, I mean, if it's going to take a long time to fix, I'm not going to worry about it right now because we're in the middle of something else. But did I change something with this? Maybe the way I'm doing this callback? Hold on, let me write this. I think that might be a little bit better. So it's not instantly evoking. I think I could probably just, since we're not passing any parameters to it either, I think I can probably just, hold on. Oh. Oh. Yeah, so I can't just have that go off in console. That makes sense. I have to, I should probably change that, but I have to actually interact with the fire tower to have the minigame initialize. I guess I just never tried to do it in console. There is a way I can do that though. This should, damn it, no, it still won't work. Maybe this should work? Yeah. Okay, now I can show Diver this. There are fire towers that look pretty nice that spawn around the world, and then this mini game you can initialize at those, where we have to put out a forest fire. Oh, it's a bit shittier looking in springtime because the trees have less leaves. That's a bit awkward. But at least I got it working. I'm like probably pretty behind in chat. Getting asked if Diver is still working on pixel art. Not really, been swamped at work. That sucks. I guess you still have work even with the whole pandemic thing. That's the whole reason that I could be streaming right now, is because there's much less work for me during the whole coronavirus situation. But I mean, the silver lining to that is that I get to stream, so it's not all bad. I'm probably not going to put out this entire fire, but you get the idea. If I put out the entire thing, then we win. I'll see if I can beat it in the next like minute. But yeah, that's what I've added, is a bunch of mini games. There's probably some other mini games too that are older that you might not have seen. Yeah, this village layout fucking sucks. Once we have corner buildings, it'll help a lot. But I guess I just want to continue. Oh, and were the tree planters working? No, tree planters are not working. So there's a lot of shit that I need to do with the village layout. Thank you, Diver. It's annoying how broken it is though, because I don't want to spend all the time fixing it. I just want it to work. Why are these broken? So that's for the, what layout ID is these? I'm gonna, I should be able to have a tooltip on these. I'm pretty sure I do. Or maybe it's only when they're placed. Yeah, that's probably what it is. Okay, so that's for ID 6. So if I went to the village generation and we look at some of this, where is this happening? Down here in the village builder. Right, we have these different placements. I don't know if it's in that loop. It's probably in this loop, yeah. Right, this is stopping the spawning of trees and stuff. All right, so here we have all these different placement IDs. I guess. So tree planter 6, buffer tree planter. Let's look at this function. But I also didn't even see the road piece that's supposed to be modeled with the little planter in it. So this should work. It gives us a oak tree and it should scale it down smaller than a regular oak tree because the ones inside the villages aren't as big. So we're not like clipping into buildings. This code looks fairly correct. Did I not export? Oh, I definitely exported the layout correctly. I mean, I can console log what's going on with these and see if it's detecting it. Yeah, we have these different sizes of building placements for the first 5. Huh. Alright, well, I'm going to tweak this layout anyway because I'm learning what scales these are all at. Just like going to get rid of all this. Okay, so I kind of want a 3 wide road, right? So we have a center point. And then on that center, you know, we can have like trees and shit and like merchants and whatever the hell we want to have in there. Yeah, well, let me just undo this for a second. I have no idea exactly what I want it to look like. And it doesn't matter that it's not centered with the layout because that really does not matter. I don't even need that little line that shows us the center. Just kind of nice to have. How do I want to make this? And then we want our village walls to be on the outside. Yeah, there's some things that I have in my mind that I want to do with this. And I also want this 5 wide building to work. The issue with that is that I don't have any 3 wide buildings to fit into it or 5 wide. So currently my buildings are 2 units wide or like village units, 2 or 4 units wide. So it tries to match those in, right? So like if we have a 2, you know, then it will only spawn a 2. If we have a 4, it could either spawn a 4 or 2 2s, right? In theory, once we have, like, if we spawn this 5 one, right, then it would spawn either, depending on what our breakdown is, but like, you know, a 3 and a 2, or if we had 1 unit wide ones and stuff, then we could do a 4 and a 1. And I probably do want something, stuff like that. I really want a 6 unit wide one though, because then we can have 2 3s, 4 2s, right? Wait, 2 3s, 3 2s, and then all right, Diver. Thanks for stopping by. Hope to see you again soon. Have a good night. I should just rewrite this fucking tool. I should rewrite everything. Just start from fucking scratch. This could be done so much better. I want to have a nice village layout. The thing that's stopping me right now is, well, there's a lot stopping me, but I want to change this. How do I want to change this? I'm not exactly sure. I'm going to rebuild this tool. Fuck it. Let's do it. This might take all fucking day, but I want to do this. So here's the idea. Will this work? Let me think. we create. I'm going to do it inside the game, right? Yeah, let's do that. So we'll call this village layout builder. I don't like it being global namespace, but I don't care right now. I'm gonna have it so we literally spawn in like a blank world with a top-down camera, and we just have it work. So we're gonna do it. I guess we'll do go indoors. Hey Dragon, how you doing? But yeah, I'm gonna do it like in actual world space and be able to toggle between our layout and like our layout view and our like generated town view. Let's just do it. It's gonna take a while, but long term it'll probably be a good thing. Because we can have all the same functions, run the same things. Yeah, it's gonna be nice. We can even run villages builder within it. I think this will be good. Yeah, this will be good. Might need to pass some parameters through to this function to like force some things, but that should be fine. As long as we have our buffers, which is probably, hold on, let's maybe throw some things through here. Let's just call this, I don't know, debug properties. I'll just call it debug. Yeah, that's fine. Or layout or builder. I don't know. Layout maybe. Sure. And then, you know, here we would do something where we're also going to call this. I don't know exactly what all these values would be, but let's just make them 0. This one should really be 5 because that's where our indoor height is started at. Our biome, let's just do a get biome. We'll define it. Var biome is get biome at our x and z, and then var x is 0, and then var z is 0, and then we'll pass these through here. Placements only, we shouldn't need that. That should be unnecessary. The LOD, we'll just set that to 2, and then our layout, we're gonna put a bunch of different things in here. One of which is going to say active, true, or something like that. And then we can use the same exact functions between, which will be nice. This is supposed to be the callback function, so it's at the end. There's other parameters that have to go through to this. I don't remember what they all are. Let me look at what this is. I think we just need like X and Z and some properties, and then the callback. Oh, just properties and callback. Okay, so then here we want to have another object that's going to have room set to false. And then I don't remember, but I think we need X and Z. And we probably should do this at like the player's position, really. And maybe we will. Said I'd support a friend right now, unfortunately, but I actually thought I heard you in their group. So came to see if you were co-streaming. Be back later. Good luck. All right. Well, thanks for stopping by. Sorry, I'm not co-streaming with whatever's going on with what you thought, but thanks for stopping by. I'll see you soon. Yeah, I wanted to watch Trent's stream, but I couldn't. Hopefully there'll be a not muted VOD that I can watch later. Is he still streaming right now? He's live. So I got that notification quite a while ago. When did I get that? Was it while I was streaming? Oh, it wasn't that long ago. Or maybe I got 2 today. 39 minutes ago. I think Gunner Live is also streaming. Everybody's streaming. I guess because of Ludum Dare. Yeah, Gunner Live is streaming as an hour ago. So I'll probably have people to host when I'm done with this stream, probably, if they're still going at it. Okay, so I don't remember all the parameters I have to pass through this, but if we look at something like this, yes, we have X and Z and room set to false. Okay, that should be good enough. And then we have a village builder that we're going to be passing through different things. I want to look at the buffer that we're creating here. Let's look at it for, I don't know, it's going to be a bit of a pain, but I really want to do it. We just have to rewrite a little bit of stuff. Let's just see what happens when we run this. It should work. We won't necessarily see what we want, but it should work at least. What did I do wrong? Hold on. Oh, I didn't write function. And again, I don't like that globally like that, but I don't care enough to think of the right way to sort that. Okay, so I mean that technically is doing everything we want to do. It puts us inside in a blank area. And this is where we'll look at our layout. Hey Aminami, how you doing? Dad, I gotta change this font on there because I can't tell the difference between O's and A's. Hold on. I can't tell if it's probably Dat doing Ludum Dare. I don't know. Or is that an O? Maybe you're saying not Ludum Dare? And I don't know. I gotta change this font because holy shit, I cannot read. It's bad because it's the same font as my game, but hold on. I can change that. The problem is it's using the same CSS. Hold on. As all right, let's just try this. Oh, that won't work. Maybe it will. I want to leave this like this because I want both of them to work between. I want to have the same CSS for my multi-chat and for the chat you guys see up in the corner up here. So that's why I'm being a bit careful about how I do this. And this editor is super slow. I don't know why it's stupid. Will that be enough to override it? Or will it not, because that is also a sans serif font. I can't tell what I'm typing because there's a fucking lag to all my inputs. What are the fonts on Windows? I want to use Helvetica, but Arial? Oh, fuck off this fucking text editor. Am I not doing that right? Not doing Ludum Dare. Okay, I see. Alright, whatever. I guess I don't. How fix? How do? God damn it. You know what? I could just disable this line and just have to know to re-enable it when if I export it into the OBS overlay stuff. That's fine. I'll just have to remember that. I don't export that often anyway, so whoops. Okay. All good. Okay, so technically that worked. And then maybe, I don't know exactly how I'm going to have this, but I want to be able to visualize our grid, so we're probably going to build some custom grid looking stuff. Right, but we have this. So in Village Builder, what if we have that Village Builder, and that's fine because it's going to generate, I guess, actually everything we want in theory. Oh, but we need that to fire on the web worker. Maybe we don't. Maybe we could force it to just run on the main thread as long as it has all the information it needs. Because we didn't throw an error. So in theory, we have that buffer. What is the buffer we need though? The buffer we want is, I guess, could it be default? No, parent buffer is village. So in theory, if this runs on the main thread and we have our buffer that we create right here, create buffers, village, and then I'm not fully decided how I want to do this, but if we, I guess we want to bind it at the end of this, right? Bind and complete buffers for all the same thing. I should just call this buffer name so I don't have to, in case we change it, you know, I don't have to do it this way, but whatever. Complete buffers. And then if we create an entity with that, maybe it'll just work okay. It won't necessarily have the right shader on it, but we can also force it to have the right shader probably, especially since we're zeroing everything out. We may have to randomize the seed, but that's also fine probably. All right, so let's just see if we do this and we create an entity, var village entity, and then new engine dot, again, I always forget this order, so let's check that in console every single time. Engine dot entity dot default, and then just pass some stuff through, but mostly we're going to want the model as village, and then we need to push that for indoors, game.world. We can also do create entity and then pass through some stuff to say it's indoors, but it doesn't make a difference. Game.world.indoors entities push our village entity. Let's just see what this gives us. I guess I'll call go outdoors just to make sure everything's okay, and then recall this. Okay. Game.world.indoors.entities. Let's just look at that entity. Okay, so we have the entity created. It's using that model. It says it's rendering. I might need to change the shader on it, though I would think I'd see something. Okay, so we don't really see anything, right? No. We could look at the buffer and see what's in it, because maybe it's empty. Buffers, village, and I probably should log this a little bit earlier. Oh, come on, really? Okay, yeah, so that is empty. And it might be due to a few reasons. I kind of want to log that right away after we do the village builder, I guess. So let's look at buffers and just make sure it's still empty here. It probably would be. Also going to just have our buffers dot positions dot length log separately. Yeah, because those should exist. Might just be empty. Okay. Let's run that. So we're going to go outdoors. Okay, I don't know what all this console shit is. I think it doesn't like that I'm teleporting to 0, 0 when we go indoors. That's probably what's going on with that, which is a bit annoying, and it's really spamming the shit out of console, which is a bit annoying, but maybe we won't have it so it teleports so much when we go indoors. Okay, where's my fuck. Okay, there's my log. Okay, so yeah, it is still 0. All right, so we just got to figure out a few things about this. So that's for the village builder function. Let's look at the village builder function. Maybe there's something that's checking if it's a village, and if it's not, we're returning. We should be able to like get the seed and everything. That shouldn't be incorrect, right? That's fine. We should be able to get the layout ID, I'm pretty sure. Yes. So with that, we're setting placements only to false, right? So it's part of village builder. So in this function, we have that. We are setting it as our X, Y, Z, our biome, and then placements only, we're setting to false. Our LOD, which I don't know what I should really be passing through as, and then layout information. Maybe it has something to do with my LOD, but I don't think so. No, I don't think that should be an issue. So then let's look at like the buffer merchant building function, wherever that's happening. Okay, down here. That should be pushing into the buffer of a village. Just look over here. Yeah. So it's a bit strange because it should still have that model data. Everything should be here. Create buffers villages builder. That's what it's called. Or did I make a typo? But then if we made a typo, it should be logging that as an error that's not defined. It is called villages builder. Okay. We can move our position in case it has something to do with that, but I feel like it shouldn't have anything to do with that. We can also just log and see what this is doing if our layout is set, right? So just say if layout, and we'll automatically make it set so active is false here. So we can just always say if layout.active. I guess that's not necessary actually, because if it's just undefined, as long as it's defined as an object, which it is, then that'll be fine. We don't have to do that. All right, so if our layout is active, we'll start logging some shit here. We'll see if it gets this far down. Yeah. So if layout.active, then console.log buffering village roads, right? Let's see if that's ever firing at all. I definitely think this will be nice to have long term, so I think it's worth the effort. I want to turn off the teleporting for going indoors because it's causing so many. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Hold on. I gotta go back outdoors. All right. Why the? I don't want so much shit in console. Can I look at just? Could I filter out warnings? Not really. Okay. So appears to not be getting to that line for the villages builder. So let's see what's going on with that. So I guess we'll just start logging a bunch of shit if our layout is active, right? Let's do it at the very beginning, right? Just to make sure it's even getting that far, right? So if a layout is active here, then console.log we'll just say that. It doesn't matter. Also, apparently that's typoed that whole time. Whoops, I didn't realize that. I'm going to move the microphone and hopefully I don't break you guys' ears. Is that really loud? So let's move it down a little bit. I'm sorry if that was really loud. Villages Builder has been spelled incorrectly in the engine for probably years, and I'm still not going to fix it because I don't give a fuck. I'm afraid to fix it because I don't know how many places I'm doing that. Ears are fine. Okay, good. I was getting worried about that. Things are like way louder to me in my ears than you guys can hear. I'm surprised because like last stream when I ended it, there was like this fucking, I don't know, like maintenance construction shit going on like inside my walls. Like I don't know, there's like hammering and sawing and stuff, and it was really loud and I couldn't focus, and I figured you guys could hear it really loud, but when I watched my past broadcast it wasn't that bad. I'm always surprised how little the microphone picks up, although you can also hear me. My neighbors are moving and it's bad. Yeah, I don't know what that noise was last stream, but somebody was, I don't know, fucking like sawing something in half. I don't know. That's why I like to stream overnight, because everything is nice and quiet. But then I stream so long that it goes into daytime, and then people start waking up, and then they start being loud and blasting music and yelling and apparently hammering and sawing. All right, so we want to see if it gets this far. I'm just gonna have a bunch of these logs and see where they stop, right? Let's go into here. We're just going to say this gets to line 185, right? Just to say it got that far. We don't need to be too descriptive. I just want to see where they're going. And then here I want to see if it's getting the local X and stuff. Local XZ. Okay. All right, let's just log all of these and see where it stops. Okay. We go with the fucking console warnings. Okay, so it got to Villages Builder and it got to line 185, but it did not get to that local X stuff. Okay, that's good. We kind of know what's happening. So let's see where local X and Z are being calculated. That's off our, well, we're doing stuff with village size. And then our local X is our village X plus some shit. What does math.sign return on 0? It should return positive, right? It should be +1, right? Oh, shit. Okay, well, that's an issue. So we can't necessarily do this at 0, 0. Let's just do it at 1, 1. I don't really want to be teleporting anywhere. I want to do it just at in the world. But that's probably why some of that was failing. I might want to build my own math.sign function that does the same exact thing, except for 0 returns +1. Yeah, I guess it makes sense for it to do that. I just don't like it. Okay, so it got to local X, Z, so that's better. It definitely got further because of that, which is great. Our buffer's still empty, but let's just see how far it's getting. And we also are supposed to have a message for buffering the roads, and it did not get that far. Okay, so then here we're just going to say Placement's okay. Sounds like I'm describing cosine. Am I? Is that what cos is, right? Cosine we're talking about? Like math.cosine? That would do what I want? Why would that do what I want? They had to be removing their wall tiles or something. It sounds freaky. Yeah, same shit's happening here. I don't know. Only yesterday though. It hasn't been happening. Yesterday for just like a half an hour. But that would be oh, so you mean just return that for that one. But what I want math.sign, right? So math.sign is built into JavaScript, right? I'm not talking about hold on. Because maybe you weren't looking, maybe you were just looking. I'm talking about see it's kind of annoying that these are both said the same way. I'm talking about math.sign, not math.sign. Talking about math.sign. Is that where the confusion is happening? So this, math.sign that's built into JavaScript, a negative number returns -1, positive number returns +1. However, 0 apparently returns 0, and that does make sense, but I'd rather not do that because when I'm multiplying by those values to basically flip them, I don't want it to multiply by 0 always. So whatever, it doesn't matter. Yeah, don't divide that by that either. Yeah, I don't want it to return 0. It's terrible. It makes sense, but it's terrible. So I might just rewrite my own function that does the same exact thing, but if it's 0, maybe I'll give a little console warning and I'll have it return 1. Okay, so our logging gets okay, so we have a little bit more I don't think we had this logged before, right? So I want to do that again. We're just going to keep doing this with a bunch of logs and see where this fails. And then just keep adding more messages. Shit, I didn't want to really redo that when we were in the game, in the builder. That was by accident. It doesn't matter. I'll just keep doing it. Since I did it once, might as well keep. Okay, so got down to placements, okay. So where is this failing? Got down to this line. Village layout at grid X and Z. So maybe this part, maybe? Because placements are that. Yeah, that could be part of it. So this is going to be our placements loop. Let's see if that logs. Okay, it's not getting that far. So we have a good idea of where this is breaking. So I want to log. It's basically getting 0 placements from this, right? Let's log some stuff. Let's log our grid values and see what those are returning. So it's going to be grid X and grid Z. Let's see what freaky values those are. Okay, -38, -38. And only that, no other values. Now, I believe, oh, because we want to be calling villages builder for every square. Right. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, that's fine. So we just need to have a for loop here. Var I is, I don't know, X, I guess. I is under X. x plus our village size. Let's have this called var village size, which is our village.properties.size, I believe. And then we might want to divide that value by like 4, I'm pretty sure, because that's our block size of our villages. Let's just have it so we know what the custom size is. It doesn't matter. I'm just gonna do like 40. It's okay to do a little bit too much, I think. Oh, we don't want to call this I. We want to call this let's call it IX maybe, because we need to have a double loop. We probably don't need to do much. Oh, we do need to do some stuff inside, but it's okay. So we want to do the same thing with Z. And then we'll use IX and IZ here. And let's see what happens now. Okay. Much better. But still some weird shit. Oh, because this needs to be probably multiplied. Yeah, so okay, so we'll do IZ plus equals 4 probably. And we're gonna go each tile. I think that'll be fine. And then we do want to actually have our village size. Yeah, you know, it'll be fine. It's a lot of looping, but you know, since we're a debug thing, so it should be fine. All right, so this is var village size equals village.properties that size, and then we just want to have our values here. Let's see if that's any better. Yeah, this is the better way to do that. It's gonna spam the shit out of console, but it's gonna take a while to generate probably too, but I think it'll work. Most of the taking a while is due to spamming console. I'm just constantly clearing it because it's just building up so many messages. But I'm pretty sure it's working. I think. Yeah, it's working. It's console still freaking the fuck out. Alright, so we need to turn off some of those logs. I think I just want that initial logging message of building roads. Hold on. So in here, we're doing that if layout active, right? Let's look at everywhere we're doing that and get rid of like almost every one of those lines except one. In theory, we can leave this one and do some information with that, or maybe this one. I don't really know, but I do want this one on still, I think, because we don't have that many roads in a layout. Okay, paste this in. I also want to just see our buffer because, you know, we still don't see anything in the world. Console's still freaking out. I might have to refresh the tab. We put like way too many tens of thousands of messages into console. Yeah, it still has like a weird backlog of messages. Okay, there we go. Are we caught up? We're caught up. All right, let's paste that in. But before I do that, I want to look at buffers. Village. Okay, we actually do have positions and stuff, so that's good. That's encouraging. Should we just call the function again? It shouldn't be that different. Now we should just be logging. Oh, I guess that makes sense. Is that going to break everything though? We can just define that. Yeah, when we're creating this, let's just define this. I don't know. This is basically for debug purposes, so let's just define it out here. in theory, maybe I can define it inside here. I'd rather do that, but I'm a little bit afraid that that won't work. Okay. And then model build name is not a function. Okay, so we're definitely much closer to what we want. I have to change some of how we're doing certain things. And that's probably mostly due to me trying to put things only on web workers. I'm going to get rid of all that code because I'd rather just allow the main worker, or the main thread rather, do whatever it wants to do. Hold on one second. Okay. Oh, by the way, Dragon, that was your stream that I was watching, right? It's just confusing because there's two people that show up in this chat with the similar username. But did my whisper go through? I can't find it now. But I watched some of your past broadcasts. Sorry, I couldn't catch you live, but I really like your little robot face cam guy. That's like amazing. I really really like that. You got that? Okay. I can't find it in my whispers. I don't know how Twitch works. Maybe you can delete it and then I don't see it anymore either. I don't know. But yeah, I hope to catch you live one day because your streams look pretty cool. Okay, so I kind of wish this was logging which thing that we're sending through. So if model name is not a function, okay. So let's change our little logging stuff a little bit. So that's in utils line 2178. Utils 2178. Okay. I want to, let's just say, or that, sure. I want to log what model is breaking it, and we're just going to update all of those files. Because originally I thought, what a great idea. If it doesn't need to be on the main thread, don't put on the main thread. But then it's an issue when I end up needing them on the main thread. Okay, so yeah, for tulips, this is going to be a bit of a pain to go through them line bit by bit. But basically it's these things here where I'm saying only have these model build definitions on the worker threads because there's no reason to define them on the main thread, but now there is, so it's annoying. I'm probably gonna have to do a lot of refreshing and stuff. I don't know. All right, let's see if this still happens when I do a refresh. Didn't want to reply when you were live like some weirdo. I probably wouldn't have noticed if you replied while I was live. I don't notice half the shit that goes on my computer, and I don't have headphones on if it even makes a sound effect. So yeah, I mean, I didn't get to watch a whole lot of it, but I like the aesthetic of the stream with the So like, do you never have So like, let me just try to describe it a little bit. You can probably open the past broadcast if you want to get a guy, but so I mean, I don't know what it's like because I only watched like, I don't know, 30 minutes of it or whatever, but is the whole idea like you don't ever have a real microphone on, right? I guess. And there's this little cute robot that I guess you built, I'm assuming. That there's like an actual camera, it appears to be, on a actual little robot in real life, and it like animates. Oh, you do all different tabs. Okay, that's interesting. So I'm curious, and I'll hopefully catch that sometimes to see the different ones. But it's really cool. Like there's this little real life robot that has like these different faces and animations and emotions on it, and like it talks by, I guess, Dragon is typing in into like some sort of area, and then a robotic voice is making is the the voice of the stream. It's really cool. And the music was cool. The sound effects of different things on the screen overlays and stuff was cool. Um, the stuff you were working on, like I like the cool like retro aesthetic of the little like game thing you were working on with the bouncing balls thing. I didn't fully know what the whole thing was. It was like multiplayer something, right? And there was like this scrolling pixel like cityscape right in the background, and you had these balls that you were doing something with, but I didn't fully know what was happening with it. All right, so I think I refreshed. I think so. If we run this now, what is it? It's still on Toolup. Model build name. It's not a function on Toolup, but we commented out these lines for it only running on the chunk builder. So then model build Toolup should be fine. Model build name is what are you talking about, console? Am I just not like doing a hard refresh or some weird shit? It did get up to doing the village roads and everything, which is really good. It's getting stuck on doing the models for the buildings for the flowers in front of them. But if it's the tulip and we're updating this file and we're allowing the model build function to be defined, then what the hell? I'm going to do another hard refresh. Maybe I didn't do something right. I don't know. You try to be a free acid trip. It's actually transcribing you talking? Really? That's crazy. If you're not messing with me, that's like insane. I mean, it does make sense because you like reply really fast and stuff. So I guess you're not typing it. That's amazing. It's not even like, and it's not like a voice filter or anything. It's actually transcribing it and then putting it out. Wow. That's really cool. Wish you knew WebGL. You could probably learn it though. I don't see why you couldn't. I mean, it might take a little while, but there's tutorials out there that teach you how to start. Also, actually using ES6 on like some people, it's too hard. I'm too dumb. All right, let's see if the same fucking error fires. It does. I don't understand. I mean, I guess it's getting a bit further down. I mean, that warning is still firing, which is annoying, but the actual error that JavaScript is presenting is different at least. And then we have it for a bunch of other shits. Oh, this is annoying. Hold on, is that gonna keep logging? No. Let's just look at model build dot tulip. So it's a function that does things. Okay. You're dabbling in WebGL. I'm glad to hear that. It's cool. Shaders are fun. And pause it. There's no such thing as a perfect programming language. It's JavaScript. No, I'm kidding. Imagine if JavaScript was the best thing we had. Oh my god. We wouldn't have anything in the world. Prefer for web backend, it's Golang. Huh. Alright, so I don't know what the hell is happening with this. Maybe I just want to disable that kind of stuff and have it just so it spawns the buildings and not the flowers or anything. The best way to do that is kind of a pain. Why would it need to spawn boulders? I don't know why it would need that. Or trees or any of that. Don't understand any of this at all. Alright, so let's put this, let's get rid of this for a second. Let's just like define this as false, right? Or undefined even. Yeah, let's make that undefined. Not that one, this one, undefined. I want to see how that error message changes. It's the same thing. I don't understand. Is it what I'm setting up here? I don't think so, no. These lines are disabled. It should be there, and we checked it. It is there. So why is it breaking on Tulip? And there's other things that are warning after that, but it's breaking on Tulip. Maybe no, our model count goes up high enough. So if there's no model buffer, maybe it's not just, I don't know, it should just work. It should just require the model. Yeah, there's you require model. If we require the model, it should just fucking work, right? So if we do this, you require model, Tulip 20 is the one that's breaking on, right? So first let's look at models. Maybe it's a static thing. Oh, okay. Okay, we can fix that. We're not going to use the buffers. Let's just create the buffers and just let them fuck off. Maybe this will help with things. It's probably going to break on the next flower, but let's just see what this does. And then I don't remember how I left that function. At least it's different this time. It's a different error. Okay, so now if I put this back in console and rerun it. Yeah, okay. Okay. So I was going to have to do this eventually anyway. It's just a pain. But I want to like comment out these lines. Or possibly delete them. I can look at everywhere I'm doing it. Sorry if I'm behind on chat. Hopefully it's nothing too important. I'll try to get caught up eventually. But yeah, all these places I was writing this, I kind of just want to replace every instance of those. How many times did it find? 18? And some of them are already commented out. That won't take too long to update, will it? I don't think so. All right. I will try to just get them all done out of the way. I no longer want to be disabling them on the main thread, because sometimes it is nice to be able to use these on the main thread. It's slightly better to leave them off if you don't need them, but I'm just going to assume that I might need them. We're not going to actually call the function. It will just be declaring the function. Apparently there's nothing inside that one anyway. I guess that makes sense. I wonder what's going on with my coral underwater. I haven't fucked with that in forever. I haven't seen it really. Should probably look at that. Maybe I purposely stopped the spawning of it, or maybe I accidentally broke it. I don't really know. I don't even think we have this function anymore. This whole file could probably be deleted. There's a bunch of, this is mostly old stuff. But some of it is still used. All right, let me refresh and look through chat a little bit. If I miss something, just like spam it in caps a bunch of times. I don't think I missed anything. All right, I don't know what these issues are that are logging that didn't used to log. Maybe I should open just that stone file and see what's going on with that. Yeah, it's weird. Like there's weird ones with, oh, because I didn't used to have that logging at all if it wasn't defined. But I probably should have that logging. Long term. All right, let's see if this does anything. Yay! It's really far away, but yay. How come it doesn't feel like I can get closer to it? How come it feels like the more I walk toward it? Hold on. So I may want to translate that or something. What is, I can't tell. It's so far away. It looks broken. It might be, I don't know, let's put on the binoculars maybe. And now we shouldn't have to have them lerp because, yeah, okay. Okay. Oh, it has the wrong texture on it, so that's one thing. I was expecting it to be far away, but I also was expecting to be able to walk toward it. But we have progress, so everything's okay. So let's go all the way back to the village file. We have our layout builder started. Let's change the texture on it. I don't remember how I have the constant set up for that, so let's just find that. Where could that be? Should be able to, yeah, we'll just grab it from, maybe not there. The village entity maybe? Does that have, yeah. It's the materials texture. So same thing here. That should help. I guess we can try to translate it so it's closer to where we need it. I guess we're not really putting position on it, are we? So let's give a position on the entity. It's a vec3 that's going to be x, 5, and z. And then we're going to, I think, subtract some of village size off it. Just try village size divided by 2. So it should hopefully center it back at us. Well, I lost it. Now why would that be? we can look at it in game.world.indoors.entities. Okay, so here's our entity. Let's look at its position. Let's maybe do a wireframe too, because I don't know if there's some black triangles being spawned in weird places, but I don't see it, so. The X and Z is like nothing, right? Yeah. Maybe I wanted to add these instead. Maybe I moved it the wrong direction. Maybe not. Let's not move them again. Let's just not declare position, right? And see what that does. Okay, so we see it again, and it looks much more correct. But there's some weird shit about it. And then it like disappears. Maybe it's a culling thing. Yeah, let's turn off culling on it. I think that is probably part of the issue. Right. And then I probably do want to subtract it and not add it. Yeah, okay. So I think I have it mostly figured out. So it's starting to cull. So if we subtract half of the village size, maybe even the entire village size. I think half of it is correct. Yay. It's a bit high, but yay. It's working. It's working fairly well. Now I want to have a grid to show our village grid, and I want to do things very differently, but this is a start to what I'm going for. We want the camera to be different. Let's just zoom the camera way out. Engine.current camera. I should probably make a separate camera for this, but I don't really care. It's just debug stuff. So even if it breaks the world outside, I'm only going to be running this while we're doing debug stuff, so it doesn't really matter. Clamp Z is like negative, I don't know, 25. We're just going to force it to be that value. I'm going to clamp at those values. That's our min and max, so it just sets it to that. So I want to have a camera that's way further out. Yes, much better. It's lerping it, and that's a bit annoying. And also, like, the FOB is weird. FOB seems like super high. So might want to do something about that. What is the FOV at? Engine current camera. Let's look at the clamped FOV. Let's just look at the FOV. Okay, and then clamp FOV. Right. I don't know why it's using that one instead, but that's better-ish. I don't know how I want the camera to rotate and stuff. I might just want it so it's top down always. I don't really know. I like being able to spin it though a little bit, so maybe not. Whoops, I didn't mean to zoom it more. I meant to zoom it out. Okay, that's a bit better. Something like this. I might move it back a bit further still. But yeah, this is kind of getting towards what I want. Should I ignore the red windows because it doesn't really matter? This is just to get a layout done, so it doesn't need to look perfectly accurate. I do want some sort of floor, and I want to show a grid on it as well. All right, this is kind of what I'm going for. So this will be our new village builder, right? And then I can like place down on the grid units all different things, so we can really easily preview everything live, right? And then I want to be able to swap between these to have a slightly different type of view where it doesn't really show the buildings. It shows it more like our layout viz. So it will show it in world space with this layout where we kind of have like red boxes and gray boxes and green boxes to represent different things. But this is a very good start, right? We can see our layout in this world, and eventually be able to manipulate all the values and store them and do all kinds of cool things with it. So I want a grid. I want a floor and I want a grid. And I don't know why my player is underground compared to this. Maybe I should be creating the Y position on the village builder lower. Let's have a Y defined here, because we're using it in 2 places. Oh, because I'm modeling it and then I'm also raising it up. Okay, I guess I'd rather model it at 5 and then have the position just at 0. I guess I'd rather that. So we don't really need that Y value, but let's see if this brings it down to the right position. Yes. Okay, cool. All right. This is pretty good. I like it. So let's do a few different things with this now. Let's I'm gonna need a way to like clear different parts of the layout. We're gonna have lots of interesting things to do with this. We need to get the layout position. Lots of interesting things. Where the X's are gonna be placed. It's gonna be very interesting. I'm not sure how I'm gonna do all of this yet, but we will figure it out. All right. So I want a grid. I want a floor. Let's maybe first just create a plane. And then maybe also do a grid on top of that. Yeah, so let's first have a plane. I don't know how I want to do this. I'm gonna call this our floor entity. This could all be zeroed out probably. We'll use X and Z still. We'll use, okay. Sure, I guess we could turn calling off. We don't need texture. I think we do want backfaces on because the model's messed up. And we probably want a color on it. But backface is true. Color is going to be whatever we want this debug grid pattern stuff to look like. Let's do 0, 0. Not 0. Let's do like I just want it to be like a grayish color. Let's try about that. I don't know. I don't know. We'll just try something, right? I keep pressing all the wrong keys. And then we'll just scale this way the fuck up. Let's just see if that gives us a floor in the right position. And then I want a grid above that floor. Okay, why don't I see that? Floor entity. Oh, well, I should name this plane. That will help. Okay, yeah, so we have a floor. I don't know why it's bluish looking. I think that actually might make sense because it's doing vertex colors. Yeah, I guess it does make sense. It's using vertex colors, and since those vertices are really far away, it's like using the atmosphere shader on it, so it's like applying a bluish atmosphere to just those vertices. But since we're just doing vertex colors, it's in the center because, you know, we don't have any center vertices. All right, let's try to do some grid lines. For var, how do I want to have this? Let's just start out with something like this. That's not going to be the right thing. We want to use village size with this as well, I think. So let's, where are we defining village size again? Not in here. Oh, no, I am. Okay. Let's bring this up. Get rid of this. And then we'll, I guess, do half a village size both ways. And then we want to go by grid units, which is plus equals 4. And then hopefully it's just aligned to the grid, but I feel like it won't. And then we'll do something like this. And I kind of want to put this inside the particles. So it just separate it. Doesn't need to be, but I kind of want it to be. These are like our grid lines. These will be, I guess, darker. So let's make this a little bit brighter. Let's just try these values. But our scale this time is going to be way different. So if we're going off of our X, oh, we can't redefine it. Let's call this GX for grid X. Right, and then this would be grid X, and then our Z is fine to do that, I think. I hope. And then we want to scale it a certain way. I don't know which axis actually. Let's see what this does. I might be doing it on the wrong axis. I don't see it, but that could be because the colors are too similar. Oh, and you also want to raise it up a little bit, right? I don't know how much. 0.25 we'll start with. All right, let's see if we can see that now. I might want to do a wireframe. I think it might be there. Hold on, let's do a wireframe. Oh, it's way the fuck over there. Why is that? GX. Maybe I'm doing these wrong, but even if that was the case, that should be centered, I think. Maybe I flipped these. It doesn't really make sense why that'd be the only issue, but you never know. I think that's part of the issue, but not the only issue. I think it's still gonna be offset. Okay, I don't fully understand. Oh, maybe that's not even maybe I'm not even looking at that right. Maybe that's the edge of that. And then why do we only see one? Weirdness. Grid entity. I'm pushing into particles. Maybe I shouldn't be doing that. Maybe we should just put in entities for now in case I'm doing something stupid with that. It's possible. I think that should be fine to do particles, but we'll move it later on. Let's change the scale of these a little bit. So this is like, maybe like change the color to be way different as well. As a test to make sure we're seeing the right things. Let's do like 50 and then, I don't know, 50 here as well as a test. Okay, so why don't I see this? What am I doing wrong? GX is negative. Oh, well, that'd be an issue. Flip that by accident somehow. Why do I do such stupid things? All right, so this is going to be 0.2 or something. Then we can change the color back. Okay, it is over there. I do see it. It's like weird and like offset and bad, but it's at least showing up. Am I doing that in the right direction? It kind of looks like I am. Okay, they're there. They're across the whole thing. They're below the terrain, which is surprising. I don't understand that. But if we move them up 1 unit, let's try that. I don't really want to move it up that much, but let's just see. Oh, well, maybe that makes sense. Not really, though. Huh. Doing something a little bit wrong. Our base floor grid, though, is a bit too high. Part of that could be because there's a few reasons. Of how we're doing our math in our shaders to manipulate vertex positions. So maybe I should be using a slightly different thing for this, but I just want to have something here that looks good. Okay, that's... What do I want to put there then? Some random magic number that's going to just look good with most positions. Okay, at least I could see the grid lines a little bit better. Kind of. All right, that's a little bit better. The grid lines, I don't know what the hell's going on with those. I'm gonna swap. No, that should be right. And they are there, they're just under the ground. So just like bring them way up. All right, that does bring them up. I don't know why it's such weird values we have to choose here, but oh, well, I guess they would be at 5. And then the only reason the other one looks weird, I guess that makes sense. Okay. I want to be really careful about where I place these though. Because I probably want them to be below the road but above the bottom plane. And this would be, we're going off of a third of this, but really a sixth of it because a third is gone off either side, and then we have our range, so the entire range is a third of the village size. And then the scale is also a third of the village size. And then we just want to do the same thing for our other grid unit, and this is going to be 0.7, 0.7, 0.7. And then the other grid is Z. I can probably nest these, can I not? I'm a little afraid to because I feel like I'm going to break it. I think I could. No, I don't think I want to. I can't tell. I don't think I want to. No. All right, let's see if this is any better whatsoever. HC, I made a typo. Where did I do that? It's supposed to be GZ. Okay, much better. I think I want to bring the grid units down and make them a bit slimmer and stuff, but this is basically what I was going for. The scale, the length of these looks to be a bit too long, I think. Oh, I guess because they're entire, I don't know what that looks like actually, but they're too big, so let's just bring them down. If we have to change the scale of certain things, we'll do that in the future. Let's make them thinner. And the color is not great. They also need to be moved down a little bit still. Depending on where I want them to show up, but I think I want them. Oh, I moved them down too much now. Damn it. I don't know. Maybe they were fine where they were placed. Or maybe that's not what I changed about them. Maybe I fucked something else up. Because I changed a lot at once. Damn it. What did I change? Let me do a... Okay, so they're still there. Maybe... Oh, maybe when I did 3.8, I meant to do 4.8, and then I never updated it since then. That would make sense. Yeah, okay. I don't know if I want those grid tiles to be above the road or below the road, but it doesn't really matter. Also, the grid looks like it might be offset. Yeah, it's offset a little bit of where it should be. What's the best way to calculate that to fix that offset? I'm not really sure. In theory, if this is always the same, which I'm not sure it will be, but in theory, if this is always the same, we can just type something into here until it aligns. I don't know how much it's off by. It makes sense, I guess, for it to be off by the amount we're moving it by. Yeah, that looks like it's realigned. Pretty close at least. Maybe not 100%. Still off a tiny bit. I don't know what's causing that. I think I made that worse. So let's try like 1.5. Doesn't really matter. Okay, that looks to be fairly aligned. Okay, cool. So here's our layout. We want to be able to detect everything where it is and update all the layouts and then update it live as well. So like ideally I'd be able to just like click here with what we have equipped. We can get rid of like this kind of shit. I don't know how I'm going to do this, but you know, either press a key or do something to place things down. We want to turn the player speed up, and we want to do a bunch of different things. Like part of this will be slower in a way, because before I can just like do things like that and remove things like that, and that might not. I mean, we can try to do something like that, but how it currently is, it doesn't work like that. Maybe we can try to do that though. I don't know, but I like being able to just spin my camera around, you know, and see how this is going to actually look in the world however I want. That's really, really nice. And grid's a little bit too high, but whatever. Let's start making it so we can try to just update the layout based off where the player position is and then regenerate everything. So we want to have this part. We need to have a global object to make this a little bit better. Let's just call this game.debugVillage, right? I guess. Or village. I don't know. I don't know what I want to call this. Yeah, debug village is fine. And then it's not really necessarily debug tool. It's more so like a village builder tool, but whatever. All right. So this is like going to be on the init, right? Init. Hold on. Let's just declare it as this. Maybe throw in an X and a Z, and then that's basically it. And then here we're going to have functions like .init, something like this. And we can throw that in. And that will use our game debug values .xyz. And then I guess we'll throw the Y in there. And then they'll try, sure, that's fine, I guess. This is going to be mostly part of init, right? And then this is like the rebuffer function, right? Our buffer function. So init is this. This is just creating the world. And then we want to have another function called buffer. Debug village dot buffer. That's going to be a function that does this kind of stuff. Except in this case, we're not going to create the entity. The entity will already be created. We just want to update the buffer. Probably don't even have to recreate the buffer every time. We can just update it, rebind it. But we'll just create the whole thing over. It's fine. And then inside this could be for init, and we will call buffer within it. So hold on. inside init, we're going to call the buffer function and then paste this, because we're going to want to call this buffer function many times. Every time we update the layout, we want to do that. I kind of would want the seed to maybe randomize or in some sort of controlled way. I'm not sure. We will see how that goes. All right. I probably also will release the mouse cursor so we can click on UI elements around the screen, but we'll see how that goes as well. All right. So in the village builder function, we want to call init here, and that will hopefully be enough. And then we can just like keep rebuffering if we want. And we'll see if things randomize on rebuffer. I don't think they will by default because the position doesn't change. Oh, whoops. Did I break it? No, I didn't. Okay. Okay, let's see how well this goes. Z is not defined. I kind of thought that would happen. Right, that's not defined in here. So we just need to redefine size and stuff again. Just some starting properties for buffer. Yeah. Did that break it? No, it didn't. So we can keep pasting in console. Okay, try that again. Yay. Okay, cool. Very, very good. I'm going to turn, I don't know how we're going to do movements and everything yet, but assuming we kind of just leave the player, maybe we'll make it invisible. I'm going to turn the player speed up on it. So game.world.player, player.speed. Just set that to like 2 so we can walk around our layout really quickly. Okay, that's better. We probably want even faster. I mean, we want precision too, so we gotta be a little bit careful. Try 3.5. Okay, I mean, we'll mess around with that. It's kind of awkward because there's like inertia and stuff to it, which we might not want for this. We want to highlight what tiles we're on. We might even want to have it so that highlight draws on top of everything in some way. I'm not sure exactly how I want to do it yet. But kind of cool. We're not editing the layout at all yet, but that's what's next. So we want to also have like an update function on this, I suppose. Some sort of update loop. We can put it inside mini games perhaps, so it'll just automatically know what to update on. This isn't really a mini game, but that would be an easy place to put it in our for loop. All right, I'm gonna do something maybe a little bit shitty and not I don't know how I want to do this. Ideally we'd have a place where we can just push update functions to our update loop, and that would be really well. That's exactly what I want to do in the future. But since I don't have that set up, we're gonna be a little bit silly. And inside the update loop, we're going to somewhere in here write some silly code and just check somewhere. I don't know where I want to paste this, but I'll just paste it. I don't fucking know. Where am I updating other things that are similar to this? Let's look over doing our minigame update. Yeah, we'll do it here. So if this.active, then we will also call the update function on it. And then I'm just gonna write need to move this to game dot update funcs array that we can push to. Something like that. And then we can easily push and pop different things instead of like having an awkward for loop where we're like checking if certain things should be being updated and stuff. We just want to be able to push them and pop them to an array and just have it work. That'll be really, really nice. But I don't want to do that right now. I just want to have shit work right now. So then in our update function, we want to figure out where our grid units are and then figure out how to update our layout based off those grid units. And then when we update our layout, we want to rebuffer everything. So let's start out with some basic stuff. Let's have perhaps a cursor of sorts. So maybe on init we should have a cursor. Yeah. So let's have cursor start out. Whoops, cursor start out as just false. It doesn't really need to be that. It could just be undefined. Yeah, you know what? That's fine. Even active could be just as undefined. That's probably fine as well. But I mean, whatever. Okay, so we want to make a cursor entity. It's going to be, I guess, red. Our scale is going to be 4 probably. Not sure 100% how I'm going to do this because I want it to have an offset as well, but we'll see. This is probably going to be 5. We're going to push our cursor entity, and we're also going to set our game.debug village. Whoops. Hopefully it was around there. Dot cursor to our cursor entity. So we can easily grab that. And then an update, we'll just move it around. We won't even have an update function on cursor entity yet. That's not necessary right now. So we're gonna have something like if this, which there always should be, but just in case there's not, you know, it's nice to check for it so we don't get a bunch of errors. And then let's try to do some math on this. Our cursor position. Sorry, just reading some stuff in chat. Okay, so our cursor position is there's gonna be like weird offsets and shit to this, but let's just make it temporarily a clone of the player's position, just to make sure it's like rendering and updating. And let's just try that. All right, let's just see what happens. I don't know how much shit I'm gonna be forgetting with this. Our update loop is not updated, is it? Update. Let's get this entire thing. How do I do this? How do I go to the very end? Not like that. So I'm trying to learn all my keyboard shortcuts. There we go. In Windows, because I know them all really nicely on my Mac, but not so much on Windows. Okay. So that's my cursor there, and the scale is wrong. But it's also not updating. We updated the update loop, so that shouldn't be the issue. I probably should do a refresh to make sure we know what's going on. Let's look at, oh, right, I'm not updating the position on it. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, let's just set this dot position to our cursor position in the update for this. And let's also change the init scale on the cursor to 2. I guess I'm going from -1 to +1 to plane. It's not how I do most things in my engine. I'd rather the length be 1 in my engine most of the time, but I guess that's what I did for some reason. It's also backwards, so. Alright, so it's still there, and it's the right scale now, but it's still not moving with the player. Let's log this and make sure this is the right thing, which it appears to be. And that means it is defined. Let's see if our update loop is firing. Is it? Oh, we're not setting this to active ever, are we? Whoops, nope. Dot active is true. And we probably should have an escape function or an exit function that, you know, turns active off, but whatever. Okay, now, very good. It's below the world, but that's okay. So we're not doing anything with it yet. Curious what my game.world.player position is. That is 5, so I guess 5 is too low. I'm going to be changing all these values. Let's do just X and Z, right? and then let's also calculate those differently. But our y we're going to set to 5.5 or some shit. That should be enough. Yeah, let's just do z. Maybe on our cursor position. Excuse me. Jeez. Should drink more water, shouldn't I? Okay, so that is going to be something along the lines of math.round to. I think that's a function that I have written. I know I have floor to. I'm pretty sure I have round to. Let me just make sure it's defined. Yep. And just rounds to the nearest whatever number we pass through. So I want to round to the nearest 4. So our cursor position dot x to our round to our grid size, which is 4. And then do the same for z. And there probably needs to be an offset to it, but we'll figure that out. Okay, so you can see basically that actually is already working. That cursor is snapping to the grid of where we're standing. So in theory, once we get that in layout space, we can update our layout and then rebuffer our layout based off whatever our current selection is, right? So if I clicked here, I can spawn in a sidewalk or whatever. Yeah, I'm probably going to have it so it releases the mouse cursor, but then how do we rotate our camera? Because it'd be nice to have UI elements around the screen for this layout builder where I can change whatever I've equipped and stuff. Something I might want to do. But this is pretty good. I also want to visualize the X's from the layout. So that's something I'm going to have to do in the buffer function. And I probably want to have some sort of way that I can randomize our seeds. And I have my cursor probably set up a little bit too high. I might have it so it draws through everything. I'm not really sure. That might be useful to have it draw through the buildings. I guess one way we can do is just if we make sure we draw it. Well, I guess we can just not read the depth buffer when we're drawing. That would maybe work. Is that what depth mask is? I don't remember. I think that, would that work? No, I would still read it. I think that doesn't write it, but it does read it. We need the opposite. It's not super important right now because we don't have any of this working. So let's not do that right now, but that's something we probably want long term. All right, right now I want to be able to place our sidewalks. So we need to calculate our cursor in layout space. So we have these values, and then we need to do something different with them. Let's look at how we are getting layout space. I guess in up wherever this is. This should convert from world space to layout space. I think. Yeah, our local X is this. And then we need to, okay, that should be mostly what we need. And then we just need to round it or something or floor it to the nearest 4. Which it already is doing, so we might not need to do it again. But it's going to be something like this. Let's call this our village X. We don't need that anymore. And we probably don't need a lot of this anymore, but is village size defined? It is not, so we need to make sure that's defined. Just throw that up here. All right, so this is our local X, and then our grid X. What is our grid X? That should just be, oh, it's local X divided by 4. Okay, that's interesting. So let's go straight into grid X, which is going to just straight divide these by 4. I'm a little concerned about floating point stuff. A tiny bit. And then this will only, no, I guess we don't need a read ever. We just need a write to the to the thing. We will actually need to read it, but not from the cursor, from when we're generating layouts, because we need to show like where those X's and stuff are being made, because those represent different data that is not necessarily something you see, but something that we need. Okay, so that should hopefully be our grid X. Hopefully we don't have any issues with floating point precision. I don't think we really will, because the only thing we're doing is we already have it rounded to a whole number, and then we're just either multiplying it by negative or positive, and then we're just doing module on a whole number. So, and then we're dividing it by 4. Dividing by 4, as long as it's divisible by 4, that's not an issue. But if it, I don't know. Hopefully it'll be fine. I don't know. We'll find out. So this is our grid X and Z. So in theory, we can write to that layout now. Yeah, in theory, we can write to the layout when we click something or when we press something. So we can say something like, where's our controller stuff? Let's go into somewhere I can grab that from. And then we're going to update. We're going to rebuffer the layout. Okay, so like if we press this, which should be the right click, right? Then we should be able to update it with the grid. So let's just look at real quick our village layouts. And we need to get like the current layout and stuff, but right now there's only one, so it's fine. Village layouts at 0. Layouts at 0. So we just have to generate it. So it's P at a gen index of that. We're assuming they're all positive, so that shouldn't be too hard to do. I like them being unsigned, and then we just need to push something through to it. So it shouldn't be too hard. So we want to have our village layouts, and we're assuming our layout is 0. Then we need to generate our key, which is just P, and then our grid X, and then underscore, and then underscore, and then our grid Z, and that should be right. It looks like they're always positive and stuff, so it should be correct. I should be console logging these probably, but I don't really care. And then the value is going to be an array with, I'm pretty sure it's, a double array. This is just for the sidewalks or the roads, whatever we're calling it. And then we also want to call a rebuffer of the function, and we want to release that key. So this is going to be buffer. Hopefully the buffer function rebuffers, and then we want to make sure that gets released. So that's just here. I might want to let you hold it down, but that's going to be a separate issue. And this is overwriting. This is not adding to our layout. This is overwriting to our layout. So that's also maybe not the best. Let's just see what happens. Okay, fingers crossed. I don't know if I had to. Okay. Interesting. Let's log what our grid values are returning. It's close. It did rebuffer, I think. It's close to working. Okay, so that's 8 and 9, 11 and 12. Oh, so they are creating. They're just offset weird. It almost seems like, yeah, it's a really weird offset. Did I flip my X and Z or something? Oh, maybe I did. Maybe X and Z are flipped. Because it does like randomly rotate village layouts, I think sometimes. We have to like do some inversing and all kinds of weird shit. All right, let's see what this does, I guess. Do I even have to refresh? Huh. Yeah, there's some weirdness going on. I don't know what it is though for sure. Maybe we need that offset built in, our X offset. Yeah, we probably do. Maybe it's just an offset thing. Is it just an offset thing? It's so hard to tell. Hold on. It's weird. It's hard to tell. I gotta like find where it's drawing. I don't think it is. No. Well, maybe I left them flipped, did I? Let's put it back so they're not flipped. If it's just an offset thing, this will be really easy to fix. If it's something more complicated with rotations, this will be slightly harder to fix. It looks like it might just be an offset thing. No, those are flipped. It's flipped on one axis. Huh. Why is it flipped on one axis? I guess because my x is negative. We don't really want this here, do we? We want our village position. We want to spawn this in differently when we bring in our builder. Let's have it so our x and z are not at 1, but instead at like, I don't know, like 500. In theory, we can do this right in world space, but I'd rather it be a little bit more controlled. But it is updating the layout, which is amazing. Let's recall the function for the builder. And we have issues right away. Okay. Let me see if we do this. I also probably should do a hard refresh because I'm changing too much shit in console. Okay. So not bad. Okay, are both my axes correct now? Both my axes are correct, so it was having to do with them both being positive. So yeah, I'd rather force this to be positive. It's just that it's offsetting the village from where we're spawning in a weird way. Maybe I just need to... Oh, I'm stupid. Very stupid. We want to use this. Okay, so now if we did 500 here, and when we went indoors, we also used that variable dot x and z. Whoops. Let's just redefine all of this in console. And I probably should have my cursor be just an outline of it, not just a full solid square, or maybe have opacity. Okay, so close, but yet so far. Let's go back to like 50 on that and see what that does. Oh, whoops. Should not do that way. All right, let's hopefully not break the game. Okay. So it's like closer to working, but it's still doing something weird. I have to look at what this weird offset issue is. Okay, so it is pretty much moving the village with me, it looks like. Let's try to move it another little bit. Yeah, it's kind of working. But then we have weird issues like this. And that's probably has to do with where I am doing my buffer function. Or doing something weird, maybe. I don't actually know. Also in init though, even the grid lines are not lined up either. I'd rather us just be at like 500, 500. Just keep them both positive and know this is always working. Some weirdness that goes along with that though. I don't know what that is. Let's look at the init function. Oh, we're never offsetting those with x and z. Okay, so this is going to be x plus that. This is going to be z plus that. So this should fix, hopefully, the grid. It won't fix the village not modeling entirely, but it should fix the grid issue. Okay, it does fix the grid issue. It doesn't fix the village. So what is up with the village? So our X, Z, it starts with X and then goes up to X village size, and we loop through that entire thing. Maybe we need to be careful about it being divisible by our village size. We probably do. Yeah, so let's look at what a village property size is. It's 460. Yeah, that makes sense. So let's like go to 460-ish. Well, exactly, but it might need to be, that might be like an off by 1 issue, which is why I said ish. Weird. Maybe I need to look a little bit about how we're generating this. Maybe right, because when we're changing the position I'm not changing in init. Okay. So it was 2 things, I think. Here, I don't know, we still have X and Z there though. So it has to do with how we're generating the layout. We can still generate the layout at 0 and just move the model itself. I mean, that's not really an issue. Is it though? Might be. Yeah, we want to move the layout. Sounds like you're turning all Terry on us. I don't know what that means, but I don't know if you're talking to me or like Dragon. So why is this so close to working but so not working? Village is over there. It still actually is generating. So where are we changing the... It's like a buffer. Maybe I'm doing something stupid in buffer. Huh. What if we... Maybe we're just choosing weird numbers? If I did this like with like 4,060, sure. Or 4,600. That way it's divisible by the village layout. Let's see if we can even still see it or not, because I am very curious of that. Because if we can, okay, in theory we can't. If we're but if we're modeling that in village space, okay, so it's going to double up every time. Okay, that's not bad. So if we put back, I guess 460, we just need to change where, because we're modeling it and then we're also translating it in those coordinates, so they're doubling. So it just means in the buffer function, we'll leave it. So hold on, where am I doing that? This thing, no, not that one. This thing, we don't use X and Z here. We just subtract village size because it's already modeled in world space, so we don't need to translate it. Well, we do want to do a little translation on it, but that's just to get it centered again, not to move it all the way over. Okay, so now if we run village builder, yes, okay. So let's see, okay, the grid is a bit weird, and these still aren't placing where I expect them to. I want to find out where these are placing them. I kind of want to update the whole layout so we can get rid of my weird placements. Hold on, this is, our 0 point is weird. Our 0 point is not in the right spot. So maybe I shouldn't have moved it 460. Maybe, I don't know actually. It's very strange. Just try like 500 for a second. See what different results this yields. Huh, yeah, there's some weird shit going on with it. Let's multiply, let's do half of that, but then maybe also multiply. Let's just see what this does. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Let's multiply it by 2. Double it. I mean, kind of. But if we try to find the 0 point in grid space for this, it's not right. So this works pretty well at 0, but not anything else. I mean, we could just leave it at 0. It's just for debugging, but I didn't like the weird offsets we were getting on it. Hold on. Let's leave it at 0. Oh, we weren't doing 0. We were doing 1, right? I gotta re-paste this in. Is that what I was doing? Now I'm fucking confused. But we weren't doing that somewhere else, I guess. I don't know. Because we were doing the double, right? We were translating it double the time before. That's fine. That just means some things are a little offset. That's fine. That just means our grid is a little offset. But I'm mostly concerned about where we're calculating our grid stuff and why this one is inversed. And that's because our z is inverse, and we don't want that. We want everything to be on the positive axis. So we no longer really want to move things over. We just want to move the player over. Yeah. So we're going to move this by village size, but everything else will be the same. Okay, I think that will make sense, and that will work. We could even leave this probably at, can we leave that at 0? Maybe we can't. We'll do 1 and 1, that's fine. Okay, that is part of, now let me think. Our init function, which I still have folded in. I no longer really want to push this like that. I want to have it just in the space that it's modeling in, so it can all line up perfectly. Okay, this should be an improvement. We just might want to change where we spawn our player in now. Maybe. Okay, that's not bad actually. That's actually really not bad. If we move our player now to be off a village distance, like a half of the village, just village size away, that might hopefully be correct. I think it would be. So let's define village size, and then let's add our spawn at village size divided by 2. And let's see if that moves the player in the center, and then we just need to do stuff with grid, and then we're good. Yes, much better. And then the init with our grid and everything. We also want to change the center point. Let's just call some things like CX and CZ to get the center point of our village thing. So C, and that is going to be, let's have village size defined a little bit higher up. That's going to be our X plus village size divided by 2. Same for Z. Okay. We're not using those values though. I need to use them. All right, so that's going to be used for our cursor position should be fine because that's going to update. But that wants to be that we want that for the floor. We want that for the grid lines, and I guess that's it really. Because the village we still want at 0, 0. Okay, very good. And then we probably just need some offsets for like the cursor and stuff and the grids, but that's okay. Village builder. Okay, so let's see if our placements are more correct now. At least with both axes, they should be correct because we're positive, positive always now. Let's look at where we are. That looks kind of correct. I just need to find where these are spawning these for. Like where I'm creating roads. I should probably clear the entire layout to see it better. But I think we just need to offset our thing, our cursor position for grid space, which is perfectly okay. Let's try to realign the grid real quick. So that's going to be probably inside init. Right, we were doing a manual adjustment on our grid. The cursor is also going to need to be adjusted, but let's do I guess our grid first. And let's just, I don't know what the number needs to be. Let's just put in random numbers. and see what happens. Hopefully it'll be something like this, because that would make sense. It's not like completely random. Not quite. Okay, that looks much closer, but still not 100%. I don't, I guess since we're moving half a village size, it kind of introduces a weird thing to it, but whatever. Let's just try 3 maybe. I guess that would maybe make sense if we need to move them 2 units to get back to center, and then it's offset by 1. I don't know. That looks correct, I think. Yes, maybe, or is it still like a weird little offset? It's very close to being correct. I don't know why those grid lines are going below the road, but whatever. It's close. Well, maybe we'll leave it with that for now. All right, our main thing that we're trying to fix is the cursor, though. I guess that's gonna bother me. Let's do 3.25. I don't know if I went too far or too little, but probably too little, so this should hopefully improve it. All right, that's better. Okay, so cursor position, that needs to be updated. So that's all done here. Our grid X, we want to change. We need to have an offset here. So we're going to add our village size divided by 3, I think. That's where our thing starts at. And we might need to do some math.rounding or something here. Let's just throw math.round around this whole thing, I guess. I don't want to have it there. I want to have it here. We shouldn't even really need absolute anymore. I don't even know why I was doing that. There probably was a good reason for it in the actual game world, but in the debug thing, it's probably not necessary at all. Let's see if we can look at our placements. I still don't know where they are. And now they're returning weird numbers, so that's not right. Hold on. Around this. Adding this. All right, and before that was divisible by 4, so that's a whole. Let's just do a round 2 on this. I should really get rid of some of this shitty shit code, but I just want it to work first before I try to clean up some of this. I mean, I know that means I probably just won't clean it up eventually, but okay, those are at least kind of logical numbers. Still way incorrect, but maybe we want to subtract the offset. That would maybe make sense instead of adding it. Yay! Yay, 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 yay. Okay, so we just need to change the cursor position so it's a little bit more aligned. I don't know why we have to do that. I don't like having to do that, so maybe I should change the position of something else. I don't know. Why do we have to do that? Let's see. If we do this, does this help? Well, I don't think it will because it's still dividing by 4. Yeah. I want it to be able to just use grid units. So maybe what I should do, we'll still leave that alone. That should be fine. In the init or modeling the village, let's offset it there to align with our cursor. So let's get rid of like all of this. Yeah, all of this shit. That messy, shitty code. And then when we create our village entity, let's offset that by, I don't know. Just use the magic number there. That'll at least be a little bit better place to put the magic number. And I don't know what it is, and I don't know. If it is just 1, then it's fine. We can use the debug village thing, and we don't have to use the magic number, but I don't think it's just 1. No, it's something weird. So before we were using like 3 point, whoops, not there. Using like 3 point something, right? Inside here. We can go back a little bit to get that number because, okay, 3.25. So let's do the same thing here. 3.25. No idea where that number comes from. I guess it partially comes from having to use half the village size. And then I don't really know. Okay, that's fairly correct. The cursor is not really correct now though relative to the grid size. But the grid size, that's a bit weird. It doesn't matter a whole lot, but the grid size should just be using regular numbers, regular units. Although I can't read that username because I made it have a white background. Hey Tom, I use Mac OS, but not for streaming. Outside of streaming, I use Mac OS. And my MacBook isn't powerful enough to do all this while streaming. But Mac is my preferred OS. I mean, we can just introduce, oh, that's weird. So that's weirdly offset as well now. All right, maybe we should go back to where we had the offsets in the other place. It was better off. Let's bring back the magic numbers. I wonder how long you've been working on this tool. I mean, I still think it's worth it and it's pretty fun, so it's okay. But I wonder how many, whoops, what did I fuck up? I wonder how many hours I'm going to sink into this tool. Okay, so then we just need to offset where we're displaying it visually here with some magic numbers. Maybe I can at least store the magic number somewhere so we're not retyping it and then we can change it on the fly, and especially when we fix it. So I'll just have our game.debugvillage.magic number that we can refer to. Okay, how did I fuck that up? That's in the cursor update function. Okay, so it's basically choosing the right one, but the offset I did was wrong. It was only offset by a little bit. It's very strange. Is it just 1? Because if it's just 1, then it's not maybe a magic number. Maybe then we just need to change. Okay, it's not really a magic number. It's our debug positions. We still have some magic numbers, but at least I got rid of 1. Okay, that's better. Okay, so I can update our layouts. What is up with my keyboard? There we go. Did I mean to do that? I want this. There we go. I can update our layouts on the fly looking at this preview tool. Yeah, cool. So we should also add removing and then placing other things. I want to have a UI. Yeah, so I guess while I'm clicking and dragging on the screen, I can have it so that spins the camera, but otherwise the mouse is released and we can click on UI elements for this builder. So we can say like, you know, use this type of layout, this type of thing, toggle this type of view. But this is cool. But also while I'm holding, I think I'd rather it allow me to click and drag. Maybe we can do one with right click, one with left click, one with middle click, different kinds of clicks. That would be okay. Let's see if I can do hold here. And if that works, or if it won't release ever then. Okay, that looks right. So now, oh, but then it's going to rebuffer every frame. Shit. We only want to do that if there's a change in layouts. Let's try to do that. How do we, is there an easy way to compare two different arrays? I guess, well, no, that's okay. We can compare the exact same array. It should be fine. Maybe not. Damn it. Fuck. We stringify it. That would work. Yeah, we could stringify it. Compare is json.stringify. Be cool if there were like checksums in JavaScript for all these things, and you could just compare checksums for these things. And then here, if our compares are different, if compare does not equal this because we updated it, right? Then we want to buffer the function. Maybe there's a more elegant way to do that. I don't know. But the way I'm going to do that is just stringify the array. Unless somebody in chat says, wait, do this, this is better. I'm going to stringify the array. And that's how we'll compare. So now in theory, yeah, we can hold down buttons and we only get that lag spike when it has to rebuffer, which is not something we can easily get around because it has to happen on the main thread for this tool, but it's not that bad. So I can just hold down my click to keep doing it, and it only has to buffer for each, change. Only when something is changing in the layout. All right, very, very good. Look at this lovely layout we made. Isn't it beautiful? I'd like to randomize the seed as well. There's a lot of different things I want to do with this. But that's cool that we can just do that. There's like a weird offset from the player's position, but it doesn't really matter because I'm probably going to make the player invisible. And I should be able to overwrite. Yep, I can. Perfect. Which is the tile for that one? This one? Yeah. Cool. So now we just need to have it so we can place down different things with different rotations, and we'd be really good. Maybe have different preview cursors based off what we have, what our placement item will be. But this is not bad at all whatsoever. I like it. Kind of want to render the sky in this world. It's annoying that my grid units, I might change how I do my grid units. There'll be more draw calls and stuff, but it's not that important. But like, since they're so long, the engine is curving them because things curve over distances, right? We don't have a perfectly flat like horizon. Checksum for what? And did you just say stringify the array for checksum? Well, no, I was saying, I mean, it's kind of acting that way, but I want to basically be able to see if the array changed. And it's an array that has like subarrays in it and stuff. So how do you compare those? I want to basically have an array and then see if we made a change to it. So instead, I'm just stringifying the array, doing whatever change that might be a change or might not be a change, and then comparing that with the new stringified version, and that's how I'm doing the comparison. That's the best way I can think of. Array1 equals array2. Will that just work? I don't think that will, because we'd be storing it as a reference, right? So it will always be the same. Even if we make a change to it, it's a reference to it. And then even if we clone that array, it's not going to clone the subarray. So if we only make a change to a subarray, that would then be a reference. or a nested array, whatever you want to call it. So, I mean, this is fine. Check length, but that could change. I was just saying it'd be cool if like JavaScript has checksums that just like, you can just say the array.checksum or whatever, and it's like hopefully a collisionless checksum, even if it could have collisions, like, it'd be very rare. There should be a better way, maybe. I don't know. But this is not bad. I mean, this is just for a debug tool. It's not like we're doing this stringify stuff on runtime in the game. I guess we could like loop through everything. There are sets. I don't know what that means. I don't know how to use this. I'm fine with the solution we have. If there's like a quick and easy solution, that's better, I'll do that. But if it's like, writing a bunch of shit, I'm not going to do it because it's just for a debug tool and stringify works fine. Maybe I'll also do it so if you're holding shift, this is something separate, but if you're holding shift similar to this layout, right? So here, if I click somewhere and I hold shift and click somewhere else, it connects that, right? Maybe I should do that for this tool because that'd be nice to have. I don't know how much it really matters. Let's have it so we can delete things. So how was I doing deletes in the other one, in the viz tool? Is it this one? Probably. Are we just using delete like that? I guess that could work. But then we're doing weird shit with pops. I don't even know what I was writing. Because we want to be able to push things on top. Okay, this is going to be a whole process of working on this. Yeah, we don't actually want to do a delete because... Okay, yeah, pop would get rid of the last one. That would be fine. And then if it's empty, if the length is empty, or length -1, because that's a removal tool. Okay, that makes sense. Let's grab some of this. This is our removing tool. Let's go to our cursor. And then let's do one for action. I don't know how I'm going to have the controls. And again, I'd like to have some on-screen UI for swapping things. But left clicking will be for placing. Maybe right clicking will be for removing. Or maybe we'll have a remove tool. Proxy object. I don't know. But I'm fine with what I did. I was just wondering if there's like, just like a easy built-in way where you don't have to like use your brain. Okay, so we're going to say for right click, it's going to be for removal for now. Again, this is all probably going to change, but at least we have the code in there for removing. And then this is going to be for village layouts at 0, because right now we're always going to just edit the first one. We can probably change that later on. Don't worry about it. My stringify thing works perfectly. Okay, and then that should be enough actually, I think. It should probably be an if else, because if you hold down both, which you really shouldn't do, but if you hold down both, I don't want it to like do something weird and like break. All right, length of undefined. And that is for village layouts. Oh, am I creating grid in here? No, I'm not. Village layouts 0. That looks right. Length. I guess if that doesn't exist, we only want to run this if this exists, I guess. That should have existed anyway though, because I was trying to delete a tile that was there, so why would that not exist? If this, maybe it wasn't an array, but I think it would be. Let's see if that's better. I don't know. I'm just glad that Stringify is a quick and easy, dirty way to do that, because otherwise I'd be like, shit, how do I do this? I'm stuck on this for like half an hour. But luckily, there's just Stringify to do it quick and dirty, and that's all we need for the debug tool. So I'm glad for that. Okay, let's go back into it. I gotta fucking get rid of all these warnings and errors and shit. I'm guessing that, let's see what thread this is coming from, but I probably can't do that super easily. It's the main thread. It says, sometimes Chrome returns the wrong shit for this. You can't really trust that threads thing. I've had it return things that I know were 100% wrong. Okay, let's see if this works. So let's see if deletions work now. I'm guessing we're still going to get an error, but... Okay, we don't get an error this time. Which I guess is saying that this does not exist, but why is it saying that? Let's see if placements are still working in the right spots. They are. So, and that should exist. Village, am I making some sort of weird typo? It should be this. Those are the same. I guess I could log that whole value, but we're setting it to an array. Yeah. So that's right. So and that this should have a length, right? Like this dot length, and it should definitely exist. Yeah, that has a length, and it definitely exists. Huh. Weird. And grid X and grid Z can't be changing because I can log that, I guess, but it should be the same as what action A is doing, because we're not recalculating it. Okay, so here it logs. Oh, hold on. Here, oh, did it remove it? We just need to rebuffer it. Okay, wait. So it's working. It just doesn't rebuffer. Right. Okay, that's good. So we can try to do the same exact comparison. Yeah, that would be fine. So we're going to want to do another comparison if that existed. And then based off that, compare down here, decide if we have to buffer. Paste that in. Perfect. So then we should also be able to hold this down now and delete. And that should also only delete the top object always. If it was not a debug tool, I might have done a shitcode. I mean, I don't think I do Stringify anywhere bad like that in the game. I don't think we're even using Stringify really at all. We used to do that for save data, but now that we're using index DBs, we can actually store arrays that don't have to get Stringified. So, in theory, a number, any number is even if it has a lot of precision to it, is the same amount as a character, right? Because I believe they're both. I don't know if that's true. In JavaScript, a number, and I guess all numbers are 64 bits, right? Is that the same amount of bits as a character? Like like just a string with the length of 1? Is that 64-bit as well? I think so, right? So there'd be no benefit of having an array that's actually storing integers or whatever, any values, it could be floats of any sort, versus, compressing it and stringifying it, because it wouldn't be, the most we can stringify it to would be a character. And it would be more than one character. I don't know if characters are 64-bit or not. They might not be, but either way, it would have been more than one character. So even if they were just, I don't know, it's probably fine. Maybe we will compress them differently later on, but maybe we can also, but an alternative to the way we compress it could also possibly be typed arrays. I don't know. You know what is slow? What is slow? I think you might be able to have typed arrays with IndexedDB. I don't remember. Now, in theory, if we wanted to speed up this debug tool, we could try to put the buffering on the web worker instead of the main thread. But it shouldn't be that necessary. I don't think I really want to do that. Oh, yeah, I know. It's not slow, it's just unnecessary. Fine, I'll make some sort of variable. What do I want to call it? Var. I don't have a good name. Layout tile. Happy? Because that's storing everything on the layout. It's not just, well, yeah, I'm not doing just the whole just the name. It's the value itself. Whatever, it doesn't matter. All right. So this is working. I need to have or is it not working? Why are my placements not working now? Or am I flipping them? No. I broke something. Guinea guy, did you just make me break it? Hold on. I need to see if Guinea guy's the reason why this broke. Why did it stop working? Wait, why? Okay, I did something wrong, Guinea guy. Did I make it use too much? Should I just do just like the key or something? Why did a reference to the whole thing break? Where are we doing that wrong? That should be fine, shouldn't it? Well, except up there, obviously. Whoops. Maybe the delete. Yeah, I was thinking maybe that. So maybe we'll just have a separate thing for that one. And see if that's okay, or if we still need it. I mean, we can do it so it's just on like at least the key name and have that be shorter. Let's see if this is better. No. Huh. That's weird. Because like even this part's not working, the placements. Could it be the stringifies? I don't know. Maybe I need to have it. Let's just call it the layout key, which is almost as many as many letters as what we're replacing it with. Not that. Hold on. I don't know what I did wrong, Guinea guy. But I don't care that much because this is just a debug tool. I might need to update the variable. Why? If I'm defining it out here, I don't know. Let's just do the key. Just the key name. That should definitely work, right? Yeah, key name works. That's the best I can do for you. Grid X and Y, well in my case Z, might be different when the key is pressed. No, it definitely shouldn't be. It doesn't matter. I mean, I can define it inside each one to show you if you really want. All right, I'll define it inside each of these conditionals. I don't think that'll make a difference, but you never know. I'll call it layout key still because I don't want to update the name because we're just going to undo this when it doesn't work. So it's a stupid name, but that's okay. And then here, I guess we want to do this. Well, we'll test it out just on the clicking anyway, so we won't even use this because we won't be pressing Action B. We're just going to check placements. I doubt this is even going to work. No, it still doesn't work. I think it has to do something with the stringify because it's detecting it, but it's not updating it. And I think that has to do with the stringify. I guess it stringifies. I don't know. It doesn't work. So it must be the stringify. I guess it's stringifying the reference itself. I don't know. But that doesn't make sense because then it would do it either way. Yeah, I don't know. Something with stringify. It's just weird because it's still a reference how we're using it, but I don't know. It's very strange. Okay, so we can add and we can remove. Now we need to have it so we can have different types of tiles. We also want to visualize the X's that are everywhere that we don't see because those are doing something useful, stopping placements and stuff. And we might want some sort of UI. I'm not sure how I'm going to do it. Let's do a release mouse. Okay, so that gives it so I can like click on UI elements and change things, right? Maybe we'll use like spacebar to place things. I don't know. And then we could have an eraser tool. That'll be fine. My biggest thing that I want to do then is I want to still rotate the camera. Maybe while like middle mouse button is clicked, it can somehow lock it and release it when middle mouse button is unclicked. That'd be kind of cool, but that would probably move my mouse position, my cursor position every time I did that, which I don't really want. I guess we should just write code. Hold on, let's see what this does. Yeah, it's not until you click, when you release the click anyway. I don't know. I mean, we could have it so the mouse is locked. It's not that big of a deal. And we could even have it so the mouse is locked, but then we could also probably click on UI elements above it. Because if I like tap there, yeah, it doesn't. Well, let's see. If I tap here, yeah, that's outside of it, so it won't actually affect it. And then we can click back in. That would be fine, I guess. And then I just use the escape key when I wanted to get to a UI element. Okay, not bad. This is going fairly well. Let's clear the whole layout. What is that? That's an object, right? So we cleared the whole layout, and then let's just like do one placement here. Yeah, okay. So brand new layout. Not bad. We need to have it so we can place different types of things. And then based off what we're placing, I want to change our grid cursor, which means I kind of want to have a different cursor model where its origin, where it's changing its scale is different. So let's do that right now. Let's go into Blender, make a new thing. This should be saved. Let's just make sure. Okay. I think this will be fine to do. So I want to change it so it's origin, right? I guess I want to scale this down. Well, no, actually that'd be a fine scale because this would, Actually, I want to scale it up because we'd want to have it based off an entire grid unit. So we scale that twice, and then we want to translate it, right? So our origin is at the corner. I just don't know which way I want it to go. I think I want to bring it forward. Let me go to my tool real quick and see. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I want it forward. That's backward, forward. Okay. And then also, I don't really want it to be solid. I want it to be like a border. So I want to grab this face, extrude it a little bit, scale it in, and something like that will be our face. And then we can scale that, and it should work out well. Let me just make sure there's no back faces. Weird. Okay, that should be fine. We're probably going to have back faces on it anyway, so it doesn't really matter. And we're just going to call this our village builder cursor or something. And then let's triangulate it. Unwrap it, give it some vertex colors. I think it needs that. You can just do that, and that works. Just to let it know that needs to export with them. And then let's export it as a PLY village builder cursor. And hopefully I put that origin in the right spot, but if not, you know, we can re-export it. And then this is our, go to here, our village builder cursor, PLY. I don't think we really need to grab the colors because they're all white anyway, and I think it will default to making them all white if we don't pass them through. But given that I don't remember, geez, my voice is cracking. I should drink more water. I've been forgetting to drink on this stream. Too excited about this tool. I do like to build tools. I guess let's put the model here. Models dot village builder cursor, I guess we're calling it. It's kind of long name, but whatever. There's a new model. Paste those in. Probably have to buffer it on init, but that's fine. Yeah, so we'll just somewhere here. I'll buffer model. Again, I keep saying this over the past few days that this whole line should be unnecessary because anytime we call the model, it should buffer it on its own. But I've had problems with it in the past, and I need to look at that, and I haven't done that yet. But in the future, everywhere we're calling buffer model should be unnecessary because anytime we need it, if it doesn't have it, it should automatically buffer it for us. Okay, this is, where's our cursor? Where is the cursor? Oh, it's the first one. Okay. So here, and then we don't need to scale it there. So we should set, we want scale to be initialized on, so we still want to set it to 1 because we will be scaling it in the future. All right, let's paste this all in. And let's reinit. Oh, it probably doesn't know the model. Let's put the model in console as well. Okay, and then let's just, I thought this would be more recent in console. There we go. Okay. My manual offsetting might be part of what's breaking that. Maybe. But I do want to change the scale on it somewhere. We could do it in console to make sure the origin is correct. I won't be 100% sure until we have a larger layout placement. We could test that though. It actually would be easy to test what our cursor is currently doing, what it's currently set to. In fact, let's do that. Let's have something in the debug village as our set cursor value, I guess. And by default, it's going to be this. And we could just swap that with different things. Then we want to make sure when we're writing with that, we use our game.debug village.set cursor. So that is done here. .set cursor, but this is still not how we want to do it because this is overwriting the value. We want to add to the value, so this is going to have to be changed. But let's just see if this is working correctly. And then we want to update set cursor. So let's change that to a building layout, which I think could be, I think 2 is a building layout that we would want. Maybe 4 we want. Not actually sure. Let's start with 2. And I still didn't offset the cursor, but that's okay. Okay. So it's like centered in the middle of it. Where am I doing an offset? That is in here. In cursor somewhere. This is an update, right? Yes. Okay. Maybe we just want to offset it here so it's put in the right spot. I feel like I moved it the wrong way, but let's just see. Oh no, maybe that's right. Okay. So now if we click, it spawns that. So in theory, if my origin is in the right spot, and I don't know if it is, if we scale the cursor, I should be able to just do that right here, I believe, because we're not updating every frame for the scale. So if I did this dot cursor dot scale, and we set that to a vec3 of 2, I believe. Yeah, it's actually the right origin. So that actually shows really well where the house will be being placed. Perfect. And like I was saying, I probably want this cursor to draw on top of everything, more than likely, but we will see. I might want to change something about the set cursor so it can tell us the cursor size inside of it. So we can have like this where we say our placement is this and our size, like our cursor size, is something else. Our scale, set cursor, yeah, set cursor scale, yeah, that would work out well. And then vec3 for that value would be just 2, but then some of them will be stretched out. So sometimes it'll be like 2 and then 1 or whatever, and then 4. In fact, let's test that out. And this would be for our 4 value. We need to have like an array of different cursors, right? So let's just call this our cursor sets, maybe. It's kind of shitty naming, but whatever. And our cursor sets, we'll just make an array of things like this. And I think that's the right size cursor. I might be doing X and Z might be reversed. I'm not sure. And then for that type of placement, it's just 2. I guess that would be basically the same thing. It's perfectly flat. But I guess I'll do it this way. We also want our roads, and I'll put little comments of what these placements are. Maybe I should actually have a name for them. Maybe. I guess that's not bad. So this is a road. This is a 2x4. I guess I'll just call them buildings. Maybe that's not the best descriptor of it because like there's merchant buildings and stuff. So in the future that might not be so descriptive, but we'll see. All right, that's a 2x2 building. The scale is that. The scale for this one is just 1. Okay, so we have our cursor sets, and then our set cursor. In theory, we can just set that to an index of what our cursor sets are. So in theory, we can just do 0. In fact, maybe we can just call it a cursor set at 0. I don't really know what I want to call it, but we'll do set cursor and cursor sets. They're kind of weird names, but whatever. So then inside our update of our cursor, we'll call this somewhere var cursor set is our cursor sets, which is our debug village. And this should maybe be on the cursor itself. I don't really know because we have our cursor as well. I don't know how I want to do this. It doesn't really matter how clean this is, but our dot set cursor. Maybe that should be inside of game.debugvillage.cursor. This value or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. It doesn't make too big of a difference either way. So that's our cursor set. So then our scale, or this dot scale, is going to be based off our cursor. And that is going to be our cursor set dot scale, right? And then for what we're writing, which is here, is going to be our cursor set dot placement. And this is still overwriting, so again, we need to fix that in the future. But let's just paste all of this in and see if we can easily change our cursor with different scales, or if I just broke everything. What is going on? Okay, I like froze it, but we don't have errors, so like I think I like crashed the tab, like it's like trying to rebuffer a million times something. I really don't know. We have no errors, but it's frozen. Maybe I should have looked at what we were doing with this. Oh, maybe it's because of how we pasted this in. Maybe we want to say go outdoors, maybe. I thought we did that before though. Okay, I don't know fully what happened there. Maybe I did something stupid. Let's just see if this works this time now. We normally paste all that in while we're in the thing. Huh, I don't know what happened. Okay, so that's the right scale. And then if we have, if we change our cursor set, right? Or our set cursor, I guess it is, to 1 or to 2. Not changing our scale of our cursor. So that's inside the update, our cursor. Oh, it's not this dot scale. It's our, I guess we don't have a reference to that, so we're just going to do that. I should make a shorthand for that. Okay, so that works. And then if we change it to 1, okay, let's see if this is the right direction, because I don't think it is. I think I scaled it wrong. Yeah, so that's the wrong direction. So that just means here we need to change this to 4 and 2. Okay, so now let's try to paste this all in again. Let's see if it breaks again, if it freezes. No, that's weird. Oh no, it kind of does. Whatever. Whoops. The cursor breaks, it looks like, which probably makes sense. Okay, so we're going to be able to change our tools, not in console, obviously, but you can see that works pretty well. And we should be able to delete it as well by aligning that. I might want to have a little like circle on this part, but it would depend on the scale of it. I might want to have some sort of indicator that just shows which is the remover bit, like a little triangle that just says if it's scaled, that's the only one to align with, but it doesn't really matter. Right now we have our player there, so it's like really easy to tell. If we didn't have our player be visible, it might be a bit more difficult. But you can see what's nice about these is it randomizes, right? So it's not always going to be a 2x4 building. It could be a 2x2, and then as we add different sizes of things, it will change a lot more. So if we had a 6, then we can do a 2 3x3s, a 2x2, and or a 2x whatever. You get the idea. The more variation we have in buildings and the larger area we allow them to spawn, the more combinations we can make. But this is kind of cool. It'd be so much easier if my game was Animal Crossing, right? And we couldn't rotate the camera. Don't get me wrong, I like that we can rotate the camera, and I really don't like that you can't in Animal Crossing. But man, village layouts would be so easy if our camera just was like this all the time. Okay. Pretty good. I want to have some UI stuff. I will also want to be able to visualize where the X's are, so we still have to do that. How do I want to do that? I'm not sure. It'd be nice if I had that model ready to go. I could make it in Blender fairly quickly, but it's looking good. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I like it. I think I'll really enjoy this tool once it's done. And I want to have lots of different layouts, so. I still want to be able to like swap between how we're drawing our layout as well, but that's going to be something else to do. Would be good to have. I'm going to have to change a lot of things though. I do really want that though. All right, I want to build some UI. Let's try doing that. What's the best way to do that? So we have like a game.ui.dom, I think. We have a game.ui. The .dom is a reference to DOM elements, okay. And we can just on init push some items here that do different things. So I want to be able to just press escape every now and then to change my item, right? And then, you know, click our 2x2, click our road, click our eraser, if we have a eraser tool. Right now it's just right click for erase, which is fine. We also need to rotate these. Yeah, let's do rotations first before I do UI. So I'm just going to bind that to some sort of key probably. Maybe right click will be for rotations instead of erasing. How do we have it in here? I have it bound to a letter, right? Yeah, R. So my set cursors, the way I did that is not exactly right because this does not take into account the rotations, which I think would be the second value, which is fine. We can still do it like this. I'm not sure. Oh, because we're writing it. Okay, let's change this. Let's change how we're doing this. Let's have our placement just be that. We also want to push on top. I think I'm gonna use some JavaScript and WebGL now. How do I get started? I wish I used to have like this little tutorial I used to link to years and years and years ago. It's probably out of date anyway, so it's okay that I lost it. But I wish I still had that because it just went through some of the basics. I mean, I would just Google something. I don't know, WebGL. It used to be, I think it was just called like WebGL Getting Started or something. I don't know if that page is, how hard is it going to be able to find this? Maybe it wasn't called that. I have no idea what that page was. I can't remember. Could have been this. I don't know. I can link to this. I have no idea this is what the page was. This was just what came up in my Google results. But you know, yeah, jQuery does suck. It's so fucking bloated. I mean, I guess it depends on for what you're doing, but it's so fucking bloated. Do you need jQuery for 3JS? I don't remember. Do you? I don't think you do. So I didn't read through this on pause. I don't know if this is good, but it used to have like different steps. I don't think this is it. Had like step 1, step 2 on all different pages. I wish I had that. It's gone. And it was nice because it was for like 2D stuff to begin with. I don't know if you're trying to do 2D or 3D. You might have said. I'm not sure. Are you trying to do 3D? Okay. I mean, 3D is a lot harder if you're just trying to do it from scratch. It might be best to use some sort of library that does a lot for you. it depends on what your goals are, but there are libraries for like already handling like models and everything, such as 3JS. I don't know the other ones, but 3JS is one of them, and it's pretty good. It's pretty powerful. If you need jQuery with it, I don't know if you do, then that makes me like it less. But I don't know. If you're okay with using a library that does a lot for you, then use one. If you are trying to do it all from scratch, it's going to be a lot harder, but I don't know, look up tutorials or some shit, or try to stream it and have people tell you what to do. I don't think it's as easy as doing that nowadays. I think I got lucky with that. Well, since I read that out of order on Posit, it ruined it. Because I always read chat out of order. Okay, so for the writer, all right, so in theory we can just do like this, right? And this would work. And then this would be for overwriting though. We really don't want that. We want to add to it. But this would be our rotation value, right? Our cursor's rotation, which is why this should really be under our cursor. Yeah, let's change how we're doing set cursor. Let's have a reference to our actual cursor. I guess I could just call it cursor. I'm tempted to call it cursor entity, but it's probably okay. Okay, are we doing that anywhere else? I don't think so. And then here, we're not going to have our cursor set stuff there, I don't think. Or no, we'll have cursor set, but this will be based off of our cursor dot placement ID or placement something. Cursor dot placement. We just call it cursor dot placement. Yeah, placement ID or placement as an object. So placement dot ID, and we'll also have placement dot rotation. So then this would be our placement. How do I want to do this? It's our cursor sets. Our placement dot set. I hate the names that I have here, but we definitely want to have a rotation stored separately. Placement I, which will be a reference to the placement sets, I guess. And then here we have our cursor set dot placement. That's fine. And then our cursor dot placement dot rotation dot rot, we'll call it. Now we only need to set that really if it's not 0. It could be 0, 1, 2, or 3. We can for now just set it as 0 and whatever. It's just gonna store. It's gonna be more storage. We really don't want that because we really don't want that for all of our roads, and we kind of want to have a special bit of code that's going to disable rotations on certain placements. Like roads don't need to be rotated, so let's just like have a rot that overrides that to 0, or maybe even I don't know. Yeah, just do that. A lot of things won't need rotations. So in here, let's build our array. Var placement R is this, and then we'll push. So then if our cursor set dot rot does not equal 0, and our cursor dot placement dot rot does not equal 0, then we will push to our placement array our cursor's placement rotation. And then here, whoops, and then here we will pass through our placement array. Now I still don't want to do it this way. We still want to be drawing on top and stuff. And there's some issues where we want to check if that's already in the array and other issues. But right now we're doing overriding, and I will be okay with that for right this second, but we definitely need to have it so we can write on top. Okay, let's see what I need to do with this. So when we're initializing our cursor, we need an object on it that's called placement with an I value and a rot value. So it's here, placement with I and with rot. And then when we change rot, which I'm not sure exactly where I'm doing that, how I'm going to do that, we just need to make it 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3. So we'll iterate it and do mod 4 on it, right? We just need to have some sort of key or something that rotates for us. Look at my inputs. So we can just open the input file. We can add different things to this. How long until I'm gonna go mad with JavaScript? 5 minutes. Yeah. Well, if you want, depending on what languages you're more used to, I don't know what if you're used to something that's a little bit more strict, you can use like TypeScript. I mean, I'm pretty sure you're always saying in chat like, right? Aren't you the person that's always saying in chat, I don't know how to do anything. I don't know how to program. I don't know how to, make anything. So I don't know if you'd be more comfortable with something more strict. I mean, obviously you make stuff because you have, your all that software you link to, Amelia and CoVideo and the one that I can't remember what it's called that makes your screen go red at nighttime. So you obviously know what you're doing. But yeah, if you want to do it with a more strict language, maybe try like TypeScript or one of the other more strict languages. I mean, I guess you said you want to use React.js. Is that something like that? I don't know. I don't know what React.js is. Maybe I should Google that. React.js. That's what it's called, right? For building interfaces. Yeah, I don't know. All right, so I guess we could just bind it to a key for us, and that should work. I don't know what key I want. I think I want to use like the R key to rotate it, maybe. So I need the key code for that. How do you even make websites without React in 2020? I hate bloat. That's just bloat. There's no reason. That's adding a bunch of extra shit for no reason. I like bare bones. And just add what you need. There's no reason to install like 10 different libraries to have a fucking like hello world page nowadays. It's crazy. You need to have jQuery, you need to have React, you need to have whatever the fuck else people are using nowadays. And then like all you're doing is displaying some text on a page. And making your bandwidth get used up and just making your load time on your page 10 times longer than it needs to be. I mean, I guess that's why people get away with it, is because, in general, a lot of people have good bandwidth. They have a good enough computer to run, to initialize those types of libraries. So like, why? There's no reason for it. Just waste. Okay. I need the key code for R. I guess I could do it in JavaScript, but I'd rather just Google JS key code because I'm lazy. I want the, yeah, there we go. 82. Do we already use that? I don't think so. No. So let's just add somewhere in this array. We'll call it R. I guess like that. Could also call it rotate. We could call it whatever we want, right? It's just like my engine, my name for it for our controller. They're useful for dynamic pages. I mean, probably, but I'd still rather just do it from scratch. All right, so we should just be able to detect that now. So in here, we should be able to look for, and this should probably be in the cursor update function, not just in the game update function. You know, the debug village update function, but like it doesn't really matter. So in there, we'd want to change our cursors dot placement dot rot would be we can just do plus plus and then no, it's probably better to do it this way. Equals this plus 1 mod 4. Let's paste all this in. The whole thing. Let's go outdoors. Paste this in. Rerun it. Okay, so now in theory, oh, but we're not rotating the cursor, but we're rotating. All right, it's fine. So that would be, we want to change our cursor's placement I dot cursor dot placement dot I. Let's set that to 1. Okay, that works good. If I press R, that does not work. Okay, so what's up with that? Oh, it doesn't know what R is. I have to add that to key names, which means I probably should just. I don't think I can add that as easily dynamically in console. Maybe this will work. No. All right, we got to refresh. That's fine. It's been a while since I refreshed. And I fucked up because I shouldn't have that in villages. And I'm not 100% sure what that is, but it doesn't really matter. I guess it has to do with how I'm loading these files in what order and all that. But it doesn't really matter. That can go anywhere. I will put that inside our static model file with all of our other models. Let's go to the bottom, paste this in, and reload. I wonder if I can use the shader for the villages in the debug tool. I'm not sure if I can. Okay. So, what were we testing out? Oh, what the fuck did I just press? I pressed something wrong by accident, I think. I don't know what I did. I spun my camera? I don't know what I did. It's broken. I pressed some sort of key. Go outdoors. Let's see if this fixes it. Okay. Try that again. What? My camera is under the world. Did I press this key? I don't think so. Hold on. What the fuck did I do to my camera? Yeah, it's broken here. I broke my camera, I think. Oh, wait, maybe not. Work better, camera. Huh? Oh, okay. Weird. All right. So I want to change this. Okay. And hopefully now rotations will work. Hopefully. Yes. We're just not rotating our cursor, which should be an easy fix. That would be part of this inside our update function. We want to, it doesn't need to be here, just somewhere inside update. We want to have it so our cursor dot rotation dot y equals our cursor dot placement dot rot divided by 4, I think, times, I think, math.tau, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that'd be right. And hopefully that just works. Hopefully it doesn't have a weird offset to it or anything. Pretty wide undefined. Are we not defining a rotation on that? Because I meant to. No, I'm not. Okay, did I break it? I think I did. Let's see, is this gonna work? Probably not. Nope. Okay, so we gotta refresh. Yeah, like 90% of the time, those libraries are not necessary. I mean, it depends what your, end use is, and if you're fine with it being bloated, and you just want to build something really quick, I guess they're fine. But I don't know, like jQuery, I don't know. Fuck jQuery. Don't do jQuery. What's that one that I can't remember right now? That's for like having that like boilerplate UI stuff. It's like Basecamp or something. Is it Basecamp? That might be what it was called. I don't remember. All right, so we have this. Now we want to set our placement cursor. We want to rotate it, hopefully. Console would stop freaking out. I pressed the wrong key. Okay, please rotate. Okay, because we're not releasing we're not releasing the key ever. I think the positions are right, I'm not sure. But in the update function, we need to look at where we're doing rotation.y. We need to do a release on this. Whoops. Okay, let's see if that's better. It should be. And then maybe, okay. Okay, so let's place. Okay, so something's offset with that. Huh. It might just be inversed. Yeah, I think it's just flipped. So that just means there's a couple ways I can do this. If we just make something negative, will that fix it? I guess it wouldn't matter where I do it, but I think it's more logical to do it there. Doesn't really make a difference actually, but okay, is that better? I think it is. Still offset by 1 unit when we do it that way. So that's wrong, that's wrong. That one's right. Interesting. So I might be doing my pivot point in the wrong spot actually. I think I am. Huh. So maybe I do want to center it, but then offset it? No, but then our scale will be wrong. It doesn't matter a whole lot, but it'd be obviously nice if these lined up with where it was displaying it. Let me change my cursor scale. It shouldn't make a difference, but I just want to, or like the thing that we're placing down. So if we were placing this down, this should still be wrong. Yes, except on rotation 0. So that's rotation 0, that's right. And then this, it's not quite right. And this, so close, and yet. Because I want it to pivot on this tile. Right. So we want to do some sort of weird shit. So we need like, oh, that's annoying. We wanted to pivot on this tile. How do we do that? What's a good way to do that? But just for the way we render it. Shit. I wish I had a larger thing tested off. If it's always off by one little bit, which I guess it would be, maybe we can just have some stupid shitty extra code that just says if rot, I don't know. If this, right? So if it's not 0, I was supposed to look at unpause its link a little while ago. I kind of forgot. What am I looking at here? It's explaining how React libraries work. Huh. A library to explain a library. Just what we need. Okay, whatever. So we need to offset this if our rotation is like that. So that's going to be our cursor. I guess, fuck, how do I want to do this? If we have a translation on it, that may be easier, but maybe I just don't care that much. Is this where we're setting our cursor position and stuff? Yes. So in theory, I guess I could do dot position dot x plus equals 4. Is it supposed to be plus equals? Probably supposed to be minus equals, but I don't actually know. Let's do the same with z. Let's just see if this shitty thing fixes it. I think it's always, I don't know. Let's just see. Oh, that's weird, actually. Oh, because I put that new code in. Okay, wait, that makes sense. Okay, so then I think we might want to do minus equals, and we might want to do this based on the rotation. I'm not really sure, but if we could just offset it, that'd be nice. I don't think that'll work that easily. I'm pretty sure it won't actually. No, it won't. Okay, so that worked for, I think, like one of the rotations. Right, I'm trying to stand hopefully within. Okay, so we got to remember the one that I'm setting is the one we're trying to pivot on. This is a shitty way to do this, but I think this will work at least. It depends on how we're calculating it back on the other side of the loop, but fuck it, let's just try it. So for each of the rots, we're gonna have 0, 0. This is so fucking stupid. And I guess instead of multiplying by 4, we'll just do 4 here. I have no idea what all these should be, but it probably is going to be something like, I don't know, something like this. It's fucking stupid, but and then fuck, I guess we'll do this based off the raw index, right? So this is going to be our raw adjusts at this, which we really should define as something else. It's such fucking shit code. I don't care as much because it's like, well, usually I don't care anyway, so it really doesn't matter. But I especially don't care because for building a layout, you know, it's like a dev tool. Does this fucking work? Okay, I think I just swapped two of them. So if that's the right one, then this is 1, and then 2, and then 3, and then, well, really, oh, hold on, that's 0, then, yeah, that's right. 0, 1, 2, 3. So 1 and 3 are flipped, I think. So then we just want to do 4, 0, and then 0, 4. Okay, then we need to make sure all the placements are actually doing, because since we're moving the cursor itself, not just the display of the cursor, but like the actual position that's being calculated off it, that makes stuff harder. But let's see if this works. House, 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 house. Perfect. And that should work for the other scale as well. Let's test that out. So that's for 1. House is, yep. Perfect. Okay, so the cursor is working now. I really, really wish we could have height variation on these villages. So they're not just flat things. I want that so badly. Why does that look so weird? Hold on. I'm doing wrong. Also, it should be generating a yard, should it not? Did I fuck up how it generates yards? Oh, it's only if there's X's on it that generates yards. Yeah, I knew that. Okay, so we need to display X's. So how do I want to do that? That's going to be part of our, maybe our buffer function, and then we have a special bit that if it is using the layout builder tool. Okay, so where's our village builder function here. So in theory, where things are placed as, I don't remember what the X values are for. Let me check that in this tool. So our X's are 24 is the value for that. So in our village builder, block static spawning is 22. Why does it seem like it's supposed to be 22 then? Hold on. 24. 24. Is that right? Maybe. So then we want to say, all right, we just want to have a separate thing, similar to how we're doing roads. Where the fuck that is. All right, this is the wrong function now, so I gotta jump out of there. Go back to the village builder. Let's look at where we're doing roads. Okay, buffering village roads. Let's get rid of that because we don't need that anymore. Instead, we're gonna say if our placement I is 24, and I don't know if we need an else. We probably should do an else, yeah. And we only want to do this part if our layout.active is set. So that is here. Yes. Space this a little bit better. So if it's 24 and layout.active, then we will display something to show those X's. Yeah, and the model name in this case will be, I don't know, cube or icosphere or something. Icospheres could work. They really should probably look like X's, like we did in the other part of the layout, but it really doesn't matter. As long as they're there. They might need static rotations built into them then. Fuck. We can make it so it generates those. I don't want to space this out so I can read what the hell all these lines are doing. A lot of bullshit in here. Okay, in theory, if I turn that off, so we don't need the rotation, which we don't need, maybe icosphere will be allowed. Scale, I have no idea if I like any of these values. Let's have, why do I have Z separated? That's weird. Let's have all of these values together. Okay, the color multiplier, we'll turn off, well, I don't know, what color do I want them to be? We'll have it set to white here, but since we're not actually using it, we'll have it commented out. But if I want to change the color, we'll do that. Scale for that goes here. Hopefully that's fine. Just see what happens. So we want to paste this in. And now, whoops. What the fuck? Hold on. Now, if we update this, yeah, okay, perfect. So everywhere those X's are, we can see now. Very, very good. They're white circles. It's probably fine for them to be white circles. Maybe they should be little planes instead. Although, again, since that's probably backwards, it's not the best. Ooh, better idea. But they might be offset weird. That's okay. We can force the offset. Let's do the placement cursor thing, whatever we're calling it. Village builder placement cursor thing. Let's see how that looks. That might be good. And we can color it something different. Let's color it blue. Yeah, so they are offset, which I kind of expected because of how we're modeling that. But they should always be offset the same way, I'm pretty certain. So let's just take 2 off of them, I believe. It's either plus or minus. It might be plus. So we might have done this wrong. Maybe that might be right. We might also want to bring them up a little bit. Probably do. But yeah, I like that. That's pretty good. Yeah, let's just bring them up a tiny bit. And then, I still want to have my swapping. I'm not sure how I want to do that for all of this modeling. So we can have a layout view, not like a live view. It'll still be a 3D thing. Okay. So yeah, they're raised up a little bit. That's fine. I think that's good. So we can see where we're stopping all those spawns. Is that right? Yeah, I guess it would be. I should probably also show which side is the front, but it's really not that bad. I could just always flip it and then move it. But right now the cursor doesn't really show what the front of it is necessarily. We can update that model if we need to. Okay, I mean, this is going pretty well. I'm trying to wrap my brain around how I want to do elevation changes because I want that in the game. That would be so cool. It's hard to make it look good too, though. Let's get rid of all these buildings out here. I probably should build it so it can detect if it's even within it or something. I don't know. All right. What other things do we need? We need to have it so it can spawn lanterns and all kinds of other fancy things. The static stuff, we might have to figure out how we're going to do that. It doesn't matter a whole lot, but it might be good to have. Curious if we can offset this now to anything we want. Because when we did that before, it didn't work out. Well, let's try that again. I don't think this is going to work. We had issues with this. And I don't think I fixed them, but I also don't really remember if I fixed them. Yeah, okay, no. All right, it's worth a try. I probably could get that to work, but instead I'm gonna probably just try to force a seed on it. Okay, so we need a placement cursor that is for those blue stop placement things or whatever. It's for like stopping things from spawning even though it doesn't have placement ID, and then like also allowing it to have like a yard spawn on those. It does different things, doesn't matter. Maybe we also want to be able to toggle that view. And maybe also we are transforming, I think, or translating the village, but if we weren't, we can use the right shader on them so they don't have those red windows. Oh, this file's too fucking big. All right, we want to have another placement cursor. And the placement is 24. Our scale is 1 and 1. We also want to try to make it so it forces the rotation to 0. I think that is implemented. It's just hard to tell until we look at the output data. And this is like yard, I'm just going to call it. We want to have another one for the lanterns. And it might be helpful to have, no, that's good. I was going to say helpful to have a smaller cursor, but since we're doing them within that grid, it doesn't really matter. I might eventually change it so we can go like half grid units and stuff for certain types of items, but we will see. All right, so let's see what the ID for the lantern is. And that's actually good because before I was like trying to like estimate, and I might have to change some code, but estimate like how much of the village will be lit at night, and that's why we have that giant yellow circle around it, because I'm like, oh, I think it's going to spread about that far, and then we got to test it in game and see how it actually looks. But now we can just test it right away. All right, so the lantern thing is 23. And then it'd be nice to have a key that will just go through our cursor sets, I guess. Really, we want UI to be able to select them as well. But let's see how this goes. And I don't think the lanterns will emit light on their own. We have to put some special code in for that probably. But maybe it'll be okay. So this is our, we want to change our cursor. So we want to go to, should be in console recently-ish, I think. Yeah, this, okay. And then the index for that one is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. No, 3. And I somehow fucked up. Maybe I didn't paste that in console? All right, hopefully I just didn't paste that in console. Right? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe I didn't paste it. Placement of undefined. So the cursor, oh, I guess that makes sense. We have to, I don't know why I can't retain it in between, but I guess it makes sense because we're redefining the object and we're not re-initting. Okay, that actually does make a lot of sense. So it's working, but since we don't re-init it and we're overriding this object, it doesn't have a reference to cursor in it. That makes sense. I like how I'm just continuing this typo of builder and just leaving it in there forever. Okay, so now if we change our cursor, we should be able to spawn in lanterns, but they won't actually glow. And since we're overwriting things, which we don't want, so if I make it nighttime, first of all, they don't glow. I probably do want them to glow, and I probably can do that fairly easily. So I probably will do that. However, you can see we're just overwriting things. So if I place down a lantern, it just gets rid of the road, which we don't want that. We want them to place on top of the road. So I want to look at how I was doing that before. It should be fairly easy, but it'd be even easier if I just copy what I was doing before, right? So where are we looking at that? That's if, okay, we had to add to layout function. Let's look at what that did. And basically it's going to look at it if it exists. We check if it's already in the array. Huh. The fuck is that? Okay, these are things that we don't want placed on top of each other. We basically don't want duplicates in there. I mean, that's fine. I guess. I don't... Oh, it's resetting the rotation on certain ones. Okay, that's fine. We're doing that a different way. That's perfectly fine. So then here, if our layout key exists, otherwise we just create it into an array. Okay. So let's go into here. I don't think we have to do that resetting of the rotations because we're doing it a little bit better in the new version. Which is why I shouldn't be copy pasting because I do things better the second time around. But if I copy paste it, I don't. I just pasted the old same shit in. But this is for placing things. That's for action A. Now instead of just writing it, so let's like space this out a little bit. Whoops. So then if it exists, then we like push to it. I guess we're checking. We're checking if it already exists in the array. And then if it does, then don't push. But if it doesn't exist in the array, then do push. Checking for both the rotation. We don't actually probably have to check for the rotation. I don't think. I don't know why we'd ever have two of the same thing with two different rotations placed on the same exact tile. I don't think that's something we would. Oh, maybe that is something we would do. All right, we'll check for it. So then all of this, the layout keys. I hate how long this is, I know. And then we do that, and our array is all of these values. Placement array. Okay, that should be a bit better. Hopefully we're not already in a for loop. We're not. Okay. So now it shouldn't let us place double placements, although it's going to be really hard to tell that because we're not exporting anything yet. But it shouldn't let us do double placements. And it should also let us place on top of roads. Yes, it does. Perfect. And I think also when you remove now, it will only remove the topmost item. That's good. So if we want to undo a placement, it doesn't remove the road before the lantern. It doesn't remove the whole tile. It just removes the thing on top. Okay. I think I double clicked by accident for that one. I hope. Okay. Pretty good. should probably make them glow. Let's make sure I can do 24, which I think is, we set our index to 4. These are those X blocks, right? Yes. Cool. Very cool. And then maybe we'll have a button that we can click to change a seed, which we probably could do. Let's see, how often are we recalculating the seed? It all depends on that. So that would be in the village builder. And we do create the village seed here, but I don't know if I'm doing that in some of the functions later on, and I probably am. So that makes things a bit more difficult. We're using it in 3 different places. If I update in this one place, it might be good. It might be good enough to at least randomize the buildings. But it might not. If we're doing it like here or here, that's outside of that function we're calling, and then we have to pass it through, and it's a big pain in the ass. So we can also just say layout.seed or that. And then our layout.seed. I mean, what we really could do if we really want to is just break and overwrite this function, right, on the init of the builder. It would completely, well, it would, yeah, probably completely break the game. But as long as we kept that in mind, that while we were doing building of layouts, that breaks the outside world, then that's okay. Should I do that? Is that a bad idea? Function this return our debug village seed, and we will define the seed as a random thing every time we reinitialize, right? Equals math.random. All right, let's see how stupid of an idea this was. I mean, it should be fine until you go back into the game, but we just have to know you have to refresh, right? If you want to start playing the game after you create a layout, you're going to have to refresh. You know what kind of sucks in a way, but it's not that big of a deal, is how many hours I might have spent making this thing and how it's going to be basically useless. But this is better, you know, it's an improvement. Just it's a shame that I might have wasted some time. Okay, what are we testing? Our seed, right? So in theory, if we recall that builder, the seed, we should have different buildings. Do I have to write this a little bit differently? Do this equals function, since this is probably already globally defined. Unexpected identifier. Did I like select that text wrong when I was pasting into console? I might have. I think I pasted that into console wrong. As long as the game's still running, which it is, it should be hopefully okay. I think yeah, I did something stupid. Okay. still not random. Yeah, I know it's spelled wrong. I just left it because I didn't care and I didn't want to change it everywhere, so I just kept copy pasting it. Um, and I'm just gonna leave it there forever. It's too late. It's too late to fix it. And that was probably spelled. I'm pretty sure when I noticed that first in this stream, like a few hours ago, I was saying, I'm pretty sure it's been like that for years, and I'm just noticing now. Um, so why change it? It doesn't need to be spelled correctly. That's a bit interesting. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. If we hold it, it'll keep deleting, even if it's something on top of it. Huh. Okay. So why is this seed thing not working? This should be overriding the get seed function. Maybe how we're choosing the layouts, we're not actually even using the seed based off that. Maybe we're just using the village seed to pick a layout, and we're forcing the layout anyway. You're like my coworker, he does that from the front end. Well, I mean, I wouldn't be doing this professionally. I'm only not giving a fuck because, like, who cares? But in my professional life, I wouldn't do that. Or at least if I noticed it, I would fix it. All right, yeah, I gotta get back to serious work. So the seed doesn't change. I don't really care that the seed doesn't change. It really doesn't matter. I just thought it'd be nice to preview with different buildings. I can see now if it'll be possible to use the right shader. You know what? I think it will be. I think it'll be possible to use the right shader on the village entity. So we can try to do that. If we go to, I don't think it'll be on here, will it? Oh, it is. Okay. So hopefully I can just pass through program ID. Everything is done correctly. And then we get rid of those stupid red windows because they'll actually look like windows now. So before we have all these stupid red windows. After, hopefully, we still have stupid red windows. What the fuck? Do I have to like refresh the page? Did I do something stupid in console and I have to refresh? Huh? Game.world. Bit unrelated, but I haven't been on Twitch in like a year, and I'm curious how far the game has come since then. All right, yeah. Let me show you about that. Yeah, sorry, I'm like really shocked. I didn't even ask how you're doing or anything. All right, let me get rid of this. I'm creating a dev tool right now to build village layouts because right now my village layouts are a bit broken. Let me also change my player speed. Okay, so here's the outside world. I'm not really in the best area to show off the game, but why do I feel like I'm walking so slow just because I've been in the dev tool for so long? So we're working on these village layouts because they're a bit shit. And this is like a shittier version of a village layout. Whoa, and the camera gets fucked up when we do that now. That's good to know. Can I fix that? Oh, what the fuck? Alright, well, I'm struggling to show you the game bound nut because I'm breaking so much stuff. How did I do it? So if you go indoors, oh, I guess because I'm modifying the indoor camera like that. Oh, that's annoying. All right, let me just refresh. Maybe even maybe I should have teleported too. I probably should have, and show you the game. Also, it's on spring. Yeah, I wasn't ready to show off the game, but I'll do it for you, Ben. Hold on. Let's turn off that stupid spring shit. Whoops. Turn that on. I should have teleported, but I didn't. When I was last here, you were building your first house models with your little cabbage doll looking character. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, I mean, I haven't really been streaming. I just started streaming now because of the whole quarantine situation. I stopped streaming for like a year, and then even the one time before that, I only streamed for a little bit, and then there was another year gap before that. So, let me teleport to a nicer area of the world to show you what the game looks like. I probably should refresh to let the world generate instead of teleporting and waiting for the world to generate. I just need to autosave it. Probably should have by now. No, I only started streaming I don't know, 2 weeks ago maybe. Okay, that better have autosaved. And I can show you maybe some of the mini games we have as well that we've built. All right, so the world will slowly generate in, hopefully not too slowly. I can show you what things look like and what we can do in the game. Right now, if I just go to the terrain's still generating, so it looks like shit. Come on, terrain, you can do it. Keep going. There we go. All right, so I can catch. It's not the best way to do this. I'm on the side of a mountain. Everything is going wrong when I'm trying to show you how everything's perfect. We can catch bugs with the net, like so. We have this little net we can wave around and try to catch these insects. The world looks pretty nice. We have these nice mountains. Wish I was in a slightly more level area, but hopefully you get what it looks like. I can show you sunrise and sunset because I always like to show that off. Thanks, Boundnut. Yeah, let's make it sunrise. All right. So, oh, there's a village over there. That's good. I really like this time of day with the peachy and purpley sky with the yellow and peachy clouds. There should be a sun somewhere. I don't know where it is. Behind some trees. Yeah, debug panel. Still here. I haven't really made any changes to it, but it works. I like it. Let's see the sun rays. It's too far behind a cloud to really show off the sun rays nicely. And you can kind of see them in daytime. They look nicer at nighttime. Or at sunset. I can show you nighttime too. And we have some mini games that I can probably show you. I just added one for Easter. I should also show you the villages decorated, but I'm fucking around with the villages so much that I probably shouldn't yet until they're done. But if I go to game.minigames.eastereggpaintinggame.init, hopefully I don't get too hard of a pattern to paint because I'm not going to do it if it's hard. Oh, and I shouldn't make it nighttime for this. But I built this little physicsy. Oh, we got the same one as last time, just by chance. This one's not too hard to draw. A little wacky physics Easter mini game for Easter time where we can paint some eggs with our paintbrush. I'm probably not going to complete it because I'm like being really bad about it. But you get the idea. If we paint that correctly, we win the mini game. We also have a fire tower mini game, but that's hard to initialize from console, so I got to look up how we do that. This is all stuff that we built in the past couple weeks, the mini games. This one as well, we built at the beginning of when I started streaming again. Whoops, did I do that wrong? Yes, I did. I probably won't complete. What did I do wrong? Maybe it didn't like how I pasted that wrong the first time. Hopefully. Damn it. Where is that firing? Oh, I guess that makes sense. I should have a conditional there, just in case I want to do that through console. There's a solution for that, though. A hacky solution, but... Thanks, Banana. I always read chat backwards, so let me go back to what you said before that, too. I've never seen anything that wasn't broken in the string back one. Yeah, nothing's changed. Why does my character movement feel so slow? I'm just going to turn that up. That's too high, but whatever. Alright, so I think this will work, and it will let me initiate through console. If I just find a fire tower in-game, then we wouldn't have to worry about this, but... yeah, this will work. It's loading. I need to have like a loading animation here. Alright, so I built this firefighting minigame thing. Hold on, let me get rid of console. Where we can drop some water from an airplane to put out fire, and the fire slowly spreads and stuff. I'm probably not going to beat this one either, unless I can get it under control quickly. But I probably won't be able to, so... but you get the idea. Yep, I'm not going to beat this. Not right now. It's going to take too many minutes. Okay. But yeah, that's what we have. Probably a few other mini games. But the world looks pretty nice. I was working on, but it's not done in the beginning of the stream, digging up plants. How do we do that again? It's like u.start tool, and then constant dot tool shovel. So this is what I was working on in the beginning of the stream, and it's still pretty broken, but something like that. There needs to be animations for the digging and all that. But you know, we can dig holes. It's all broken right now, but what do you ideally win with the mini games? Just currency? Ideally you win like decorations you can place down your house, or clothing that you can put on your character, and then probably also currency on top of that. That way, if you've already won like all the prizes, you at least get some currency, so it's not just things that you've already gotten. So ideally that. Like maybe for the fire tower one, maybe you'll actually win the airplane that you can fly around in, but that might be a bit difficult to do. But at least like a model airplane that you can put down in your house if you beat that one, or something along those lines, or a model fire tower, because they're at those mini games are activated at fire towers in the world, but I'm not near any, I guess, to show you. But yeah, I don't want it to just be currency. I want it to be something more fun than that, and then probably currency on top of it. Okay, there's a fire tower this way. And then eventually there'll be an NPC at either the top or the bottom of the fire tower that you have to talk to, and that's how you initiate the minigame. Right now there's just like a little cube that you can initiate it at, but this is what the fire towers look like. Snow globe collection of every minigame. That would be cool. That would be cool. Well, especially that would be even more relevant, like with the Christmas mini games that we'll eventually have. We can maybe just do it for all the Christmas ones. I don't know. But different things. Lots of variety, hopefully. All right, and then I'm working. So I used to create my villages, right? Like this. Like this is like our layout tool where I can like place down some roads like this, and then place down some buildings like this, and you know, it worked and it was fine, but you know, I never got a good feel of how it was going to look in game and stuff. So now what I'm doing is I'm building, wherever that was, this, hopefully this isn't broken, as our village builder tool. So it's the same thing, but we can actually see everything in 3D, and I can place down, whoops, I should not have had that equipped. Hold on. I need to unequip the player when we start that. I can fix it. Okay. So if I just take that off my inventory, do something like that. Okay. Now you can see like we can do the same stuff where we place down the roads and stuff. It will hopefully allow me to just create better village layouts more easily. Now, why is it not using the right shader on these buildings? If we look at game.world.indoors.entities. Oh, right, we are spawning a bunch. I want to make those into particles so they're not spamming so much. Shit, it might be really hard to find the village entity now. Oh, damn it. Hold on. Okay, it's the last one. So let's look at the program on that and see if it's being set correctly. Our program ID. Did I make a typo and I didn't call it program ID? Maybe? No. Oh, hold on. What did I do wrong? It is using the wrong program. So in init, did I make a typo? Hopefully I just made a typo. We go to the village entity. Not here. Inside this file in this init. No. Where the fuck? What file were we in? This one. Okay. In this init file for our village entity, which is somewhere. This one. Oh, yeah, I just meant to say program ID. Okay, so now hopefully we go from these ugly red Chrome, don't do this to me. Okay, we go from these ugly red windows to, we paste this in. Yes, nice blue windows. That should also glow at nighttime. Yes, perfect. Okay, that's good. So we can use the correct shader on there. That's very, very good. That's very encouraging. I'm 2 steps away from making a city builder game. Yeah, that'll be the next game. Oh, maybe that'd be a cool mini game. I like to have lots of different mini games. Maybe we'll do something like that. Did you try the new Microsoft Edge browser yet? It's also Chromium based. Yeah, the game works in it. Last I checked, which wasn't that long ago. I'm still using Chrome, even though it's been pissing me off lately. I mean, I don't know how much of a difference Edge would make because they're both Chromium based, but I'm actually kind of liking Firefox when I've been testing stuff out. I'm just too committed to Chrome still. But Chrome, it's been so buggy and shitty with me lately. I kind of hate it. I mean, it's fine. I don't really love Microsoft and what they create, so I have a bit of bias with that. I mean, it's probably like Chrome, but maybe a little bit shittier. I don't know. I haven't really used it a lot. I just used it when things were not working in Chrome. We'd be like, oh, let's just try it in Edge and see if it magically makes things better. Never really did. New Edge is different from old Edge. Well, I think I have the new Chromium one. I think, but maybe I don't. Firefox is surprisingly better at a lot of things. I don't think they used to be. Like, well, a long time ago, but like before Chrome, they were like the best, right? And then like slowly Chrome took over, and they were better. But I guess now it's changed, and Firefox might be better again. I don't know. I might have to give it another try. All right, yeah, I'm just fucking around making layouts that don't make any sense. I got to make this tool better. I mean, it's mostly ready to generate real layouts. Let's clear this entire layout. So if we go to villages, we also don't have a great way to export them yet, but we can at least stringify it and then do something with it from there. But let's look at our village layouts. 0. Let's make that a blank object. So now if I place something down, yeah, it gets rid of everything. All right. I also should try to show where the center of the village is. We should have some red lines. Since I don't yet, I'm not going to care that much. We need to have some UI on the sides that I can select different things. But let's just start out with something really basic and see if I can make this an okay layout. I need to make all the other entities work that used to work though, like the old walls and stuff. But let's just start out with this, I guess, and see what happens. So I'm leaving these gaps open for our tree planters. And then I'm gonna rescale our village string lights because they're not the right scale either. I can probably scale everything in, yeah, you know, let's try to do that. We can probably scale everything not in Blender, just in code. If I go to my models file, wherever that is, static models, model static. If we look at where we were scaling things, not there, here, and they might also need a translation. It's annoying. Those might not. Let's grab this bit of code, and then where we had our walls before, I don't know what I was calling them, like village wall. Cube map wall? No. Merchant wall? Could it have been merchant wall? I don't remember. That actually looks right because it looks like it's using that scale. I don't know why I was calling it that, but let's rescale all these. I'm gonna have the translate commented out, but these should be the correct scale for the new scale of the village. So we'll be able to use these hopefully a lot more easily now. I don't know if we need the translation, so I'll leave those commented out. But this should be a lot better. Maybe other things with the roads as well might need to be rescaled. I'm not sure. I don't know why I don't see my planter model when I try to create it. Let's see if we can do the exporting of these easily. So let's do a JSON stringify. Okay, that's not bad. I mean, it's unnecessary to have those quotes, but I understand why it's doing that. I might just store them like that and just do an immediate JSON parse on it. At least to be lazy, since we don't have a proper exporter yet. So then inside my village layouts, wherever the hell I'm doing that, village layouts. I think it's in this file. Yeah. We can have something like this. And do a JSON dot parse, and that should be fine, I think. How do I do this? That. And then just reset it like so. And I'm pretty sure, in fact, let's make sure of that. If we just paste this in here, and if I just do a placement, yeah, so it keeps, it retains all the information. So it's great. So that's our kind of hacky little way to create an exporter and importer for this. So since we have that exported now, if I refresh, I won't lose those placements, even though it didn't take long to make, but I won't lose those placements. And now certain things are rescaled. So now we can try to make those placements, such as the village string lights and the merchant walls. What were the merchant walls? It was either this one or this one. Let's look at these two IDs. So that's ID 13 and ID 16. And if we go to here, okay, that was the curb. So 13 is for village wall. It's called short village wall. Is that the one that I edited? I don't remember. Not here. Static models. I guess it was. No. No, it wasn't. Shit. So those need to be scaled as well. That's okay. I haven't done anything with these yet, so I can probably just paste it in console. And I'll probably be fine. If only someone took the time to write docs. Who has time for that? Right. Okay. So now we can test out some of those. So we want to create one for the village wall, which was 13, I believe. So if we go into village, I'm not going to have the right cursor for this, but that's fine. Not this village wall. What am I calling these? Our set cursors and stuff. Okay, these. We're just going to make more of these, and then I need to have UI or something to show what's on, but this is going to be for our short village wall, and that's going to be for placement 13, and we will allow rotations on those, and the cursor scale will be 1. That's correct. I want to know what the ID also is for our string lights thing. Okay, that's 22. The size is probably going to be different. Why did I do that twice? Whoops. 22. This is for our village string lights. And this scale, I'm not actually sure what it should be. At least that. Yeah, but we're probably going to do more like that. But let's start out with this, see what happens. If we paste this in, and now we can change our cursors. What are we calling it? Cursor dot placement dot I? Yeah. Why is that going to complain? Did I do something stupid? Probably. Yes, I did. I accidentally... Fuck. Did it break the game? No, it didn't break it at least. Okay. Alright, let's go outdoors. And then reinit that. And then I need a better way to swap between our cursor, what's our placement ID. But since we don't yet, we want to do this dot cursor dot placement dot I, right? And we want to, let's do the short wall to start with. So it's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see what this even gives us. Okay, seemingly not the right scale, even though we're supposed to be rescaling that. Huh. Yeah, not the right scale. Why is that? We're setting scale here. We're not translating it, but that should be okay. We remove that. That should use the model that we paste in. We can try to verify that. Or maybe it's not supposed to be short village wall. Or maybe we're defining that twice somewhere? No. So we can like make that. Oh, it's scaling it larger. Oh, right. So our buildings got larger, but the other bits are probably going to get smaller, depending on which ones they are. So they need to go from what were originally 5, right? And they now to be 4, I believe. I think that's what our units were. So now if I paste this in, let's see if this is the right. Okay, that's the right size-ish, maybe? I think they might be. Hold on. If I rotate that, I think technically that is the right size. It's hard to tell. And I might want to change, I might want to have some sort of zooming on this, because it's a bit too zoomed out right now, but maybe not always. Maybe our old scale was not 5. I don't remember what it was. Was it 8? Could it have been 8? No, it was 7. It was 7 because we were doing negative 3.5 to 5.3, positive 3.5. So it's 7. Man, I completely forgot what that was. All right, so this is just upping it to our new scale. Yes, that works. It looks tiny, and that's probably because, yeah. Can I do a Vec3 with this? I don't remember. I should really re-export these in Blender to have a more appropriate scale. But for this particular model, we only really want to scale it on, I believe, the X. So if we just leave these other ones alone, I don't know if I can do a Vec3 scale on the models. I think I can. Let's see. Yes, but I did the wrong axis, I guess. I guess we wanted to do it on the Z-axis. Does that make sense? Could have sworn we would have wanted it on the X, but what do I know? Wait, what? That is weird. Oh, I guess that position would have been different too. That makes sense. It does make sense. So if we want it to be the same width, then we would have to change it. But since I might not really want to, maybe I just want to do the height. Yeah, it's a bit better. Okay. So when we want to have village walls, we can do this. Whoops, pressing the wrong key. So we can wrap our village in walls now. That's very good. Use Edge as your daily driver. I don't know if I'd want to be the kind of person that would say that. It just feels so wrong. It still feels too similar to just saying I use Internet Explorer as my daily driver. All right, it's not. I guess we. I don't know if I want to let the key be held for erasing. I don't know if I like that. Because it's nice when you want to erase a lot, but it's also, maybe we could put a toggle on it for just if we want to erase a lot of stuff. A better Chrome. I know, it feels wrong. Maybe I'll have to give it a go. Okay. So our placement stuff is working out fairly well. Let's try let's put back some roads. And I want to see what scale the string lights are, which I think would be this one, I hope. Yeah. But I don't see them spawning. And that might be because it was using static, maybe? It's a bit too easy to delete things. I think I'm going to have it so you have to delete them one by one. So that would be part of hold. And that's for placing. And this one is for deleting. So let's do release on this one. Okay, but the reason we don't see the village string lights, perhaps I was maybe using the static entity for the draw on that one. We probably should be using the static one so we can see some more informative stuff about villages. Also, I'm curious if we let's change our cursor and we set it to, I don't know, this. Yeah. I'm very curious if we can force like Christmas decorations and stuff on these, so just be able to swap them easily. Because where's it getting the month? Well, if we force that to update, so in Village Builder, which is up somewhere. I don't know if it would actually be in this file. What we're doing is like decor months, month of year. So if we just update it, game.world.month of year, and if we make that 12, right, make it December, and let's just make a placement somewhere. Yeah, that works. That actually works quite well. So if I'm more careful about generating yards and stuff, let's just delete a lot of stuff. Yeah, I think I want to zoom our camera in. Hold on, let me just do that in console. It's too far zoomed out. Maybe we'll have buttons, UI to change the camera zoom. It has to lerp to it so slowly, which is annoying. Oh, did that just rezoom me out every time I place that? Apparently I'm resetting that value. Damn it. Where am I doing that? Yeah, every time we buffer. This should be in a init, not buffer. Whatever. I'll leave it there. All right, so now if I buffer, it zoom in. Okay. All right, so I want to have the right tool for spawning those blue blocks. We really need to make some UI for this, or at least a way to swap between these more easily, because I don't know which one is for the blue box. Okay, it's that one. So if I spawn down these cubes first, everywhere I want to have the yard, right? So for just one building, it would be that for the 2x4 placement, right? So if I did this now and we aligned it, we should have a yard with Christmas decorations. We do. It won't show us the static decorations or our entity decorations, and that's okay, really. We don't need that because this is just a test. I don't need to go too extreme with this. This is just a test of our or preview of our model, right? Of our village. So there's really not much point to do all that. Okay, so we have that. Let's spawn some roads. And we'll leave some gaps for tree planters. We'll have some lanterns spawn in here. I should make it so it can't be nighttime. In the update function, I should just reset the game.world.time every frame. So we're flattening our terrain slowly. We're gently flattening our terrain until we get to a nice flat point, and then doing generating a village there. That is how I'll probably continue to do it, but I also would like to have controlled elevation changes in our village layouts. So I would one day like to have it so we can have like stairs and stuff inside the village. So just a stairway that goes to a higher elevation, basically. I think that would be cool. Yeah, I have no idea what these IDs represent. Also, why do I have the debug panel open? There's no good reason for that. Is this the lantern? Yeah, it is. All right, so this is basically how it would go. Maybe I'll try to make something real quick in this, even though I still need to generate the UI because everything's super confusing of where placements are going. But I'll try to do something that isn't terrible. Ooh, we're kind of near the edge of the village. I probably shouldn't have started here, but whatever. And then maybe, how do I want this to look? Maybe we'll force no yard here for the side of the building, maybe? Or we'll have a curb there. I don't know. And we want to have a wall as well now that we can do those. Yeah, I don't love this tool perfectly yet. It's really not amazing yet, but hopefully long term I'll end up liking this tool. Because I like being able to just drag my cursor, and we can do that so we can drag the cursor. Yeah, we should be able to do that. We have to convert from projection space to world space basically have to raycast it, but that's doable. Because it was nice being able to just, you know, paint wherever we want things instead of like having to move around like this with our WSD. It's nice rotating the camera though, and I like having that on always. So if we were moving our cursor around, you know, we'd have to toggle somehow between that and moving our camera. So they're like half procedural, right? And I don't want them to look too random because I want them to look nice. But ideally, long term, I'll probably make modules to insert, and we kind of already have that to a lesser extent. But yeah, ideally we'd have little pieces that can connect together, like larger areas of the village that can connect together randomly. But no matter what, there needs to be like some sort of predefined parts to it. But the way this is at least somewhat procedural is like, you know, the building selection, not even the size of the buildings are set. Like within here, whatever can fit will be randomized. I wish I could change my village seed so I can just show you how random it could be, which isn't that random. So we still have the same road design. But if I created modules, which I can still use this tool to create the modules, and then have another part of this tool that combines the modules, yeah, that would be cool to do. Because like what we could do, let's save this and make a new file. What we can do is have, as long as the roads basically connect, right? We can have bits and pieces where the road maybe is like this on this one. And then as long as the next tile, we can like rotate these tiles, these modules around. As long as the roads connect, you know, then we can do something like that, you know? As long as this part is connecting, we're all good. And there'll be, you know, different buildings. And the buildings don't really matter. As long as the buildings are done on these seams, right? There's no like that going on. Then we could do that. But instead what I'm doing is just generating where buildings are allowed to spawn basically, and then randomly or procedurally choosing what size buildings can fit inside that layout. But the roads are static. I will probably randomize road colors by town and stuff. And like decorations and stuff will be randomized on the roads and everything. Why do you have only 20 FPS in your game? Did you mean to say 30? Because I have 30. I mean, we can go to 60. I leave it at 30 though most of the time. Mostly because if we were in the outside world, like here, I can handle 30 and it's fine. But in the outside world, that won't be as fine. Also, I hate having variable stuff because stuff with delta time is more complicated then. I don't know. I hate it. Oh, why do you have 20 FPS? Sorry, I read that wrong. I don't know. Depends on your hardware. Because I suck at programming. I don't know. You could go into the settings and change your. Well, you're the one that you're the person that always says turns up post processing and stuff, right? So you know that already. I don't know. What's your hardware? I'm pretty sure you've told me. And then you say some sort of GPU, and I'm like, I don't really know what that means. We've gone through this, haven't we? I don't know. Maybe because you're using Edge. No, probably not. Because I'm bad at programming, and if your computer doesn't have the right hardware, then it's not going to work, I guess. I don't know. I don't love how I'm doing these layouts. I can't focus on how to make a good layout. Where are my walls? Are these my walls? No, those are my string lights that we can't see. Alright, let's generate some walls for this village. That's what I'm going to do first. Whoops. I'm going to rotate this. God damn it. This is why this tool is not necessarily better. Let's just make a giant ass wall. I should try to show off my old layouts because they were nice. And then I decided to change things with scale. And then now nothing's nice anymore. So ready to do profiling? I mean, you can use either performance, right, and record that, or JavaScript profiler. I mean, this is Chrome, so I don't know how it does it in Edge, but it's probably something similar. The JavaScript profiler by default is disabled now in Chrome, but you can re-enable it by going into more tools and then clicking JavaScript profiler. It's not here now because it's enabled. 2,000 warnings about received 17 for delete chunk. Oh, I should probably look into that. Forgot that was in there. Yeah, that could be part of it. Unpause it. Yeah, when you spam stuff in console, especially while console's open, it's really bad. In Chrome, at least, it used to always be bad, but when you have console not open, it's not so bad. But I don't know. That could just be me. But it's definitely not helping that I'm printing that so often. You can clear your console and see if that helps. So if you go to console, it depends how often it's writing to it though, because if it's just going to fill up again. But you know, there's that little, I guess you do Control. I never did that, but there's that little sign there. If you click that, it clears your console. But I don't know. I probably should have it so it could generate trees and stuff in this debug view or this dev view for the villages. All right. I guess we could have it so that would work. Not here though. So the side, there'll be like an entrance here. I wish our string lights could show up. That would look nice. I need to make sure I don't like accidentally refresh or break everything, so I don't have to redo all my hard work here. I'm gonna end up pressing like the browser back button and getting rid of everything. So then if I set my month variable to 10 and we place something, we should see Halloween decorations, right? Whoops. And then I got to figure out what happened or what went wrong with the scaling on these awnings, because they used to scale correctly and now they don't. All right, that's kind of an interesting start of a layout. Now it's stabilized. It's at 30 now. When I don't move, I'll try to improve it. Unpause it. I'll try my best. It could, if it only happens while you're moving, well, it could be the console messages, but it could also just be the way the web worker messages are sending back and forth. I can maybe try to help you disable web worker messages and move around and see if that helps. I mean, the world won't be generating anymore, but then at least we can figure out where the issue is coming from, right? Full screen does a lot. Like it makes it better. That's so weird. Unpause it. Are you using Edge? This is Edge's fault. This isn't even my fault. Why would full screen make it better? I don't know. Unpause it. That's weird. That's really weird. Because Twitch is open? Maybe. I mean, all you're doing is just watching my stream, right? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I know you tell me you're hardware, but I'm not a hardware person, so I don't know what any of that means. I should probably save this layout, right? Before I do something stupid. Yeah, let's do that. I'm gonna do something stupid. Oh, it's annoying how I'm storing that. I want that to be so long that would allow copy. I mean, these are way longer than they need to be. We can compress this data, but it doesn't really matter right now. But this tool works fairly well. It definitely needs a bit more work still, but where the hell are these placements, these layouts? Whoops. Layouts equals, okay. Okay, so we have our layout backed up now. So if I do something stupid, I won't lose all my work. I should probably, I don't know. Maybe I can have some sort of flag on the UI when I make the UI for this to specify if it should have a yard so I don't have to place all these blue blocks manually. I mean, these things are probably going to get changed in the future anyway as I have more variety of building size. I think this is backwards, right? Yes. And then there, we should also do the whole thing where you click one corner, hold shift, right? And then click here and then it fills that in. So it's something I'll want to do. That would alleviate the whole issue with the blue blocks as well. Yeah, I really need to add that whole shift to fill feature. Every game runs better in full screen because it gets more resources than Windows applications, huh? Oh, Windows applications. That's interesting. I didn't know that. And you said be right back, so you're not even hearing my response. My CPU is probably lacking too, and that's why world generation takes so long for me. And I think my GPU is pretty good, I think. But again, I don't know hardware that well. I don't know, I can try to open up my view. How do I do this? Like that. All right, so there's my CPU. i5 6400 CPU at 2.7 gigahertz. I think that's pretty shit, probably. And then how do I get the GPU? Here. NVIDIA GeForce GTX 970. Yeah, we definitely want to make the fill tool. So we need to like store our last placement. Yeah, our last placement, and then if we're holding shift when we do a placement, we need to fill all between there. Okay, I'll do it. I mean, I don't know, just like because it's not that much effort to do it manually, just walk around, but I know I should. All right, let's export this before I lose a little bit of the work that I did. I will do the fill feature. Okay, so for each time we click on the placement, I guess we would want to, I need to move this code into a separate file probably. This file is a fucking mess. Let's just call this last placement. And I guess I will default that to 0, 0. I just have to be careful not to click a fill from the very beginning. Otherwise, it's going to fill from 0, 0, but whatever. And then every time we do a placement, we're going to update game.debugvillage. And I shouldn't call it that. I should call it like layout builder thing, but whatever. That's for when we remove. We maybe want to remove in chunks as well, but I'm not sure. All right, this is where we place, right? Yes. And then we have to loop through this part. Okay, so we want to update our last placement when we do placement somewhere, I don't know, outside of where we're going to loop this. I guess here. So this will be part of our game.debugvillage.lastPlacement equals the array with grid X and grid Z. However, if we are holding shift, what's the best way to do that? Engine.input.key. If we go to inputs, shift. Is this input file? No, it's a init file. Input. Okay, are we detecting shift at all? Probably not. So we need to make a key code for that. Okay. What is the key code for shift? JS key codes 16. Let me figure out what I want to do with that. Okay. So where should I put this? We'll just throw it here. Shift. Is there a different key code for right shift? No. There's just an event.location. Okay. So then I guess I don't know if this will always detect it correctly, but oh, this is written like shit too. All right, I need to space this out. This whole code, this whole file is written like shit. If this for shift, hopefully that's getting released properly. It should, I think. I hope. Then we're gonna loop this for all of our grids from X to Z. Otherwise, we're just gonna do a placement. Do I want to do an if else, or should we do it a little bit more elegantly? I don't know. You were I've been streaming for 8 hours. I mean, most of my streams have been around 10, 12-ish hours, so yeah. i5-6400, mediocre, but not bad at all. He has i3 2100. Okay. For the newest games and my shitty web game. Yeah. Yeah, it's the CPU. It's kind of funny though, because the CPU you would think wouldn't affect the frame rate too much, because the stuff that we're doing intense on the CPU for the most part are on their own thread outside the main thread, right? So in theory, the intense stuff happening on the worker threads shouldn't really be affecting the frame rate on the main thread, in theory. But maybe if the CPU is too overloaded, it starts to affect the main thread anyway. I don't know. Port it to a proper language and runtime. Yeah. Well, I mean, I want to do WebAssembly one day, but I'm not smart enough. I just want it to be a web game, and then when I first started programming this, WebAssembly wasn't really a thing. And it wouldn't even really be a port at that point. I'd have to just rewrite. It would just be a rewrite, where we'd want the same end result, but we were rewriting it entirely in a whole new language, and then compiling it into WebAssembly, making sure everything still works in the web browser. And then in theory, we'd be able to more easily like port it to other things, right? Because once it's written in a different language to get it into WebAssembly, right? If we had it written in, I don't know, let's just say C++ to WebAssembly, right? In theory, I can have it run maybe on, as an actual native desktop client for it. We can have, in theory, maybe console versions. Maybe that'd be cool. I mean, it would be a little bit more complicated than just doing that because, we'd still need to have that interface with WebGL. And then, if you were to port it to something else, like let's just say like a Nintendo Switch, I don't even know if that'd be possible. That bit where it goes from the WebAssembly side to the rendering on the browser side with WebGL, there need to be a bit of code to like translate that into, I guess, like OpenGL or whatever other graphics library to have it render on other things like a native version or a console version or whatever. So maybe one day, I'll get smart and learn how to actually program and rewrite some stuff in some sort of. We'll have to pick a really good language that is going to be good long term, and do that. You write it in C++ for OpenGL and can compile it to WebGL/WebAssembly. The weird thing to me, like, it seems like it shouldn't be like quite that easy. There must be, because like, why wouldn't everyone that has a C++ and OpenGL game, right? There's like got to be hundreds of real good games out there like that, right? Already. Why can't they just make their game run in the browser with very minimal effort then? Why aren't people doing that? Because I don't see that. There's not like really good desktop level games running in the browser. So, like, why aren't people doing that? I don't get it. I missed a follow from like an hour ago, but Prickney3 or something. Thank you for the follow. They're probably not even here anymore. That was an hour ago. Oh, and I just got another follow on Mixer. Windchime Puppet. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Cellphone was doing it with OpenGL/C. He made multiplayer IO games. Right? Yeah, I remember his stuff. I didn't know he was doing WebAssembly. It needs porting. It just seems like, if I don't know, but we'll do it one day hopefully. I just don't know if my brain can ever be smart enough to do it. That's my concern. All right, so we're adding this whole shift feature, where if we're holding shift, we loop through all these positions. Let's just rewrite to gridx. So let's just cache it var. We might not even need to do that, to be honest. No, we probably should. If we hold shift, we'll just do a buffer no matter what, maybe. Compare. We'll just do a shift at the end of this no matter what. Or we'll do a buffer at the end of shift. Is that what I said? I don't think so. I think I flipped my words around. And then we have to update our last placement with grid X. So in theory, if I just put this in a for loop, how do I want to do this? Smart enough for what? Smart enough for rewriting the game in a really strict language, where I'm used to having a really shitty language that lets me do everything super loose and not strict. Why wouldn't you be smart enough? Have you not seen me program in JavaScript and not even be able to handle JavaScript? JavaScript is almost too strict for me. ES6 is too strict for me. I'm not good at really strict things. I like being able to write my shit code. If I can't write my shit code, I can't program. All right. I'm just going to do an if else. It's a bit sloppy. It's not really how I want to do it, but I can't think to do this a better way. I know there's a better way to do it. but I don't care enough. All right. So at the end of this, we're going to call buffer no matter what. Which means maybe I should wrap. No, it's fine. And then we're going to have a for loop that goes from our start position to our end position, right? So var start x is our grid x, and that's going to be based off our last position, right? Yeah, okay, hold on. So our start x is our last position at index 1, and then at 0 for z, and then our end x is going to be our grid x and our grid z. And then we want to loop for var, I don't know what to call it, gx, I guess. Running out of variable names. Equals start x. I don't know if I want to, that should be fine. Let me read some chat. Strict will make you a better programmer, and you will finally have a proper compiler. Honestly, I find strict easier now. I find the code more self-documenting. Yeah. Also, my issue, also that might be a thing, maybe, with having a proper compiler, is like then you have to like, if I'm a very visual person, right? So I don't really stay in a text editor for like half hour or whatever. I stay in text editor for like a minute, and then I like to like see my changes right in the world, right? But if I had a proper compiler, I'd have to like, I couldn't do that so easily back and forth. I had to like recompile every time, right? And that takes time, right? And then relaunch like the whole game and do everything. I can't like easily paste shit in the console. I can't. I'd have to recompile every single time, which would take possibly minutes. You know, I like doing things super visually, and I think it's also better for streaming. I think people maybe, I mean, I don't know, maybe just me, prefer, instead of someone just staying in a text area, you can't really see the changes they're doing. I think people prefer to watch something more visual, where I make a change and then you see the change. I make a change and then you see the change right in the game. So those are some concerns. Obviously, the big pro is we can have a game that doesn't run like shit. So I think I want to add to our grid X. I think we just could go by 1 unit, hopefully. Yeah, I think that's fine. I'm going to do the same thing on Z. Oh, this is supposed to be our NZ, but those end up being the same value anyway. But maybe I do want to call this grid X. In fact, I probably do, because I want to overwrite that variable so it's used down here. Yeah, let's do that. And this is going to be NZ. I prefer that. That's actually a much better way for me. Okay, and then close this here, and then here's the real shitcode part. Copy paste this. Okay, let's see what that does. I have no idea if this is going to work. Okay, so let's make it daytime because I can't see a goddamn thing. Okay, compiling doesn't take long. It's faster than pasting in console. You gotta try it, friend. You will like it. Trust me, it's better. We will one day. I don't know. But it would be a whole rewrite, right? That's like, the only way it's not going to be a rewrite is that we probably end up, oh, I don't know. I was going to say probably end up using TypeScript, which is probably what I should do anyway, and use that compiler because I'll be more comfortable. But let's say we don't. Let's say I use like C++ or something, right? If we, I guess it wouldn't necessarily have to be an entire rewrite if I can do bits and pieces at a time. Like just do a web worker with WebAssembly. because my web workers are already like pretty separated, right? Since they already have to be on a separate thread, that code is pretty like modularized, or whatever the right terminology is for that, or sandbox, or whatever you want to call it. Those are probably, neither of those words are probably correct, but it's already pretty separate from everything else. So in theory, those are the bits that would be easier to convert into WebAssembly, and incidentally, kind of the bits that should be converted to WebAssembly more. Rewriting isn't a good idea. That wouldn't work. Would be too much work. I mean, I've done it before. It's like another 7 years. I don't know. Like when I rewrote this engine, you'd be surprised, even though I'm like making all new code, how quickly it can go. Because like this, I mean, yeah, it would be a lot of work and it would take a lot of time, especially in a completely different language. But like a lot of in programming is just figuring out like how it should work, like what you need to do. But once you already have it written once and you know what your goal is and what the logic is, then moving it into a different language is much easier. I mean, yeah, it would still take a ton of time, and that's why it might be nice to do bits and pieces at a time if that's possible, which we kind of think it is, right? Or is that the whole, I don't know. If we could do bits and pieces at a time, that would probably be what's best. And then maybe if I get really comfortable, well, in theory, towards the end, depending how separate the code is, the new bits and pieces are the rewrite if I'm rewriting all of that code anyway. So it would just be a slow rewrite, hopefully. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I can just make the game work good in JavaScript. All right, so this doesn't appear to be working, so I probably want to log some stuff. I don't know if it's going to detect that shift correctly. I might have to change how we're writing this. I might have to like say shift hold or something. Yeah, I probably do. I don't know if that's the only reason that's breaking, but whoops, I'm doing that wrong. Engine input dot hold shift. All right, let's see if that automatically makes it work, but I'm pretty sure it won't. So then we should have the console log some stuff. Okay, so that's not working. Let's see if it's detecting this much. So console, well, I don't know. Console.log shift placement. I'm also not 100% sure I've done a refresh since I defined shift, but I'm like 95% sure I did. So that shouldn't be the issue. All right, let's see. So it doesn't look like it's finding it. Maybe it's because we're detecting a mouse click too. That should be okay. There should be allowed to be multiple things pressed. I don't think that's the reason. Let me go into our inputs. Let's look at our engine.input.key names and make sure shift is there, just to make sure I've... Oh. Am I not calling it shift? Did I forget to... Maybe I do have to refresh. Oops. Could have sworn I refreshed. Okay, it's at least, it's detecting it now. So, maybe I wasn't doing that. All right, I need a refresh then, since I don't know what the hell went wrong that time. And we'll see what it's doing now. These fucking console messages. I don't know why I did that on the main thread. That was a bad idea. But it's like not... See, I knew Chrome's fucking lying to me. There's no way this is on the main thread. Why do they bother putting that there if that's barely ever accurate? That's supposed to show you what thread it's coming from. It has an arrow on main. It's not fucking main because it's still running. Or maybe, it could be. But sometimes it's not, I promise you. This could be, I guess. Maybe. I still feel like it's not. I don't trust Chrome. I know sometimes that has definitely 100% been wrong. I thought this would be more recent in the console history. Fuck off. Alright. I kind of wanted to leave those warnings there because I want to fix that eventually. But I'm turning them off because holy shit, it's hit so many. Hold on. 2178. Wait, what? Am I in the wrong file? Yes, I am. Utils. 2178. Okay. Comment that the fuck out. And watch, if I update this, it's not on the main thread, right? So if I update this on the main thread, it would overwrite it, right? But it's not going to. It's hard to tell because I waited till they paused. But no, see, they're still coming through. And it's still going to say the main thread. But I know 100% that's not coming from the main thread because we just overwrote that function on the main thread to not be console logging. Fuck you, Chrome. Piece of shit. Alright. Oh, let's run that village builder thing. Okay. Placing, holding shift. Okay, so it's detecting it. It's detecting the shift, and it's doing some weird stuff. But not what I want. Like it filled in that whole area in a weird way. Alright, so let's see what this is doing. It's inside the update function. Shift. Okay, so our start X is our last placements, which we should be assigning correctly, no matter what. Our last placement is grid X, grid Z. It should always get to that point. Our end X is grid X, grid Z, which should be calculated correctly here. Yes. And then we're going to redefine grid X, which should be fine because we have these stored now. And these should be references. These should be new, right? Because they're numbers. So this should not be a reference. It should be an actual new instance of it. Okay, and pause it. So we can go from grid X. Grid X is start X. And then if grid X is under end X, we add to grid X. Same thing for Z. And then we check if the village layout exists. Should our placement array be rebuilt? I don't think so. Where's our placement array being built? Hold on. Fuck off. Okay, so up here, that should be fine. So why does this not work? It's detecting it. Maybe we'll log a little bit more information that make more sense. We're going to log our start X and our start, our start X and start Z, sure. Actually, we'll do start X and Z, start X and X and start Z and Z. Let's see what that logs. And we should already be logging our clicks. So that was, I guess I'm not. We're not logging the position. Oh well. All right. So it looks like the X value is not changing. So how did I break X? What typo did I make with X? Yeah, our start X and our end X are the same, even though neither should be because we're moving on both axes. Our Z is changing, our X is not. How did I manage to break that? And I don't know for sure if it's end X or start X that's wrong. I can probably figure that out if I log more stuff, right? I think it's, Oh, well, I'm an idiot. Okay. I still don't know if this will work, but I was putting grid X in one of the places instead of grid X, grid Z. Maybe this will magically make it work. Okay, kind of. That just means I have to say under or equal to, right? Because it's off by that one bit. So here, I just want to say under or equal to endx and nz. And then that should work. I don't think it'll work for removing. That's okay, I think. Let's test it out. It shouldn't. No, it doesn't work for removing. I can add a bit of code for removing. I'm not sure how I want to do that exactly, but it should be fine. But I don't care a whole lot because most of the time I probably won't have to do that. Just while I'm doing this, just while I'm like spamming it around for no reason, I'll have to do that. But normally I probably won't be so bad. And we could always add it later. But now, if I want to, for example, it's really annoying that I have to go back into this to do this, but I got to change my cursor's placement I value. So cursor dot placement dot I, and I think it's 5, but again, we need some sort of UI or something. Whoops, some sort of thing to indicate how to change this other than doing a console. It's not 5. What is it? Is it 6? I don't think it's 6. Is it 4? I think it might be 4. Okay, so these that I normally would have to place block by block, right? We could instead place 1 and then count out how far we want to go. And that did not work. Worked that time. It might not like that I'm starting and ending on the same ones or something. I don't actually know. Try this side. Okay, that worked. If I reset this to 0, I think it doesn't like that I have the same, yeah, it doesn't like that I have the same one there. So we want to get rid of that comparison for our shifts, I guess. I thought the comparison was just for buffering, wasn't it though? Yeah, so why would that be? We're buffering no matter what if we're holding shift and we do a placement. So it shouldn't matter if the comparison doesn't match. So it's not the comparison in theory. So then if it exists, then we see if we want to add to it. Otherwise, we just create it. That's weird that it's having an issue with that for shift placements. It's not that much of an issue. Like, I don't really care. But it is weird. All right, just try to make something that doesn't look like shit. Whoops. I gotta figure out how I want to handle the sides. I probably want to do this a bit differently, so I don't have that narrow little strip ever. Yeah. And the walls I might want to have on the outside when we're generating them. So some things need to change. Oh, damn it. Yeah, I do want the walls on the outside, not the inside. That's annoying. I'm not gonna make the perfect layout today. I'll probably do it. Oh, I gotta have a little indicator too that shows which way this is facing. I'll have to improve it slowly over time. I don't know why there's not a yard on this one. It's weird. Maybe because the first value it's using. Is that? No, that's not it. Alright, I don't fucking know. Whatever. I'm not going to spend too much longer on this. I might maybe end the stream soonish too. Yeah, it doesn't like if those. What the fuck? It works like only some of the times, the shift thing. Only if like both are empty? No. What the fuck is up with this stupid shift tool? It's logging fairly sane value, so it looks correct. I don't understand that. Whatever. This is good enough for now. We will have to make a nice looking village layout. One day. And get rid of some of these walls. So it's not just such a square village. Right, I like the buildings facing out for this. For the layout. And I think, yeah, I want these walls on the outside. I should have done that the first time. And then maybe here, whoops. Connect that. And I want to have different pathways and stuff and all kinds of fancy shit. I got to figure out my curb model, which actually might be ready to go. I just need to have an ID for it. Yeah, that might be pretty okay. I don't know why I don't see it at all, though. Maybe I can. Hold on. So 16, I think, is the curb, and 13 is the wall. Pretty sure. So let's try to do that real quick. I probably should export my model, or my layout, rather. So it's all part of the village layouts. The placement or the model's probably hopefully okay. This is for 16. Our scale for the cursor is 1, and this is for our road curve or some shit. And then game debug village. Whoops, I don't want to put all of that in. The cursor sets equals this, and then we're updating our cursor I. We want to do index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, let's just see if this displays anything whatsoever. It does. It's not the right scale, but it does display. Okay, that's good. That means I can go into my models and look up the curb model. Not this. Keep opening the wrong file. My static model file. This one. Road curb. Right, that scale is going to be changed now to something like this. Paste this in, and then we should be able to use that. Okay, so now if I paste this or press it, all right, it's tiny. It's probably not as tiny looking as it looks like it will be. It's probably mostly due to my grid being overlaid on top of it. Maybe I want my grid tiles to be below everything. I think I do. And I don't really remember why I need this curb right now. But there it is. I mean, I'd want it for the entrances probably like here. And somewhere around here probably. I don't actually know if I want them on the inside or the outside. I guess outside makes more sense. You got my grid lines I want to move below the village. All right, let's export this model or this layout. It's annoying that it has those quotes around it when I have to copy this, but whatever. All right, so this is part of layouts. And then we want to wrap this in these kinds of quotes, paste this in, get rid of the weird, get rid of the weird double quotes around it twice. Okay, that should be exported now. Let's change our grid lines. Not here. Here. We're gonna move the floor down a little bit, I guess. I should really change how I'm doing this. Wonder if I can pass that curvature uniform to the shaders. I don't remember how I'm doing that. But I want to bring this down. And I probably want to bring this down more. It's not ideal because I like having it show where it's going to clip correctly, but whatever, it's a start. Oh, I only did that for one of the axes. This is supposed to be 4.5 here as well. I don't really love the colors that I chose either. It's kind of ugly. Let's try that. So it at least matches a bit better with the blue color. I don't even love the blue color, but that's a separate issue. Whatever. They're a bit too contrasty. I'll have to leave it like that. I can't set it to the exact color that I want. I think, oh, well, I probably could do a better job than this because the floor unit is larger than it's supposed to be. So if we scale that down, that will actually help a lot with a lot of what's happening. Yeah, so this could be, oh, why am I even setting a random scale like that? That's stupid. I think we want like a quarter, maybe even less than that. Like a sixth of village size. Let's try. I might want to go a bit further just so it doesn't end right on village size. Let's see what that does. It's too low now, but other than that, it might be okay. So now that that's pushed in much more appropriately, let's make this like 4.7, and let's make these back to about 4.8. Can probably make this a lot better now. It still seems way too far down. I don't know why that is. Did I change the scale badly? Hold on. What is our village size? So that's our properties. That village size. Maybe we want to divide it again, actually. Maybe it's supposed to be a 12th. But no. That wouldn't be. I'm doing this wrong. Hold on. Where's our fucking floor entity? This one here. Okay, that's village size divided by 6. That's fine. Why? Oh, that's negative. I'm an idiot. Okay, and then this would be 4.8. We had that negative before, which it made sense at the time. Oh, and then this might put our grid lines above our village layout now, but we'll see what it does. Okay. Much better idea of what the hell's happening now. And maybe we'll have a second floor it's further. I don't know. Or some walls. We'll see. This is much, much better. Much closer to what I'm going for. So it's up too tall. Let's do 4.5. And these are 4 point, I don't know, 6. Hold on. I gotta fucking clean this shit up. It's such fucking shit code. All right, let's just try this. Fuck off. It kind of almost works. Weird. Why is it doing that so like perfectly circularly? But why don't I see my grid lines then? 'Cause those are higher than my floor. Oh, weird shit, man. Should just try to turn off the fucking curvature. That's the whole reason this is so complicated. Fuck this. 3.8. I don't understand. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Okay. Fuck it. Apparently that's what we want it to be. I don't know. I kind of want to have some walls. Maybe I'll make a giant box. Yeah, that would work. And then put the back faces on it. Or an icosphere or anything would work, I guess. This is going to be like our shitty skybox. Let's do it as a box. Let's call it our skybox. We'll just call it our sky entity. Let's just do something like that. Sure, why the fuck not? I just want to not see black right now. It'd be kind of cool if we bring our sky into here. So I might do that. Oh right, it's not called box, it's called cube. I'm an idiot. Cube. Did I break it? Yeah, I fucking did too. I could modify our. I could have modified our clear color. That would have worked. Let's see what this village actually looks like in game. Now that we have a layout here, and see if the curbs are drawing okay. I mean, they're there, but I don't like them. But at least they're there. And they're kind of the right scales, but I want them to look a lot more similar to these, maybe a bit lower, but pretty similar to these. Maybe actually like identical to these and just bring these down. I'm not really sure. No, because I don't want you to look. I don't want it to look like you can step over these ones, because you won't be able to. There'll be colliders on those. And then here, if we are going to have these yards, although I can have it so like on the edges there are no yards, I don't know. But here I'll probably have it so there's a bit of side garden here. In theory, instead of having these awkward sides, I'll just have more house models, more building models that have two sides modeled on them. So there's like no real side of a building. Like it'll be like a nice downtown that has, you know, a nice building that wraps around the corners. That's what I'll hopefully do long term. I just have to create those models. To enter into this tool. All right, pretty good. No longer have a black sky, which is nice. This is kind of what I'm going for. We need to change still a lot of stuff about it, but this is pretty good. I need to increase the size of that cube, so we can't do that. In theory, if we inverse the faces on it, that wouldn't be as bad. Right, because you would just see through it. You'd still see that little black line, but that's okay. But in theory, that would be a thing. I still don't know why shift isn't always working. Let's test it out again. It didn't work that time. But it works sometimes. Yeah, it worked that time. Fucking weird. Didn't work that time. Or that time. Do I have to like have a placement? Maybe I have to click that a few times? Okay, maybe I have to click it a few times. Does that make any sense? Nope. It just doesn't like it sometimes. I don't know why. Should we continue this road straight through? I don't know. Maybe I want to modify this layout a little bit. I have no idea what the look I'm going for is. Maybe what I should do with this nice new tool is try to have it so we can have height variation. Although I'm very worried about how I'm going to have my colliders handle that. I had good colliders to be easier. Thanks, kitty guy. Alright, so what is the wall one? This is for the curb. This is not the either. I think it's 5. Obviously, we need a UI. Okay. I don't know how I'm modifying this, but sure, we'll just try something like this. Whoops. Oh, what the fuck did I just press? Okay. Sometimes the camera freaks out. I don't know why. Alright, so it's at least a little bit more organic of a shape for the village. It's not just a square village. I mean, we need to fill it in with a bunch of buildings and make it look nice and do a bunch of things with it. I want to have like little areas that are like parks inside here and just all different kinds of little features. We'll get there eventually. But this is nice. This will give me a much better feel of what needs to change in these villages to make them feel right. I'm going to probably make these walls. I'm going to have them on the outside. I'm probably also going to have them be thicker. Yeah, there's a lot of different changes need to be going on with this. But this is a decent enough start. I need to have the buildings that wrap around. This isn't bad though. It's okay. And then on like the sides here, I want to have little like merchants and stuff, like little tiny stalls and stands. In theory, I can try to throw a curb there, but it's not going to probably look right when... we'll see. Something needs to go there. I don't know what. Alright, let's just finish this up a little bit, and then, I don't know, maybe I'll end the stream, because I'm getting tired, and I've been streaming for 9 hours, so... Yeah, the shift tool would be good now if it would work, but it doesn't fucking always work. It's random. Let's see. Please work. Nope. Work now? Nope. It's weird. I don't get it. Why would that not work? But then sometimes work. Obviously, I'm doing something wrong, but I don't know what it is. Yes, it's a new Zelda. What? Are you asking if I'm making a new Zelda? I mean, I guess the outside world will kind of look like Breath of the Wild a little bit, except shittier. Should have it so maybe some of the types of placements always draw beneath or always get placed underneath something, but I don't know. And then maybe like an area like this, we'll leave paved and then have little stalls and stuff filled up in this area instead of just seeing back of buildings. Because if I were to put a building here, you'd probably want it facing this way, but then from the outside you just see it back there and it wouldn't look that great. Next one. Well, what I'm doing right now is creating a dev tool for my game. I'll try to show you what the game actually looks like in a second. Let me export this layout so I don't lose my work. JSON.stringify this. Get this whole thing. Make sure it doesn't do that copy thing, which it's not. Okay. And then if we go to wherever I'm storing that, layouts equals this. And we need to parse that. All right, so grab this, go to the end, wrap it in some quotes, get rid of the first quote and get rid of the last quote. Okay. So now that we have that backed up, I can exit out of this. It's probably going to break some stuff in the village, but we won't really focus on that. Right, so this is working on the village layout, but it's kind of shit. And then this is what the world generally looks like. This biome doesn't have the most variety, so it's not the best. It's just some mushrooms here. Also, my movement speed is way too high. The only thing I hate about that is like my movement speed normally feels fine, but like when I'm in the editor and stuff and I have my movement speed so fast, it makes this feel so slow. But it's probably a good correct speed. This is what the game looks like. I'm not in the best place to show it off, but something like this. And you'll be able to collect different things. And let's try the shovel on these. I should really make a shovel inventory thing instead of having to do this in console. U.start tool. I think it'll work on whoops. Oh, that's so annoying. Now it's gonna be stuck like that. Fuck. Why does that happen exactly? Now I have two tools open. Shit. Why is it treating this as if we have the villager open still, the village editor open still? Something with the because we're not setting it to inactive. Of course. Fucking hell. Whatever. It doesn't really matter. At the very least, what I should have is a key that will loop through and maybe show in console what's currently equipped, or some sort of pop-up. I don't know if these messages that I'm getting on Mixer are spam or not. I've thought that from the beginning, and I don't really know. But oh my god, you're my new best. Can I add you on Mixer? I guess. I don't know. I'm just started working. I'm streaming on Mixer, so I don't know how it works. But sure, you just mean like follow me? Why not? Hopefully, I'm not wasting my time talking to a bot. I'm streaming on Twitch and stuff too, which I'm more used to being on. All right. Well, this. So yeah, I kind of like broke all my movements. I should just refresh. Should probably just end what I'm doing. I can work on this. Let's do a commit because I haven't done a commit like in a couple days, I don't think. And then maybe end what we're doing. I hate how if my files are too big, I can't see what the changes are. And I don't think there's any sort of settings you can do to fix that. I don't think there's any sort of like max file config thing. Thank you for the follow, FO4 engine. All right. At least in my notes, I can kind of write what I was doing. I can check what I was doing because I wrote down notes and I wrote down what I did. Fixed player house placements. Fixed. Sub entity insect placements. We also fixed AI pause bug. Sure. Fixed mouse lock bug. Lots of bug fixes. Fixed camera lerping bug. Fixed underwater shaders, at least mostly. And then started to add shovel something mechanics. Sure, shovel mechanics. I'm making sure I didn't miss anything I did here. I don't think so. All right, I can't see what I did here, but I know that we did stuff with flocking AI, but that was also part of the last commits. So I can't see what's in there. Whatever. That's the AI stuff. That's the lerping stuff. That's the insect placement stuff. That's shovel stuff. I don't fully know what we do with that. This is all these shovel stuff, it looks like, yeah. And then added new tool for village layouts. Something like that. Dev tool for village layout, sure. That's fixing the water shader bugs. This is water shader bugs. That's improving terrain generation for villages, but whatever. That's fixing the mouse lock API bug. That shouldn't be there, but whatever. That's whatever. This is village layout stuff. You can't look at this file, but probably not a whole lot. Water, yeah, all these shader stuff is water. And this is all related to our village layout tool. So that's pretty much it. Okay, whatever. So lots of bug fixes in the last few days. I'll probably try to work on this tool a little bit off stream if I have time. Hopefully I will. And hopefully I'll stream again, I don't know, within the next 24 hours, right? I'm quite sure I will, but you never know. Just make sure I made no typos here. Start to add shell mechanics, added new div. Okay. I probably have typos because I always end up having typos. Let's stage all of these. Let's commit it. I'll see if there's anyone. Is there a real difference between raiding and hosting? Because like in this, I used to just do host, but now there's this whole thing, right? I'll host flip switch X or raid or whatever, and then there's like a delay to it. I don't know, but I'm gonna raid flip switch X, who's doing probably the Home Grove game dev stuff. So if you guys want to watch that, it's a pretty good stream. So I think I just click this and then I start the raid, right? And then nothing actually changes until I click that raid now button, right? So I'm going to end this and hopefully everything's okay.